MHA The Sentry. It was a normal workday when overtime was sucking me dry more than Marvel sucks my savings with its limited editions. There I was in front of the computer, face on the keyboard, trying to tame that rebellious code. But my apartment became strangely silent. Normally, I would wake up to the neighbors arguing or the noise of cars below. But today, everything was too calm. A kind of calm that is scary. And then I remembered everything I've been through in life. Car accident. My deceased parents. The orphan life I went through. But now what I see is an explosion in front of me. It was all so fast, a blur of twisted metal and broken glass. And then darkness. Well, I guess I'm dead. No, seriously, I swear this wasn't expected for today. I was there in my usual monotonous life, programming until late at night while the rest of the world slept. But then, bam, an explosion out of nowhere decides that my time in this world is a game of who gets to heaven first. And look, I won. Dying at just 27, single, virgin, and never even knowing the ending of One Piece. So, I guess I'm in one of those transitional moments now, you know? Like between life and, well, not life. It's all dark here and I can't even move. It's like being deeply asleep after an endless programming marathon, only without the comforting hum of my computer. A voice echoed in my mind, soft and polite, as if whispering directly into my brain. Sorry for the abrupt interruption, my dear. There was a mishap, so to speak. Another god got a bit too excited and you ended up exiting the game prematurely. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Ah, so that's it. A divine error. What cosmic bullshit, huh? But don't worry, I'll rectify this for you. You deserve a second chance. Choose a world, any world, and I'll send you back. The idea of choosing a world seemed too surreal. Like being in one of those RPGs I used to play when I was younger. But a second chance was a second chance, and I wasn't going to refuse. After all, here I am, a mere mortal programmer, and the Almighty is giving me a chance to choose where to reincarnate. I know a lot about various anime and manga worlds, but when I stop to think, I can only think of one place, My Hero Academy. It's not like I'm a mega fan, but considering my options, it seems like the best destination. Well, if I have to choose, it better be an interesting place at least. I'll go with My Hero Academy. At least there are superheroes, right? So God kind as always agrees. He warns me that things are kind of, different. But that doesn't worry me too much. He even offers me a gift. Seeing as this world thrives on personal powers, I give you the freedom to choose one as well. Can I choose a power? And without a second thought, I choose the power of my favorite hero. I choose the same as Sentry from Marvel. I loved that guy when I read Marvel stories. It's a somewhat cliché choice, but screw it. 'Cause man, who doesn't want to be a powerful superhero? God's voice, polite as always, replied, Very well, my dear. Sentry, one of Marvel's most powerful heroes. Considering the circumstances, I suppose I can make an exception. Oh, and don't worry about your power being nullified or stolen. It's not of the same nature as this world's. Now it's time for you to return. Prepare for a dramatic entrance. And then the darkness returned. But something was different. It was like I was being pushed, pulled, distorted. It wasn't a pleasant sensation, to say the least. And then light. Lots of light. And the feeling of falling. Literally. What the hell is this? I yelled, before realizing that my voice was just an infantile cry. I was being born again. Process of giving birth was a mixture of excruciating pain and a strange sense of relief. For months, my life has been a lonely and difficult journey since my husband was taken from me by a senseless act of violence from a villain. Pain of loss was like an open wound that never fully healed. I didn't possess a quirk either, like my late husband, which made me feel even more isolated without him in a world where special powers were common. But now, here I am, in the silent hallways of the hospital in the Chubu region, Shizuoka. My heart is filled with hope and apprehension as I wait to hold in my arms the only link I have to the love I lost. My baby. The doctors and nurses are kind and helpful, but deep down in my mind, I can't help but feel a little alone. I wish so much that my husband were here to witness this moment with us, to hold my hand and smile with those gentle eyes that always comforted me in the darkest times. And then, finally, he is here, my precious son. When they place the baby in my trembling arms, I feel a wave of emotion and love flood my being. He is perfect. His blonde hair shines in the soft light of the room, and his closed eyes seem so serene. Ryuji, I murmur, letting the name flow gently from my lips. It's a strong name, a name that carries the memory of his father. A name that I hope will guide him and protect him throughout his life. As I hold him in my arms for the first time, I feel a deep calm envelop me. Perhaps, just perhaps, this little miracle is the light at the end of my darkness. And I am determined to give him all the love and care I can, so that he may grow up strong and happy, even if it means facing the world alone. I didn't know being a newborn could be so embarrassing. Here I am, lying in my mother's arms, staring at the hospital's white ceiling. Seriously, is this what God calls a welcome to the world? 'Cause if it is, I want a refund. The nurses are fussing over me, pampering me as if I were made of porcelain. I don't know what's worse, being the center of attention or being called adorable for the 1,000th time. And it's kind of annoying, you know? Like, I'm an adult guy trapped in a baby's body. But I can't deny it's funny to see how silly they get when I do something simple, like yawning or closing my eyes. Now my mom, Aiko, she's an angel with how loving she is towards me. She's been my rock, always by my side, taking care of me with unwavering love. She hugs me tightly, strokes me, and whispers words of comfort. Sometimes her eyes fill with tears as she mourns the absence of my father, who seems to have left, leaving her alone. I struggle not to let myself be carried away by emotion at seeing her suffering. But man, she's a true warrior, steady as a rock in this situation. I've already lost my parents once in a car accident, so I know what loneliness is. But now I have her and she has me. She's my new mom and I love her to bits. I won't let anyone hurt her. Anyone who tries will feel what real hell is like. Literally. But setting that aside, man, being breastfed is embarrassing. Seriously, it's so embarrassing. I know it's natural and all, but I can't get over the fact that I'm sucking on breast milk like it's the most normal thing in the world. Like she breastfeeds me and I'm there like, Mom, this is way too embarrassing. I'm an adult trapped in a baby's body. But seriously, I can't blame the woman. She's just being an amazing mom, taking care of me with all the care in the world. And I'm really okay with that, except for the breastfeeding part. Don't get me wrong, it's nutritious and all, but man, it's so intimate. Putting that aside, the name she gave me, Ryuji, is a pretty cool name. I think it can stick in everyone's tongue who hears it. Meanwhile, I keep an eye on the nurses. It's like a game, you know? I move a little, they find it cute. I move too much, they're like, oh, looks like the baby's restless today. But if I try to get up or do something really out of the ordinary, then I'm screwed. After all, I'm capable of moving freely in this 3-day-old body. And that's kind of problematic when you're a sort of divine entity trapped in a hospital crib. But here I am, looking around the nursery. There are no nurses nearby. It's my chance. I move my body and sit up in the crib. I know it's kind of strange to be able to do this, because where have you ever seen a newborn able to move freely? But I'm not exactly a common baby, am I? Well, setting that aside. Focus, feeling that energy pulsing within me. It's like I'm filled with power, like there are a million suns exploding inside me. Feels like God really gave me Sentry's powers. The same guy who can bend reality with a snap of his fingers. I smile with realization. That means I have all of his powers. All of Sentry's powers and abilities. Man, that's incredible. I could do so many cool things with that. But now that I think about it, what if I have a second personality like Void? Nah, that's not possible. Robert Reynolds had his own mental and emotional issues, and Sentry's powers only amplified all of that. But me? I'm just a regular guy, at least I was before all this madness happened. The Golden Sentry serum amplified everything in Reynolds, physically and mentally. His emotions were amplified too. Void was the repressed personality that Reynolds had, and it was only fueled by Sentry's powers to the point of generating a second personality of his own. But me? I don't have all those issues. I'm just me, a guy who worked late programming while the rest of the world slept. So no, I'm not going to end up having something like Void. I don't have those internal demons to feed a second personality. Well, setting that aside, I look at the other babies beside me, all wrapped in their soft blankets, sleeping peacefully. Well, it looks like I'm the only one awake. When I finally had a moment of peace to test my powers, a mischievous smile formed on my lips. It was time to see what I was capable of. Focus, Ryuji. Focus on the energy within you, channel it like the martial arts masters in the movies. Yeah, I look kind of silly doing this. But hey, at least I found out I can manipulate that energy within me. That must be the quick learning power that comes with Sentry's package, because man, it was easier than learning to program in C++. I open my eyes and look at my tiny hands, still a bit surprised by what I just did. They're still glowing faintly, as if mocking me like, hey, did you enjoy the show just now? I give a silly, kind of goofy smile. I'm feeling like Superman himself, only with diapers. But my moment of glory is quickly interrupted when I realize my hands are glowing brighter and brighter. It's like they're on fire, and not in the cool way you see in movies, but in the scary way that makes you want to scream and run away. I start to panic for real because it feels like the energy is building up in my hands. If this keeps up, there won't be a stone left standing of this hospital. I even try to control the energy, but it seems to have a life of its own, just wanting to shine brighter and brighter, accumulating more energies in my hands. And it's when I hear footsteps approaching the nursery that my heart almost stops altogether. I look around desperately, searching for something, anything, that can help me get out of this mess. But then an idea pops into my mind like a ray of hope. I saw this in some movie once, I'm sure of it. I turn to the side, put my hands in my mouth, and the energy explodes, but incredibly my body absorbs it back as if it's feeding off it. I let out a long, relieved sigh, feeling like I just narrowly escaped the gallows. The nurse enters the nursery, giving me a quick glance before leaving again. I let out a mischievous smile, kind of proud of myself for avoiding a disaster. You didn't get me this time, universe. Not today. I promise myself not to mess with my powers anymore for a while. At least until I'm sure I can control them. 'Cause seriously, I'm not ready to be the baby who destroyed a hospital. The next day at the hospital was a relief. Finally, my mom and I were discharged to go home. And let me tell you, I wasn't complaining. That place was already driving me kinda nuts, with all those nurses treating me like I was the cutest baby in the world. Sure, I'm the cute one in this body and all, but I'm still an adult stuck in a baby bod, you know? So we get home and I'm like, wow. The house was decent. Like there was enough space, cool furniture, and a nice smell in the air. My mom really took good care of it, but it got me thinking about her financial situation. Like, how's she gonna take care of me and work at the same time? But all those worries went out the window the next day when this woman showed up at our door. She was slender, pretty, with dark green hair. Hold up. Dark green hair? I paused and took a closer look at her. No way, this has to be some sick joke. On, he's so adorable, Ikeson. No matter how many times I look at him. Yeah, looks like I'll be taken care of by Inko. Man, I didn't expect to run into her so soon, but I gotta admit she's way prettier in her prime. But what's that in her arms? I hadn't noticed before 'cause I was too busy analyzing she. Don't tell me that's baby Izuku she's got with her. Co-placed baby Izuku beside me in the crib. I glanced at newborn Izuku with my big baby eyes. The universe is playing one epic prank on me, I'm sure of it. Inko smiled at me, completely unaware of the existential crisis I was facing. Aren't they just lovely together, Aiko-san? I always knew they'd be good friends from the moment I saw him in the nursery, she chirped enthusiastically to my mom, who smiled in response. Friends? I'm barely a week old, and you think I'm gonna be buddies with him? I thought sarcastically, but all I did was wave to Inko with my baby hands. I don't understand, moms. Of course, Inko-san. They'll be a good friends together, my mom replied. As Inko and my mom chatted animatedly about us, I glanced at Izuku once more. Well, looks like we're gonna be crib mates, little Midoriya. I hope you're not one of those annoying babies who cry all night long. I need at least a little peace and quiet here in the crib.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Well, if we're going to be childhood friends, I guess I'll have to make some changes to you, my little buddy. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that you're going to become kind of boring in the future. Seriously. He's the protagonist, but sometimes he seems more like a disposable side character. No offense, Midoriya, but you need a bit more personality. Maybe a little less crying and a bit more courage and motivation. I know you change a bit throughout the series, but it's only a bit. He still remains very naive and, let's be honest, kind of bland. You won't find in him that kind of protagonist soul that teaches you a life lesson. When I watched the first episode of the anime, I had high expectations for him. Like, well, he'll probably become a quirkless hero and become more confident in himself. 'Cause it would be interesting to see how he would progress to become a hero without quirks in this society. But, of course, all of that went out the window when All Might decided to pass one for all to him. Seriously? That's going to work more like a crutch for his insecurities than a real improvement for the guy. My dislike for My Hero Academia was minimal before, but after I entered the fandom in pure innocence, I saw things and gained traumas. Heavy traumas. Anyway, young Izuku, I promise I'll help you get through this. Let's turn you into a true protagonist, someone who lives up to the name of hero. And who knows, maybe I'll even turn you into something like Batman. Turning him into Iron Man doesn't sound bad either. Why not both? I think it will be cool. A deadly and interesting combination. Sure, I'll have to be careful not to mess things up too much. I don't want to create a monster. For all, one thing is being a hero, another is being a tyrant with high-tech armor. But at least it's going to be fun. And who knows, maybe one day he'll thank the great Ryuji for making his life a little more exciting. Hey, Aiko-san. Ryuji seems not to want to sleep for a long time. Damn, I forgot that Inko and my mom were here. Should I breastfeed him now? Yes, he needs to sleep. No. Not again. Pick up. Suck. Burp. Buh. Chapter 2. Being a kid is embarrassing. It's been 4 years since I arrived in this world as a newborn, and life has been relatively peaceful here. Inko has taken very good care of me while still having to go out to work. Being a single mother isn't easy. But the annoying part was that I had to live most of that time with Izuku. Inko is a sweetheart, but I can't stand Kid Izuku. But anyway, I've moved past the phase of just complaining. I learned to fly when I completed my first week of life. I looked like a possessed baby floating around the room at night. Sometimes I fly through the sky at night, also through space, enjoying the planets and stars. Kind of gives me a feeling of freedom and peace. Well, when my first month of life came around, I decided to test my powers again. Ended up in a galaxy that was very, very far from ours. Just for safety. And well, let's just say I'm grateful for making that decision. 'Cause I ended up destroying the galaxy in a matter of minutes while testing my powers. I expected something like that could happen. After all, I'm practically a multiversal entity that still doesn't have total control over its powers. Beautiful thing, isn't it? Since then, I've been training my powers and abilities all the time. My training routine only takes an hour, so there's no way my sleeping mom will notice I'm gone. She sleeps like an angel, completely unaware of my nighttime adventures. Changing the subject, the mangas in this world is terrible. The mangaka seem to lack creativity. All the manga I find are just about heroes or of people with unique quirks. Even the romances include a bit of quirk usage, but I don't blame them since 80% of this world's population has a power. But this All Might manga I'm reading is garbage. Ryuji. And there goes my piece. It was little Izuku, who circled the playground to reach the tree where I was sitting and relaxing. He was holding a new All Might figure, which I think Inko buy it for him. But seriously, give me a break, kid. He's like a ball of constant energy, always excited and full of life when he's around me. Sometimes I wonder where he gets all this energy from. Maybe it's just because he's a child? Look, Ryuji. Look what Mom gave me. It's the new All Might, isn't it amazing? He exclaims, his eyes shining with excitement as he shows me his new All Might figure. I just roll my eyes. Yeah, Izuku, really cool, I reply, trying to sound interested. But man, I'm exhausted. Tired of pretending to be a 4-year-old, and it's tiring to put up with kids all the time. Sure, in front of my dear mother I'm a little angel, but with Izuku and the other kids I'm known as the quiet kid. The other kids find me strange because I don't like playing and spend all my time reading manga, which suits me just fine. I can barely handle Izuku, so imagine dealing with another one? Thinking of him, I forgot he's right here beside me, babbling about All Might and his deeds. Course, I smile and nod at him. Yeah, Izuku, he's amazing, I say, forcing some enthusiasm into my voice. But deep down, all I want is a little peace and quiet. I just can't understand what Izuku sees in All Might to be like this. Like, okay, I get that All Might is a great hero and all. But does that change when the person in front of me has over 20 action figures, the entire room themed around All Might, a costume, an alarm clock, a bunch of books and manga, and a pair of socks with mini All Might figures? It's almost scary the level of fanaticism he has at just 4 years old. I need to do something about this before it's too late. Let's play heroes, Ryuji. I'll be All Might and you can be Endeavor, he exclaims excitedly, waving the All Might figure in front of me as if trying to attract a cat. I take a deep breath, trying to keep my patience intact and focus at acting like a child. Izuku, I've told you before I don't like these kinds of games. Why don't you go play with other kids? I suggest, hoping he'll finally get the message that I'm not interested. But of course, he doesn't give up so easily. Oh, come on, Ryuji. You always say that. Come on, it'll be fun. So you can be a super powerful hero and save the world with me, he insists, his eyes shining with the pure innocence of a child. I sigh again, realizing there's no escaping this situation. Fine. Fine. But only for a little while, okay? He lets out a squeal of happiness and starts setting up an entire imaginary battle scene while I pretend to get into the game. It's still weird, but I do it for my mom. She's always happy when she sees me interacting with other kids. And, well, maybe, just maybe, there's a small part of me that enjoys this a bit too. After all, it's not every day you get the chance to live a completely carefree life, even if it's only temporarily. So, with a huge sacrifice of my mental maturity, I join Izuku in his hero playtime. I started the game with Izuku, shamefully pretending to be a fearless hero, but I can't help but notice the tension in the air. Something's off. And then, as if the heavens were conspiring against me, that's when I noticed little Bakugo coming towards us. He was headed our way, with that confident look he must have learned to do even in the womb. And, of course, he wasted no time in starting to provoke. What are you two doing here? Playing heroes? Pathetic, he said with a smirk on his face and rolling his eyes in disdain. Ah, big surprise, Bakugo being his usual self. And what's with that dynamite hair? I wonder if his comb is also a time bomb. Well, it would explain a lot about the state of his hair. Seriously, it's impressive that he can maintain that hairstyle even as a kid. Izuku looked at Bakugo with that mix of fear and admiration that always accompanies him when it comes to this guy. I was just kidding, Kaken. You don't have to be so mean, he murmured, trying to keep his composure in the presence of Bakugo. I rolled my eyes. It's annoying having to deal with this brat all the time. Relax, Izuku. Let me handle this dynamite head here, I said to Izuku, confidently looking at Bakugo. We're just having fun, Kaken. No need to be so bitter all the time, I replied, doing my best not to laugh at his indignant expression. But, of course, he wasn't going to let it go that easily. He turned to me, his eyes sparkling with pure malice. And who are you to tell me what to do, Pumpkinhead? You're just a spoiled brat, he spat the words out as if it were a serious insult. Seriously? At least my head doesn't look like it's about to explode at any moment. Maybe you should consider getting a different hairstyle. Maybe a decent haircut will make you look less like a human grenade. I couldn't help but jab, my sharp tongue always ready for a good tease. And man, it was so satisfying to see the shocked expression on his face when he heard my joke about him. He clenched his fists, ready to literally blow up, but then seemed to think better of it. You know what? I don't have time for idiots like you. I'll find someone worthy to play with, he growled before turning and walking away, his aura of anger still present even as he distanced himself. I watched him go, a triumphant smile on my lips. Seriously, sometimes I wonder what this guy has that makes him so explosive. Besides the hair, of course, I asked, laughing a little at the situation. Izuku just shook his head, looking a bit sad. I think Kaken is just hurt inside and doesn't know how to deal with it, he murmured, looking at the ground with a thoughtful expression. I grimaced. Seriously, Izuku? He's the same guy who will tell you to jump off a cliff in the future and you hit me with that? Sigh. I can't help but roll my eyes at Izuku's naive view of Bakugo. But he's not to blame, he's still a kid at this point. But I'm sure his being a complete jerk has nothing to do with it, I reply with a sarcastic tone, unable to contain my sharp tongue. I recall all the times he treated me like trash, like I was just a pebble in his path, and I wonder where he got all that arrogance. Well, anyway, I guess it's time for me to head out. I've got something important to do at home, I say, starting to walk away from the park. Izuku waves to me, still with a pensive look on his face. Okay, Ryuji. I'll be heading out soon with Mom. We're going to the hospital to find out about my quirk. Wait, would that be today? Aw man, looks like I'll have to deal with a crybaby tomorrow. That's great, Izuku. Don't be sad if you don't get something good, you can still become a hero. I forced a smile, though inside I was praying he wouldn't turn into a crybaby after finding out he's quirkless. Izuku waved enthusiastically, that glimmer of hope in his eyes. Thanks, Ryuji. I hope I have a quirk like All Might's. Yeah, that would be cool. I responded vaguely, already taking steps towards the park exit. Izuku seemed to notice my haste and followed me. Ryuji, don't you want to come with me to the hospital? It'll be fun to find out my quirk together. Seriously, kid, your innocence is poison to you. Oh, Izuku, I'd love to go, but I have some things to take care of at home. Izuku seemed a little disappointed, but quickly perked up. That's okay, Ryuji. We'll meet up at your place later, okay? Okay. I replied quickly, already walking away as he waved excitedly. I've got business to attend to on another planet, honestly. I rarely have time in the afternoon to go out and train, so I should make the most of this little time I'll pretend I'm home to go out. Besides, I have to make sure I don't destroy any more galaxies while training my powers. It's not every day you have to worry about not blowing up the universe while doing what seems to be push-ups, after all. But hey, that's what happens when you're basically a multiversal entity trapped in a kid's body. I stop walking and glance around the empty street, already far from the park. I figure I can skip the part about heading home. Well, time to leave, I murmur to myself before a Doctor Strange-style portal appears beneath me and whisks me away to another place. It was another planet, far beyond our galaxy. I look around, taking in the rocky desert stretching as far as the eye can see. It was my training ground, my personal sanctuary to hone my skills. Let's switch to something better first. I need to change this 4-year-old child appearance to something more appropriate. So I focus and a golden light starts enveloping my childlike body, shining intensely and illuminating the entire area around. Felt like the sun itself had decided to pay a visit to the desert. But gradually the light dims in intensity until it becomes a luminous golden humanoid figure standing at 1.88 meters. The light fractures and shatters, with the shards of light dissipating like dust, revealing my new form. A muscular man with long golden hair, looking at his left hand thoughtfully. He was striking the same pose as adult Gon after using Nen. "Ah, much better," I comment to myself, opening and closing my hand to check my adult form. Man, it feels good to be free from that child's body. This cellular and molecular manipulation ability sure was handy. I could control and alter every cell and molecule of my body at will. But it wasn't just that, I had the power to manipulate and alter any cellular and molecular structure no matter who or what it was. I also found out that most of the abilities I have come from it, which made me more interested in what scale this power is. I remember it was so strong that Sentry used it to defeat and disintegrate Molecule Man himself. He did the job of defeating the guy who manipulates molecules in his own area. Just freaking awesome. I've already mastered and learned a bunch of skills and powers that Sentry had. But man, there's still a lot missing. Now I look like a walking encyclopedia of superpowers. Besides the insane strength and speed and heightened senses, I can also perceive auras and energies from afar. Sentry could even detect energies in the heart of the multiverse, just to give you an idea of the magnitude of this guy's power. Flying is easy, and I don't even need food, water, or oxygen. Regarding the immortality I must have gotten, I'm not going to give myself the time to test it. We're talking about a guy who came back to life even after being wiped from time. The same guy Morgana Le Fay used magic to rewrite reality and prevent his rebirth, but he simply said screw it and came back as if nothing had happened and killed her. So I'll skip that verification. Moving on, I can manipulate energy, absorb energy, create force fields, alter and manipulate matter on an atomic level, even mess with antimatter. And I still have an arsenal of mental abilities that would make Xavier sweat. Telepathy, telekinesis, emotional control. I could probably handle Bakugo with those. And that's just the beginning of what I can do. I can create life, heal, manipulate diseases, even mess with reality, although it's a bit difficult right now. But it took me a long time to get the hang of some of these things. Learning to mess with molecular manipulation was hell. And telekinesis? Even harder. At first I couldn't even lift a stone without causing havoc on the planet where I trained. It was harder than messing with telepathy, seriously. Anyway, you can see I have an endless list of powers. And that's just the basics I've learned. Imagine how many more powers and abilities Sentry hasn't shown. He's a bottomless pit of abilities. But let's focus on training. I don't want to sound like a fanboy talking about my favorite character. Today, I'm thinking of doing a slightly different training. I'm thinking of playing God today and creating life. Not that I haven't done it before, but I had only made slimes before. I want to create a person, something closer to being human. So I did some studying beforehand to avoid problems. I have to thank my ability to never forget anything I learn or see. Anyway, let's get started. I reach my hand forward, it begins to glow, and a luminous golden figure starts to appear. I was creating life, still kind of complicated, but nothing that lasts more than 5 minutes. Here we go. I want him to look like DC's Lucifer Morningstar, short blonde hair, blue eyes, 1.3 meters tall, and golden wings. Now, the personality. I think I want something like Overlord's Demiurge, but without the evil part, of course. I don't want to deal with a happy farm. About strength and speed, maybe a little weaker than Weakened All Might. I don't want him ridiculously strong. The abilities. Shape-shifting, regeneration, heightened perception, and flame manipulation. I won't give him a bunch of stuff, kinda going to use him for other tasks when I get back home. The golden light shattered, revealing the figure of Lucifer. Yeah, I'll call him that. I gave him a black British suit. He looked like a professional businessman or lawyer. He opens his eyes, looks around before turning to me and quickly kneeling. I greet the great supreme being. The one who created me and gave me life, I will serve for all my meaningful existence, he said firmly, but a bit too formally for my taste. All right. I appreciate your loyalty to me. I made sure to emphasize his loyalty to me as his main focus. I don't want to deal with a traitor later. It's the least I can do for the one who created me. It is my joy to serve the supreme being until my meaningful death. Okay, I hope this loyalty doesn't turn into fanaticism. I see. Anyway, let's get to the point. Lucifer, I want you to fight me. My response made Lucifer look up with wide eyes. But it's an order from me and it's not like you'll even scratch me, right? Well, I need to test out the product I just made. I understand. As expected of the supreme being, I should know that I am a mere ant at your feet. Lucifer chuckled bitterly. It was already obvious, oh Sherlock Holmes. As Lucifer stood up, I took the opportunity to materialize clothing on myself. Yes, I had been naked since I transformed from my child body to this adult one. I materialized the sentry suit on myself. It was fair and showed off my muscles. It was actually quite comfortable. Anyway, let's get to it. I teleported a little farther from Lucifer to create a good terrain. 5 golden energy spheres appeared around me after crossing my arms. On the count of 3, Lucifer seemed tense and nervous, opening his golden wings. Relax, dude, I'm not going to kill you. Well, let's play a little. 3. I shot the energy spheres toward Lucifer, each moving as if they had a life of their own. Lucifer flapped his wings and shot up into the sky. He's actually dodging pretty well from the spheres I sent, but let's up the difficulty a bit. With a snap of my fingers, the spheres expanded rapidly and became gigantic before splitting into thousands of other smaller spheres and going after Lucifer. Isn't this a bit unfair? Lucifer chuckled bitterly, watching the stream of golden light chasing after him. Kind of ironic for someone named Lucifer to say that. The spheres relentlessly chased Lucifer through the sky, creating a magnificent and beautiful spectacle of lights in the sky of that rocky planet. And I was thoroughly enjoying it. It was like conducting a musical orchestra. Each sphere followed a pattern, a rhythm like musical notes on a score. And I, the conductor of this spectacle, moved my hands in rhythmic gestures like a maestro directing a celestial symphony. The spheres danced in the air, guided by the invisible baton of my will. As some of the spheres got close to Lucifer, I made them explode with a simple snap of my fingers. And so I created a spectacle of light and sound with these bursts, a true festival of golden glows illuminating the night sky of that uninhabitable planet. Lucifer flew in zigzags, trying to escape the spheres and explosions surrounding him. But then I enveloped Lucifer with the spheres, creating a luminous spherical vortex around him. But the spectacle was abruptly interrupted by an explosion of flames that dispersed all the spheres, followed by what looked like a phoenix of fire. Damn it, Lucifer, I was enjoying the vibe. Well, it seems things are about to heat up here. Literally. Now that I think about it, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Nah, I must just be overthinking. Chapter 3, Quirk doesn't define someone's worth. A distant planet, beyond the boundaries of the known, gleamed under a pale sun that barely warmed its rocky surface. The stone formations stood tall like ancient guardians, sculpted by erosion and winds of a forgotten millennium. The arid soil cracked under the heat of the day, deep fissures cutting through the land like ancient scars. The silence was absolute, a sound filter so deep it seemed to reverberate in anyone who had ears to hear it. But of course no one did. The sky, a dull and lifeless blue, maintained its serenity until an explosion of light crossed the atmosphere. The tranquility of the place was brutally interrupted by what appeared to be a ball of fire falling from the sky, tearing through space and transforming the silence into a deafening roar. The fireball hit the ground with a devastating impact, sending a shockwave that shook distant mountains and shattered the larger rocks like glass. In the center of the crater, surrounded by broken rocks and dust still in the air, stood Lucifer, panting. His appearance was worn, his clothes slightly burned, but his eyes shone with fierce determination. He looked up, seeing Ryuji slowly descending from the sky, enveloped in a golden aura that contrasted with the darkness around. Ryuji landed gently beside the crater, as if the weight of his body was insignificant to the ground that had just suffered such devastation. "You weren't too bad for my first organic creation," Ryuji said, crossing his arms and observing Lucifer with an assessing gaze. Lucifer smiled, even as he struggled to rise from the ground. "I appreciate the compliment, Master," he replied, his voice still slightly breathless but full of sincere humility. Ryuji returned the smile, noticing the loyalty reflected in his creation's eyes. "Well, you passed the first test," he said, approaching Lucifer. "The second test will be when we go to the planet where I've been living. There, I'll give you some tasks to do as soon as we arrive." With a simple hand gesture, Ryuji traced a circle in the air as if drawing invisible lines. The golden lines followed the movement of his hand, forming an intricate pattern that pulsed with energy. In an instant, the pattern shone brightly and expanded, creating a shimmering portal with golden edges, similar to Doctor Strange's portals. In the center of the portal, constellations and nebulas spun, a glimpse of infinity between worlds. "Let's go," Ryuji said, entering the portal without hesitation. Lucifer, with one last glance at the battlefield he barely escaped, followed his master. The first thing I did after returning to Earth was to brief Lucifer on the tasks he would need to do. Basically, the guy would be my personal spy. A spy with golden wings and a charming smile, but still my spy. It wasn't that complicated. I explained the tasks, the places to infiltrate, the people to keep an eye on, not to raise suspicions about his existence, and voila! Lucifer was ready to be my scout. Of course, I made it clear that he couldn't hurt anyone, at least not without my authorization. After taking care of business with Lucifer, I returned to my original form. You know, that adorable little kid everyone thinks is so sweet. You'd never guess I can destroy galaxies with a snap of my fingers, right? Well, I prefer it that way. Fewer questions, fewer problems. I materialized back in the park where I always play with Izuku. I was invisible behind some trees and bushes, and the first thing I did was check if no one was around. You never know, right? After making sure the coast was clear, I stepped out of my hiding place and started walking home. It's not too far from the park, so it didn't take long to get there. Arriving home, I gave the usual greeting, "Tadaima!" Of course, this immediately caught my mother Aiko's attention. She was in the living room, probably cooking or tidying up something as usual. "Oh, Ryuji, welcome back," she responded with that soft and caring voice only a mother could have. Look, Aiko is a wonderful mom, the kind who wraps you in a tight hug and makes you forget the world can be a pretty messed up place. She's loving, always worried about my well-being, and does everything to make me happy. But if I'm being honest, there are some downsides. She worries too much. Like way too much. Sometimes it's suffocating. And there's that thing of wanting to protect me from everything and everyone, as if I were a porcelain doll. Little does she know I'm tougher than adamantium. "How was your day, sweetheart?" she asked as she approached me, probably to give me a hug or something like that. "It was fun. I played heroes with Izuku," I said, trying to keep things normal. Couldn't exactly tell her how I almost burned a planet while playing God. "Oh, that's good. Izuku is such a lovely boy, isn't he?" Speaking of which, I heard from his mother that they went to the hospital today to confirm his quirk. That made me raise an eyebrow. I knew I was forgetting something. Looks like I'll have work to do tomorrow. Really? Good for him. I hope he gets a really good quirk, I said, trying to sound interested in the topic even though I know he's not going to have any quirk. Ko seemed thoughtful for a moment, her expression changing to something more melancholic. "You know, your father and I never had quirks. It makes me wonder if maybe I'm wrong in wanting everyone to have one. If you don't have a quirk, that's okay, right? What matters is who you are on the inside." Damn, this again? I know my mom and dad are quirkless, but this topic has been coming out of my mom's mouth ever since I turned 4. But this shitty world which defines your social worth based on a stupid power has been pissing me off. Without a quirk, you're already at a disadvantage. Society looks at you like you're a piece of trash, something defective without purpose. And it doesn't stop there. If you have a negative quirk that screws you over instead of helping, it automatically puts you in the villain box. No one gives you a second chance. And what about mutant quirks? Damn, being different here is almost a social death sentence. They call you a monster, isolate you as if you're not worthy of sharing the same space as them. All of this disgusts me to no end. What kind of fucked up society judges someone just by a power they didn't choose? And the worst part is that in the beginning of the anime, this shit isn't even addressed as it should be. The author did a shitty job ignoring it, focusing only on the cute heroes and stereotyped villains when he could have used this in the beginning when Izuku was revealed to be quirkless. It's only in the later arcs that he decided to touch on this sore spot, but it was too late. The damage was already done for those who followed the series. I'm not going to make the same mistake. I'm going to change this whole damn thing. You're going to. Ryuji. My mother's voice pulls me back to reality. I look at her and see the concern etched on her face. Are you okay, sweetheart? Shit. I must have been making an expression that doesn't match a 4-year-old at all. I take a deep breath and try to smile. Calm down, Ryuji, everything's going to be fine. This world still has hope, and I'm going to be the one to make it happen. Aiko moved slowly, as if she was afraid she had said something to hurt me. Little does she know nothing could be further from the truth. However, I can't stand seeing that worry in her eyes anymore. I enveloped my body in a golden glow. I think this will be enough for now. Ko stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise. Then, she rushed over to me and wrapped me in a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. Ryuji, you have a quirk. I always knew you were special. She cried with joy, not even imagining that all of this is a lie. A lie I created to give her some peace of mind. I'll support you in everything, Ryuji, she said between sobs. Throughout your life, I'll always be by your side. I returned the hug, feeling her warmth enveloping me. I know, Mom. And I'm going to make it worth it. I'm going to make this world a better place, even if I have to crush all this rot with my own hands. So don't worry about me. I'm going to change this world for you and for all the people who suffer in it. Yesterday was a very strange day. Mom took me to the hospital and the doctor looked at me with those serious eyes and said that I don't have a quirk. He said I won't be able to have one ever. He explained many things, but all I could understand was that I am different. But different in a bad way because all the other kids have quirks except for me. When I was in the car going home, I tried not to cry in front of Mom. But it was hard. I wanted so much to be like All Might, to be a hero that everyone loves. How can I be a hero without a quirk? Everyone has one except me. It feels like the whole world is laughing at me, like it's some big joke. I want so much to have a quirk. Why don't I have one? Why me? Today at kindergarten, the other kids were showing their quirks to each other. They were so happy, bragging, laughing. I wanted to hide. I felt my heart tighten, like there was a knot in my throat. I didn't want to be there, didn't want to hear what they were saying. Caregivers saw that I was sad. They came over, trying to say that it was okay, that I was special in other ways, but I just wanted to shrink away and disappear. How can I be special without a quirk? All I wanted was to be like the others, but it seems like that will never happen. Why is the world like this? Why did I have to be born without a quirk? So unfair. At recess, I was sitting in a corner far away from the other kids. They were all playing, showing their quirks, laughing, and I just wanted to disappear. I guess someone like me who doesn't have a quirk shouldn't be around them. I'm the only one who is different, the only one who can't do anything special. I don't have an amazing quirk, so I don't have the right to mix with them. I saw Kaken in the middle of the playground, always surrounded by other kids. He is so amazing. His quirk is incredible, making those explosions, and everyone thinks he's the best. I wanted so much to be like him, to have a cool quirk. If I had one, would the other kids like me too? Would I be as cool as Kaken? Suddenly, I heard someone calling me. My thoughts were interrupted, and I looked around, trying to find the voice. It was Ryuji. "Hi, Izuku," he said with that serious tone of his. "You're in my reading spot." I didn't even realize I was in the spot where he always reads. "Oh, sorry, Ryuji. I didn't even notice," I murmured weakly. I hadn't even noticed his presence here. Maybe he's right, maybe my place isn't here. I tried to get up, but before I could leave, Ryuji stopped me. "Where are you going?" "Oh, I don't know," I answered, still a bit lost. All I wanted was to get away, to hide. "You're acting strange, Izuku. Normally you wouldn't leave so easily," Ryuji said with that direct tone of his. He always speaks like that, straightforward. I looked at him, trying to force a smile, but inside, it felt like my heart was heavy. I'm fine, Ryuji. Just don't want to be a bother." Ryuji looked at me for a while, like he was trying to understand what I was feeling. Then, he sighed and sat down in his reading corner under the tree. "I'm not going to force you to say anything if you don't want to," he said, picking up the manga he always brings. I stood there, not knowing what to do. He started reading, leaving me there, alone again. For a moment, I thought about leaving, but my legs stopped midway. Why can't I just go? It's like something inside me is screaming to talk to him. I swallowed hard and gathered the courage to go back to where he was. My hands were trembling, and I could feel my heart beating fast. "Ryuji." I started, nervous. He looked up from his manga, waiting for me to continue. Yesterday the doctor said that I don't have a quirk," I blurted out. The words came out jumbled, but I needed to speak. "He said I'll never have a quirk, Ryuji, never." Ryuji stared at me for a second, expressionless. I continued, even with my voice trembling. "It's okay if you don't want to be my friend anymore. I understand. Who would want to be friends with someone who doesn't have a quirk?" Ryuji looked at me as if he was thinking about something. "Why would I stop being your friend?" he asked, without changing his tone. I blinked, surprised. He didn't get it? "It's just, I don't have a quirk. I'm different from the others." He shrugged, like it wasn't important. "What does having a quirk have to do with it? With or without a quirk, you're still my friend." I stood there, not knowing what to say. Friend? He had never called me that directly. I felt a strange mix of relief and surprise. He really doesn't care if I have a quirk or not. "So, you're not going to leave me?" I asked, with a timid hope in my voice. Ryuji shook his head, going back to his manga. "Don't worry about something like that. Come here and read with me." I stayed there, not knowing whether to sit or not. But after a few seconds, I sat next to him, still trying to process what he had said. He doesn't care, he really doesn't care if I have a quirk or not. Maybe I still have someone by my side, even if I'm different. I looked at the manga he was reading. Everything seemed less distant now, as if Ryuji had lit up the path that I had previously seen as dark. Maybe things weren't so bad after all. In the depths of the dark night over Japan, in one of the cities with the highest rate of villainy, the silhouette of a man in a British red suit and short blonde hair stood out easily. Not only because of his 6-feet-tall stature, but mainly due to the imposing pair of retracted golden wings on his back. He walked casually through a dark and poorly lit alley, with an almost serene expression. In a casual movement, he took a cigarette from the inner pocket of his jacket and lit it. After the first drag, the ashes fell to the ground, which was strangely stained with red. The alley was filled with bodies. Some burned, others sliced, all in grotesque positions. The most striking, however, was the trail of blood leading to a fallen man, who was uselessly trying to drag himself away from the suited stranger. The fallen man was legless, his clothes soaked in blood, and his breath heavy with pure despair. He turned around, his eyes wide with panic. "No, don't come closer," he pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. "You're a monster. Stay away." The light from one of the few lamps in the alley flickered, plunging the area into darkness for a brief moment. When the light returned, the suited man seemed to have disappeared. For a moment, the fallen man felt a glimmer of hope, believing he might have escaped. But then he noticed a large shadow forming over him. Cold and calm voice echoed above his head. "It's ironic, a villain calling another a monster," the voice said, with a hint of contempt. "I only wanted a little help to collaborate, but you decided to attack me first. I was merely defending myself." The fallen man slowly raised his eyes, meeting the impassive gaze of the suited blonde, his golden wings now fully spread, blocking any escape route. Ashes from the blonde's cigarette fell onto the fallen man's bloodied forehead, making him shiver with fear. "It was nice doing business with you," the suited man concluded, his voice laden with a cutting coldness. The last glimmer of hope faded from the fallen man's eyes as darkness seemed to close in around him. Chapter 4, Rice Cake. Everything was dark and warm. I couldn't see anything, only feel. A warmth that embraced me, that made me feel safe, as if the whole world was just that. I didn't know there was more outside the darkness. Sometimes there was a tightness, but it was nice, like I was being carried by something big and gentle. But then it hurt. A strange pain I had never felt before, as if something was pushing me. And then suddenly it got cold. A cold that made me shiver, and there was a light so bright it hurt my eyes, even though I didn't know what light was until that moment. When I opened my eyes, everything was new and strange. I just wanted to go back to the warm place, but now everything was different. There was so much space around me, and the air brushed against my fur. It wasn't bad, just weird. In the first few days, I just slept and ate. Eating was good, it made the cold go away for a while. Then I'd sleep again. But then I started moving my little paws and I learned to stand and walk. A bit wobbly, but I managed. And then I started playing. There were others like me, my siblings, and we'd run around and bite each other. It was fun. There were also those big ones who walked on two legs. They were huge and never hurt me. They were gentle, bringing food and affection. I didn't understand why they liked us, but I liked them. Over time, my siblings started disappearing. One by one, those big ones would come and take them away. I didn't know where they went. I kept waiting for them to come back, but they never did. Till one day it was my turn. A young one from the big ones picked me up, along with what seemed to be his father. The young one had a happy smell. I couldn't resist and licked his face. He laughed and held me carefully. Then I felt happy too. I was taken to a new place. It was big and different. First, I really missed my mom, her warmth. But the young one, who I soon found out was named Sam, played with me and gave me so much affection that I started to like that place. I still thought about my mom, but not as much. I grew up and got strong. I ran fast and played with Sam. We went to a big place he called a park. There were other dogs there. Different from my mom, but nice. Till what I liked most was playing ball with Sam. But time passed and Sam started playing less with me. He was gone for long periods. One day, he brought a female of his kind home. He called her Vanessa. At first, I didn't like her. Her smell was strange, and I didn't want her around. But Sam would get mad when I tried to push her away, so I stopped caring. After a while, Vanessa stopped coming. One day, I found Sam in the room with a sad smell. I didn't like that smell. I went up to him and licked his face to try to get rid of it. He smiled and hugged me. I didn't understand why he was sad, but I just wanted him to be happy. Later on, Sam brought another female, Emily. Her smell was good and I liked her. They were happy together and they always played with me. One day they had a young one. They named him Anthony. I watched Anthony grow, get strong and full of energy. But I was getting more and more tired. I wanted to play, but I didn't have the strength. I ended up just lying there watching. One day I slept a lot and woke up in a white place. Sam and Emily were there and another big one was talking to them. The sad smell was strong again. I tried to get up to get rid of it, but I was too tired. I wanted to play with Sam, but I couldn't move. Sam came close and hugged me. I licked his face, trying to clean the tears that were falling from his eyes. I wanted so badly to have the strength to play again to make him smile, but I was so tired. Then I felt a strong urge to sleep. I tried not to, but I couldn't help it. I closed my eyes and everything went dark again. But then I felt it. Warmth, pain, cold, and light. When the light came, it wasn't so frightening anymore. I opened my eyes slowly and saw the first thing in this new life, my mother. She was big, beautiful, her fur as white as the snow covering the ground outside. Her gaze was gentle, and her rough tongue passed over my face, cleaning me and bringing me comfort. I didn't need to understand the words she didn't say. She was there, and that was enough. My siblings were there too, small like me. They squirmed, seeking her warmth and competing for the best spot to feed. I did the same because the cold was uncomfortable and hunger was an instinct impossible to ignore. The days passed. I learned to walk, to run, to play. Our pack was strong and united, led by an imposing wolf with gray fur and eyes as sharp as blades. My father. He watched over everything, and when I stumbled, I felt his attentive gaze. He didn't say anything, just waited. I had to learn on my own. But the strangest thing about the pack was what made us different. My siblings had gifts I didn't understand at first. One of them, bigger than the rest, could jump so high it almost seemed like he was flying. Another, with golden eyes, roared and made the snow stir as if it were alive. My mother also had something special. When she ran, she would disappear for a moment and reappear a few steps ahead, as if bending space itself. I watched, fascinated, and I waited for my moment. But it never came. Time passed, and everyone in my litter showed their abilities. I tried. I hunted, ran, pushed my body. I tried to jump like my brother, roar like the other. But nothing happened. And then came the night when everything changed. We were gathered, surrounding a pup who, like me, had no ability. But he was smaller, weaker. And the pack decided he wasn't worthy. He was cast out. Without warning, without mercy. He whimpered, tried to come back, but my father growled. My mother looked away. And the others just accepted it. He disappeared into the darkness of the forest, and I never saw him again. Fear settled in my chest. I would be next. I knew it. So I tried even harder. I hunted until my paws ached, ran until my breath burned. I tried, but my body didn't respond. I wasn't special. Not like them. And then, on the coldest night I had ever felt, my turn came. The farewell was quick. My father just looked at me, and I understood. My mother lowered her head but said nothing. No one did anything. Cold cut through me, and the snow buried my paws as I wandered through the forest. I didn't know where to go. I just knew I couldn't stop. My eyes burned, but I didn't want to close them. I was afraid to sleep and never wake up. I spent days walking, my body growing weaker, my belly aching with hunger. But I kept going. That's when I sensed them. The ones who walk on two legs. But they weren't like Sam or Emily. Their scent wasn't of home or affection. It was of metal, blood, and something rotten. They surrounded me too quickly, and I didn't have the strength to run. A net trapped me before I could react. I tried to fight, bit, scratched, but it was no use. They laughed. And then they put me in a cold cage. This time, the dark and the cold weren't a safe embrace. They were a prison. And I didn't know where they were taking me. 8 years later. Alright, before anything else, let's get one thing straight. Izuku Midoriya is a walking disaster. Like, pure chaos encapsulated in a 13-year-old kid with an obsession for armor worthy of a Tony Stark wannabe. I don't know how he managed it, but apparently, he found a way to hang upside down from a tree in his makeshift armor. Seriously, I arrived at the forest, and there he was. Upside down. Suck. I didn't even ask what happened. I just sighed, coughed to get his attention, and crossed my arms, staring at that tragic scene. Ryuji! Hey, I need a little help here, he called out, retracting the helmet of his armor and revealing his slightly flushed face. What if I leave you there just a little longer? Maybe it'll teach you a lesson about testing armor in the middle of the forest without a plan B. He made that abandoned puppy face. I sighed and gestured with my hand, enveloping him in a golden energy, lifting the poor guy off the tree and placing him back on the ground. As soon as he landed, he let out a relieved sigh. But before he could even thank me, he started mumbling technical details about the propulsion boots that failed and, well, ended up leaving him in the position of a rookie bat. Oh, right. It's my fault he ended up like this. You see, canon Izuku Midoriya is that crybaby who wants to save everyone and has an almost unhealthy obsession with heroes. I looked at that and thought, no. Let's try to improve this. So, on his 5th birthday, I gave him a comic book of Iron Man. Well, he devoured it like it was some holy Bible because the story was so interesting and different from the usual stuff, and before I knew it, he started wondering how he could be like Tony Stark. And of course, I encouraged him. I said maybe he could create his own armor and fight even without a quirk. And look where that got us. A genius engineering Izuku with a tendency to hang himself from trees. Oh, and it doesn't stop there. I had to keep the explosive guy away from him, thank you well-placed headbutts. Were there tears? Yes. Were there excuses like, I'm not smart or rich enough for this? Also yes. But that's when I showed off a creation ability from my quirk. Of course, a nerfed version, I'm not stupid, but I showed enough to convince Izuku that he could, indeed, build his own inventions with my help as a supplier. And also, I used my quirk to boost his brain capacity. Yes, I cheated. Yes, technically, that could be considered giving him a quirk. But who cares? The important thing is that now he can create absurd things and has even turned down scholarships because he doesn't want to be away from his best friend. Was that cute? Yes. Was it also stupid? Very. Sometimes Izuku was dumb in a way that not even superintelligence could fix. My daydreaming was interrupted by my phone vibrating in my pocket. It was a message from Lucifer. Probably about some new project or more likely about that thing. Lucifer, by the way, is the real genius behind the most influential company in the world right now. Want to know the secret to his success? Me, of course. I gave him everything this world didn't have from my world. Manga, comics, game concepts, cell phones, and some technologies. Manga and comics like One Piece, Dragon Ball, Action Comics #1, Akira, The Amazing Spider-Man, Batman. Everything. The guy basically hit the jackpot multiple times in a row, and of course I'm reaping the benefits too. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and looked at Izuku, who was still talking about armor adjustments. I gotta go. They released a new volume of that manga I was reading. Izuku stopped immediately. Can you help me get to the workshop without being seen? I rolled my eyes but made a portal for him. His workshop is in an abandoned shed in a commercial district. As soon as he stepped through the portal, he made a comment. You know, your quirk is really absurdly strong. If only you'd let me analyze it better and develop. Nope. I cut him off quickly, already opening another portal. I wasn't going to give the young mad scientist a chance to experiment on me and find out I'm a bomb capable of destroying hundreds of galaxies. Without wasting any time, I created a portal behind me and threw myself backward into it, disappearing before Izuku could insist. Ryuji crossed through the portal and emerged into an absurdly well-furnished office. The kind of place that screams, "I'm ridiculously rich and can have anyone killed if they don't like my decor." Persian rugs, polished wood, a bookshelf filled with books Lucifer probably never opened, and a massive window with a panoramic view of the city. Yeah, that demon was living well. He walked over to the desk, plopping into the leather chair with the ease of someone who already owned the place. It didn't take long for the door to open and two figures to enter. First came Lucifer, the most insufferably efficient CEO in the world. Tall, elegant, wearing a perfectly tailored suit and carrying that sharp smile of someone who always has a plan in motion. And right behind him, as if walking in an erotic fashion show, came Tsunami. Or Isu for short. Ryuji's second creation and, honestly, more of a manifestation of his desires. With her dark skin contrasting against her short white hair and her fox ears, she exuded a dangerously sensual charm. Her single tail, which was actually 9 fused into one, swayed gracefully behind her, giving the impression that she was some kind of folk deity stepping out of a steamy dream. She wore a light blue and white kimono, cut low enough to be a blatant affront to good manners, yet still elegant, though her figure was voluptuous, thick, and curvaceous. Her breasts were ridiculously large. Seriously, how does she even walk with those? Her eyes were closed as always, but her smile said it all, equal parts provocation and mystery. "Master, it's a pleasure to see you again," Lucifer greeted with a slight bow, while Tsunami approached Ryuji, leaning over him with an even wider smile. Era, my dear master, it's been so long since I've seen you. And I still haven't given you the proper affection today," she said in her soft, alluring voice. Ryuji sighed and leaned back slightly. "Sue, control yourself. We're in a meeting," he said, cutting off any attempt at physical contact before it was too late. "You called me here for a reason, right?" Lucifer smiled, clearly pleased with his master's efficiency. "Indeed. We have news about All for One. Until recently, his actions were following the original timeline, but there's been a significant change. He made an overseas purchase and will be receiving the shipment tonight." Ryuji frowned. "This confirms that my presence is really altering the events of the canon timeline. Nothing too new, but annoying. Any details about the purchase?" Lucifer nodded. "Our spies haven't uncovered the exact nature of the product yet, but it's something alive. We suspect it's either a rare specimen or a test subject for his experiments." Ryuji let out a long sigh, processing the information. It was bad enough that Nana Shimura had somehow survived her confrontation with All for One and was now in a vegetative state. Now there was this unexpected variable outside the canon. "And there's more," Tsunami interrupted with a playful smile. "Eri has already fallen into Overhaul's hands, which means we'll be able to rescue her soon. Maybe we should adopt her. She'd be so cute. And you'd be the father, master." She winked provocatively. Ryuji stared at Tsunami blankly before rubbing his face. "I hate myself for programming you like this." Lucifer cleared his throat. "With all due respect, Tsunami, this kind of joking isn't appropriate." Era, I know, she replied, raising her hands in surrender. But her smile said she wasn't giving up that easily. Back to the report. Lucifer resumed with a slight sigh. "Kana Tsutsumi has been making great progress at the hero agency we established for her. Lady Nagant has already risen to 8th place in the pro-hero rankings, and her influence is growing rapidly. Our oversight of her agency has kept the Hero Association from interfering." Ryuji crossed his arms, thoughtful. "Good. Let's continue strengthening that position. We need to make sure she has enough power for when things start to fall apart." Lucifer nodded. "As you wish, Master." Tsunami, on the other hand, smirked. "And when will my dear master come visit me at the Nine and Tails Inn? There's a special room waiting for you, you know?" Ryuji sighed. "This is going to be a problem." Lucifer simply smiled and stepped back. "With all due respect, Master, you're the one who created this problem." Ryuji raised an eyebrow, feeling betrayed. Wasn't Lucifer supposed to defend him? That bastard. But speaking of the Nine and Tails Inn, Ryuji decided to ask Isuku about its financial status and customer flow. This caused Tsunami to shift into a more prideful version of herself, her smile widening with satisfaction. Oh, master! We're earning far more than any other tourist spot in Japan. Recently, we reached 5th place on the list of the most visited tourist attractions in the world. Customers are pouring in, the reception is always packed. She paused at the word reception, and her expression hardened instantly. Her sweet smile vanished for a brief moment, replaced by a scowl of irritation. But those disgusting looks from the men passing through the reception are annoying. My body and soul belong only to you, master. It's a hassle to deal with them, so I usually leave my assistants at the front desk. Ryuji sighed, unsure how to react to that. But before he could say anything, Tsunami muttered something he almost didn't catch. And then there was that insect, that bastard. In Tsunami's mind flashed the image of an extremely muscular, tall man with short red hair and a flaming beard, standing at the reception with his family while staring intently at her. Her pupilless eyes widened, her blue irises glowing with a frightening intensity. The aura around her grew heavy. The 3 Haitodamas floating around her increased in size, their flames crackling like bonfires in the midst of a storm. Lucifer, unfazed, simply took a step back, clearly already accustomed to Tsunami's outbursts. Ryuji, however, who was right in the center of the energy explosion, sighed and rubbed his temples. Calm down. This is getting too dramatic, even for you. No, master. How dare that despicable creature look at me with ulterior motives? I should have ripped his eyes out right then and there. Lucifer adjusted his tie, muttering, I would have dismembered him slowly, piece by piece. Tsunami slammed her hand on the table, slightly cracking the solid oak wood. It's outrageous. Insulting. Unacceptable. Ryuji blinked a few times and then shot a glance at Lucifer before initiating a telepathic conversation. Can you help me calm her down instead of standing there like a statue? Lucifer simply gave a small smile. I missed the part where that's my problem. Ryuji sighed and raised his hands in surrender. All right. I'll go to the Nine and Tails Inn, but none of your little games. Instantly, the heavy aura disappeared. Tsunami smiled, returning to her calm and maternal state, her eyes closing again as the Haitodamas around her shrank back to their normal size. Era! How delightful! I'll be eagerly waiting for you, my dear master. Lucifer crossed his arms and let out a sigh. You realize you just got manipulated, right? Ryuji sank into his office chair, closing his eyes. I know. The night was cold and dark at the docks, a place where silence was only broken by the occasional sound of containers being unloaded from a ship. The men present, all villains, were busy with heavy labor, their faces hidden by the shadows of the night. Some were on guard, scanning their surroundings with tense vigilance. One of the containers was finally opened, revealing a single small white creature. A small wolf pup with white fluffy fur, a large bushy tail and bright blue eyes that practically glowed in the dim light. It should have looked adorable, but its face was twisted in anger, and it snarled fiercely at the villains standing before it. Its body was covered in wounds, and crackling electricity emanated from its skin, hinting at the powerful quirk it possessed. The man who opened the container with a stern expression turned to the man beside him, who was dressed in a sleek suit and had the head of a falcon. The falcon-headed man looked at the wolf pup with an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed by the creature's ferocity. Everything here is for you, said the first man, his voice rough. I hope your buyer is satisfied. The falcon-headed man, with a cold and calculating smile, thanked him for the work. I'm sure he'll be more than satisfied, he replied, as his gaze shifted to the man in the suit who was already holding a phone in his hand. The man in the suit began to perform some actions on his phone and soon received a notification. He looked at the screen and confirmed that a large sum of money had been deposited into his account. He smiled, pleased with the payment. The falcon-headed man signaled to his henchmen, indicating that they should start loading the wolf pup into the truck. I've added a bonus for the cargo to arrive undamaged. Now let's proceed, he said authoritatively as he walked off to oversee the process. Meanwhile, someone on top of a container was watching the scene. His face was bored and his gaze was disinterested. He muttered to himself, "Things are too quiet. I don't see any heroes or even the police around. How boring, I could use a little action." Bolt, a villain hired as a bodyguard, with his youthful appearance and a quirk related to electricity and thunder, was known for his passion for fighting. His cyan eyes glowed under his thick eyebrows and messy bangs. He wore simple white clothes, including a large cape with a crumpled collar, and his sleeves were rolled up to reveal his bandage-wrapped forearms. Literally the Kashimo from Jujutsu Kaisen. He was a high-ranking villain, famous for his inclination to fight the strongest opponents. His actions were not motivated by theft or petty crimes, but by an unrelenting quest for combat challenges. The law of the strongest was his motto, and he always sought to fight powerful enemies to become even stronger. Bolt, however, was frustrated by the lack of battles in the past few months since he arrived in Japan. What the hell, why did I have to be so far away from where the original plot would take place? Before he could continue grumbling, a voice echoed, "So, you're a reincarnated one?" Bolt jumped up in surprise from the container, looking around for the source of the voice. Then he heard it. Before he could prepare for what was coming, something tore through the air and landed with a crash on the empty container behind Bolt. The shock was so sudden and powerful that everyone present was stunned. An intense green energy enveloped the area, and the dented container was now filled with a mysterious golden aura. Bolt turned toward the impact site and observed the dented container, revealing a strange man. He had golden hair, wore a blue shirt and brown pants, and his body was surrounded by a bright golden aura. "Didn't expect to find one here." The strange man spoke as he stepped out of the dented container, looking around before turning his gaze to Bolt. Tension hung in the air as Bolt watched the golden man who had just appeared, his expression shifting between surprise and excitement. Finally, something interesting was happening. "So, you're a reincarnated one?" the golden man repeated, his voice carrying a tone of curiosity and something else disdain. Bolt narrowed his eyes, his sharp instincts detecting a latent hostility in those words. He straightened up, stepping slightly away from the crushed container, his muscles tensing in anticipation. "What if I am?" Bolt asked, crossing his arms. "It's not like it's a crime, right?" The golden man smiled, but it was a cold smile. "Depends on who's asking." Before Bolt could respond, the golden figure vanished from his sight and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared right in front of him. A fist wrapped in shimmering energy shot straight toward his face. The villain, relying on his reflexes, dodged by a hair's breadth, but still felt the overwhelming pressure of the blow, which cut through the air like an invisible blade. The impact of the punch hit the container beside them, exploding it into pieces and sending debris flying in all directions. The villains below, who were transporting the cargo, looked up, alarmed by the sudden battle. "What the hell?" the falcon-headed man growled, retreating while shielding his eyes from the glow emanating from the newcomer. Bolt landed lightly on the ground, his body vibrating with pure electricity. His cyan eyes glowed intensely, his excitement palpable. "So, you're not here for small talk, huh?" He smiled, his hand crackling with high-voltage sparks. "Great. I was getting bored anyway." The golden man remained impassive, his eyes analyzing Bolt with a clinical gaze. "You shouldn't be here. None of you should." He raised his hand, and the energy around him began to intensify. "Unfortunately for you, I'm not the type to leave things out of place." Bolt laughed, throwing his head back. "Man, you talk like one of those balance the world fanatics or something. You know what? It doesn't matter. If you want to fight, then bring it on." Before the last word even left his lips, Bolt lunged forward, turning into an electric blur. His speed was absurd, leaving a trail of electricity on the ground as he charged at his opponent. The Golden Man didn't move, leaving Bolt confused as he charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of him, ready to strike. But in the blink of an eye, the Golden Man vanished from his sight and reappeared behind him. Bolt's eyes widened, his mind processing the absurd speed of his opponent. He quickly retreated to a safe distance, his heart racing from the adrenaline. "This guy is way too fast," he thought, clenching his teeth. "Allow me to pass for a moment." Calm voice of the Golden Man sounded behind him, and before Bolt could react, his body was hit by a flurry of invisible blows. It was as if the attacks were delayed in time, only manifesting after the man had already moved past him. Bolt couldn't withstand the onslaught and fell to his knees, his body covered in deep wounds as his breathing became irregular. He lifted his head, looking at the Golden Man, who now slowly turned to face him. Swallowing hard, Bolt tried to argue, his voice trembling. "Wait! I didn't do anything. I was just tired." His brain was working overtime, trying to figure out who the hell this man was. Then, the earlier question flashed back into his mind like lightning. You're a reincarnated one too, aren't you?" His eyes widened. "We're the same. We shouldn't be fighting. It doesn't make sense for us to kill each other." The Golden Man remained silent for a moment before responding, his voice cold and impartial. "That's the same thing the other 284,479 said to me before." Bolt's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was disintegrated with a wave of the hand, his existence erased as if he had never been there. The Golden Man watched the shimmering golden fragments disappear into the air, his expression impassive as the last trace of Bolt vanished. However, before he could reflect further on the matter, a deafening explosion echoed through the area, coming from the container where the cargo was supposed to be. Minutes earlier, the man with the falcon head held the wolf pup, which was thrashing desperately to escape his grip. "Stay still, damn mutt," he snarled, tightening his hold. But his complaint was cut short when he felt a sharp bite on his hand. "Arg! Damn it!" he shouted, instinctively dropping the pup. Enraged, he retaliated with a brutal kick, sending the small wolf crashing into the wall of the container. Creature whimpered in pain, its fragile body trembling from the impact. Its bright blue eyes fixed on the cruel man before it, filled with fear and a growing desire. It wanted power. Power to protect itself. Its muscles tensed as a tingling sensation spread through its body. Pup focused on that feeling, clinging to it with all its might. Suddenly, its body began to change. The villains around it stepped back in surprise as the small wolf began to grow, its bones cracking and muscles rapidly expanding. The falcon-headed man's eyes widened. "What the?" Creature continued to grow, its paws elongating and its body transforming into that of a gigantic adult wolf. Then, with a deafening roar, it opened its mouth and unleashed a destructive wave of compressed air. The impact was immediate. The falcon-headed man was torn apart before he could even scream, and the blast of wind destroyed part of the container and several pieces of equipment nearby. Exhausted, the creature collapsed heavily onto its side, breathing heavily. Its body slowly shrank back to its original size. Pain and fatigue were overwhelming, and hunger gnawed at its empty stomach. It tried to move, but everything felt too heavy. That's when it caught a familiar scent. Something warm. Something comforting. Its eyes slowly opened, and it saw a golden glow. Its body was gently lifted, and when its gaze focused, it found itself face to face with the Golden Man. "You don't look so good. Let me take care of you." His voice was gentle but firm. A golden aura enveloped her, and immediately the pain vanished. The fatigue dissipated, and the hunger disappeared. For the first time in a long while, she felt good. "There, that's better, Furball." The pup tilted its head, observing this strange but familiar human. His scent was good. attractive. Instinctively, her tail began to wag. Then, without hesitation, she lunged forward and licked his face. That moment, the golden man's body began to change, taking on a younger appearance and smaller size, reverting to the 13-year-old Ryuji Fujimoto. "Hey, take it easy, we just met," Ryuji protested, pushing her away slightly but smiling at her playfulness. The pup watched him intently, tilting her head to the side. He mimicked the gesture, and she did the same. Ryuji sighed, holding the little fur ball in his arms. "Now that I've got you, what do I do with you? Should I leave you with Lucifer? Nah. Asu? No way." Pup let out a small bark, as if responding. "You want to stay with me?" He raised an eyebrow. "I don't know if my mom allows pets at home." The wolf whimpered, her bright blue eyes filling with a teary, innocent glow. Ryuji felt a pang in his chest. All right, you can come with me. But first, I need to give you a name." He started thinking, mentally listing some names, all of them terrible. But as he looked at the pup again, an idea came to him. "Rice cake." Pup barked excitedly. Ryuji blinked. "Seriously? Rice cake?" She barked again, more insistently. He laughed, shaking his head. "All right, I'll call you Rice Cake. Welcome to the team." Chapter 5. Oh shit! A spider. The night loomed darkly over the Shai Hasekai compound, enveloping its traditional structure in a cloak of silence. The hideout, once pulsating with the presence of Yakuza members, now lay desolate. The heavy scent of ashes permeated the air, remnants of the charred skeletal bodies scattered across the ground. The shadows of flickering torches danced along the walls, casting distorted images that seemed to sway amidst the chaos. A scream pierced the silence, followed by hurried, heavy footsteps echoing through the underground labyrinth. Rikiya Katsukame ran desperately, his chest heaving as cold sweat dripped down his skin. His imposing, muscular figure, clad in his signature black tank top, was now stained with blood. Half of his left arm was missing, the charred flesh and exposed nerves throbbing in agony. Damn it, he growled, gasping for air, each frantic beat of his heart echoing like a war drum in his head. The vision of his comrades being swallowed by blue flames and their desperate screams still haunted him. Those cursed flames, no matter how hard they tried to extinguish them, they burned mercilessly, as if they were living entities, hungry for their prey. Mimic had saved him at the last moment, severing his arm infected by the fire and separating him from the enemy through a quick manipulation of the environment. If he was lucky enough to survive this, he swore he would thank Mimic for the rest of his life, if Mimic was even still alive. He spotted the exit, one of the many secret escape routes leading outside. His hope reignited for a fleeting moment, but then he saw it. A shadow. The end of the dark corridor, a figure stood elegantly still, like a predator waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. Kia felt a cold shiver run down his spine. His instincts screamed at him to run. No. Get away from me, he shouted in panic, quickly changing his route. But it was too late. A wall of blue flames rose before him, blocking his only way out. The intense heat made his skin tingle, and his terror reached new heights. Soft footsteps echoed through the tunnel as the shadow approached, revealing its identity. A tsunami. Her white and blue kimono floated lightly, and her slightly opened eyes glowed with an intense shade of blue. A faint smile played on her lips as she watched Rikiya's pathetic attempt to escape. How ironic, she murmured, her voice dripping with disdain. A Yakuza fearing death? I thought you were all ready to die. I expected more. Kia opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. He simply recoiled, his knees trembling. I could have ended this in an instant, as Tsunami continued, elegantly raising her fan and covering part of her face. But that would have been no fun, so I decided to amuse myself a little. Especially with you and your little friends. The Haitadamas floating around her grew larger, their blue flames crackling with fierce intensity. The amused expression on Tsunami's face darkened for a moment. The look you gave me when you saw me, disgusting. As if you had any right to look at me like that. Her eyes opened wider, glowing like blue flames. My body belongs to my master. And you... despicable man. Rukia tried to run, tried to scream, tried to do anything to stop the inevitable. But before he could even react, the flames engulfed him. His body burned instantly. Agonizing screams echoed through the tunnel, but they didn't last long. Soon, only ashes remained. Tsunami sighed, snapping her fan shut with a click and glancing at the remains of her victim with disinterest. Insolent vermin, she murmured to herself, shaking her head. But my mood won't be ruined because of trash like this. She turned on her heel, a smile returning to her lips as she remembered the true purpose of her incursion that night. Now, time to find little Eri. Her eyes gleamed, and her voice took on a dreamy tone. Ah, how wonderful it will be to finally have a family, me, the master, and our little daughter. I passed through the portal I had created myself and stepped into Lucifer's office. The scent of mahogany and cognac filled my nostrils. Rice cakes squirmed in my hands before I set her down on the floor. Portal closed behind me, sealing off the connection to the mess I had left behind. I took a deep breath, finally free from anyone futilely trying to kill, blow up, stab, or convince me that we are the same. You'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up and take you home. My voice was firm, but the little furball lowered her ears. Drama queen. I knelt down and stroked her head, feeling the soft fur between my fingers. Hey, don't be like that. I promise I'll come back. I won't abandon you. Rice Cake seemed to accept it, though she looked at me as if I were an irresponsible dad going out to buy cigarettes. I rolled my eyes and stood up. With a simple thought, I activated my telepathic link with Lucifer. As always, the response came instantly. Master, what a surprise. I thought you were out there, spreading death to your equals as usual. How may I serve you? I ignored the sarcastic tone. I have news about the operation. I found out what they were transporting, who was involved, and what they knew. I mentally relayed the information to Lucifer, who simply nodded. Oh, and the guy with the falcon head? He died. But since I'm a reasonable guy, I resurrected him, took a peek at his memories, and then tossed him into the vacuum of space. Lucifer smiled, amused. As always, a visionary in your methods of killing. I flopped into the desk chair and spun slightly. Now, about what really matters. Bolt, a reincarnated one. Like me. Have your scouts noticed any anomalies recently? No, Master. If there were anything out of the ordinary, I would have handled it myself. That made me think. The number of reincarnated individuals in Japan was dwindling, reaching 0 in recent years. Were they emerging in other countries now? My train of thought was interrupted by Rice Cake trying to climb up my legs. I sighed and picked her up, placing her on my lap, feeling the cozy warmth of her small, furry body. As I stroked her head, I remembered how it all began. Back then, I didn't have to deal with reincarnated individuals like this, nor did I know there were others like me. But one day, I decided to play God again, more intensely than I had anticipated. I created a telepathic link with every inhabitant on Earth to identify potential threats and possible solutions. And that was the biggest mistake of my life. Imagine hearing all the voices, all the thoughts, all the emotions and memories of humanity pouring into your head at the same time. Yeah, it wasn't a very fun experience. I saw things no one should ever see, felt things no one should ever feel. But the worst part? I sensed the reincarnated ones. They were like me, reincarnated just as I was. But their thoughts diverged from one another. Different ambitions. Different desires. Many of them wanted to shape this world in their own image, which would turn this world into a true battlefield to see who would achieve their dreams first if they ever met. A festival of pure selfishness and chaos. So I did what anyone would do. I decided to end them all. Because there can't be more than one reincarnated person in this world besides me. I blinked, snapping out of the momentary trance. I looked at my hand. The same hand that had exterminated countless reincarnated individuals. And it would continue to do so. But was it right? Was killing people like me really the solution? Even those who weren't evil? Wasn't it just as selfish as the others, imposing my vision of what to do with this world? Rice Cake stirred and jumped from my lap onto the desk, looking at me. She barked once and placed her paw on my hand resting on the table. My eyes met hers. Her blue eyes shone brighter than ever. And without making a sound, a message crossed my mind. No sad bad smell. I accidentally read her thoughts. She continued. Have happy smell. I took a few seconds to process that before smiling faintly. I stroked her head, feeling the fluffy texture. Okay. The day broke as I passed through the walls of my house as if they were nothing, invisible and intangible just because. After all, if you have divine powers and don't use them to take shortcuts, you're living wrong. My destination was my room, where a clone made of light pretended to be me, sleeping peacefully. I dissolved it with a snap of my fingers, instantly feeling the small gap of memories from the night before. Nothing interesting, it just slept. Changing my clothes instantly into pajamas, I threw myself onto the bed for a few seconds. Dramatic? Maybe. But it's part of my act. Didn't take long for me to leave the room, descending the stairs with slow steps, pretending to be sleepy. An Oscar-worthy performance. And there she was, my dear mother Aiko, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Good morning, dear, she smiled when she saw me. Did you sleep well? Good morning, Mom, I replied, yawning exaggeratedly to sell the lie better. Slept really well. A half-truth. I didn't sleep, I don't need to. The shower and change of clothes were quick, no fuss. I returned to the kitchen adjusting my uniform while my mother finished packing my bento. That's when I decided to ask something I'd been pondering since last night. Mom, can we get a dog? Ko stopped what she was doing and looked at me, surprised. She seemed to process the question. Which was fair. I had never shown interest in a pet before. She thought for a few seconds and replied, I don't know. Why not? My smile was subtle but present. I grabbed my bento and said goodbye with a casual wave, leaving her thoughtful about the unusual request. I left the house and walked through the neighborhood toward the Midoriya residence. Before I could get there, Izuku rushed out the door, holding a piece of toast in his mouth. A walking cliché. Seriously? I asked, raising an eyebrow. MMMPF was his response before he grabbed the toast with his free hand. I'm late. I simply pulled my phone out of my pocket and showed him the time on the screen. Izuku stopped, looked at the phone, then at me. His eyes blinked a few times. His internal processor temporarily failed. I'm not late, he concluded, somewhat embarrassed. I sighed and shook my head. Seriously, stop staying up late planning your projects or freaking out over hero stats in the middle of the night. A bit ironic coming from me. I know. He scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. But it's hard to stop. And it's hard to be your friend when you do stuff like that. Let's go. With that, we headed to school side by side as we do every day. I should already be used to it, but the truth is, some things in life are simply inevitable. Like gravity, taxes, and teenage girls fawning over me as if I were a washed-up celebrity in need of validation to stay relevant. I was there, about to finally eat my bento, when I was swarmed by a group of girls from my class, each offering a different culinary treat. Ah, the burden of being excessively handsome. I accepted it all with a fake Disney prince smile because refusing food is rude and I am, above all, a man of principle. Meanwhile, my super senses picked up the indignant grumbles of my classmates, complaining about how it's not fair that I was so popular. Well, sorry, but it's not my fault I'm genetically blessed. If you want to complain, send a petition to the Big G to change current beauty standards. As soon as the girls finally dispersed, a subtle tug on my shirt made me look back. Izuku, my good old broccoli-headed friend. He stared at me with eyes shining with hope. Ryuji, can you help me? I forgot my bento, he said, his voice filled with hunger and desperation. I stared at him. My smile widened mischievously as I picked up a dorayaki and slowly brought it to my mouth, chewing it right in front of him while completely ignoring him. He made an offended noise, but I just kept eating and enjoying his suffering. I'm a good friend like that. Shortly after, we were heading up to the school rooftop. Izuku was clearly downcast, maybe even a little dehydrated. If I left him like that for a few more hours, he'd probably start seeing visions of All Might riding a unicorn. But before that could happen, I tossed a few sweet buns in his direction. I couldn't give you food downstairs. The girls would have killed me. But eat up before you pass out and I have to carry your body like a sack of potatoes, I declared with all the generosity of a benevolent monarch. Izuku practically lunged for the buns, devouring them as if there were no tomorrow. After a few minutes of silence, or rather the sound of him swallowing food, he wiped his mouth and looked at me gratefully. Thanks, Ryuji. I've just been really focused on my new project. The UA entrance exams are coming up next year, so I want to give it my all to get in. I want to be a hero, he declared with that typical shonen protagonist energy, full of naive determination and a good dose of recklessness. I looked at him with the same expression as someone listening to a child say they're going to be an astronaut when they grow up. And what good is being a hero if you can't take care of yourself? I asked, raising an eyebrow. That seemed to catch him off guard. He blinked a few times, clearly processing my words. But before he could respond, we were interrupted by the arrival of two girls. One of them apologized, while her friend shyly hid behind her. The girl hesitated at first, but then stepped forward, and that's when my soul left my body. She had the head of a spider. Spider. It was official. A multiversal entity, a being who, at the age of 4, accidentally exploded a galaxy billions of light years away, have arachnophobia. Yes, exactly, a fear of spiders. Every fiber of my being screamed to open a portal to another dimension and disappear forever, but I held my ground. I am a man of steel. Steady as a rock. Completely unshakable. Unless that rock is covered in spiders, in which case I just die. The girl moved her mandibles. I closed my eyes and prepared for the worst, until she turned to Izuku and handed him a letter. Wait, what? I stared at the scene in surprise. Normally, I was the one bombarded with love letters. But Broccoli Head? She turned and ran as if her life depended on it, her friend close behind. Silence reigned for a moment. Only the cold wind on the rooftop accompanied our reflection. I slowly turned to Izuku. My friend stood frozen, lifeless eyes, expression completely shattered as he held the letter. He looked like a stone statue that had been hit by an existential sledgehammer. I patted his back with all the compassion in the world. Good luck, buddy. At least your kid might end up becoming Spider-Man. Izuku groaned, his spirit already leaving his body. And so, another normal day at school reached its peak. And a day that Izuku would probably never forget. Keep your distance from bad or strange smells. That was the golden rule that Rice Ball followed religiously. And at the moment, that meant desperately escaping from one of the two-legged creature's offspring. Little Airy. Wait, come back. I just want to give you some cuddles. Rice Ball didn't care. She leaped away, sliding across the floor, darting under tables and between the legs of the butlers and maids who, for some reason, had also decided to join this pointless chase. But none of them were a match for the new skill she had awakened that night. Her body was more agile, lighter, faster. Dodging clumsy hands was as easy as the time she stole food from her guardian's plate last night. But then she felt it. The sad smell. Not a bad smell. Just sad. She stopped atop a pile of clumsy butlers and looked at Eri. The little one sniffled, rubbing her teary eyes with the sleeves of her coat. Her scent was different from her guardian's, but not unpleasant. It was familiar. Rice Ball leaped gracefully from the pile of defeated humans and landed in front of the girl. She licked her left hand, pulling her out of her tears. Eri looked at her, surprised. Rice Ball sat down, perking up her ears. Yes, she knew this smell. It was the same as hers when she was abandoned by her pack. Lonely. The decision was made. Eri smiled and hesitantly reached out her hand. Rice Ball closed her eyes and accepted the affection, feeling the tiny fingers tangle in her silky fur. Yes, the two-legged creature's offspring was acceptable. For now. Chapter 6, Tea Party. In the luxurious pink room, filled with cute details and strategically placed plushies, Eri sat at the table, hosting an elaborate tea party. She held a small toy teacup and, with a sweet smile, looked at her fabric guests. "So, Miss Bear, how did you like the tea?" she asked, changing her voice to represent the plushie. "Oh, it's very good. An exquisite flavor, fit for royalty." Pleased with her own performance, she turned to the last guests, the ones who amused her the most, Lucifer and Rice Cake. Lucifer, impeccable as always in his tailored black suit, crossed his legs elegantly and raised the teacup with a slight smile. "My, Lady Eri, I must say this tea is truly divine. Smooth on the palate, with a touch of sophistication and a sweet finish that reminds me of sunny mornings in a European summer." He paused dramatically, closing his eyes as if savoring a rare delicacy. "Yes, undoubtedly a celestial experience." Eri smiled, delighted by the exaggerated response, but couldn't help noticing Rice Cake fidgeting restlessly beside Lucifer. The white-furred wolf pup was busy trying to remove a pink bow that Eri had tied around her neck. "Rice Cake, don't you like the bow?" Eri asked, tilting her head to the side. The wolf pup huffed in response, nibbling at the edge of the fabric with her teeth and shaking her head in an attempt to get rid of it. Lucifer glanced sideways and smiled in amusement. "Lady Eri, I fear our dear party companion is not much of a fashion enthusiast." A pity, really, as the bow matched her natural charm perfectly. Eri giggled, but before she could continue the game, there was a knock at the door. Lucifer raised an eyebrow and, with a sigh, made an elegant gesture with his hand. "Come in." A butler entered the room with a formal expression, bowing respectfully before speaking. "Sir Lucifer, apologies for the interruption, but Code R has been activated." The atmosphere in the room seemed to shift slightly. Lucifer's mocking smile widened, and he leaned back in his chair with a glint of interest in his eyes. My, already?" He sighed theatrically and stood up, smoothing his jacket before turning to Eri. "My dear Lady Eri, I'm afraid I must take my leave before the end of this delightful celebration, but I promise to return for another cup of your splendid tea." Eri blinked but nodded understandingly. "It's okay, Lucifer and I know you're very busy. We can play later." Lucifer smiled and, with a nod, followed the butler out of the room. Once in the hallway, his expression shifted to something more serious and calculating. "What do we have?" he asked as they walked. The observers reported that the individual arrived in Shizuoka Prefecture yesterday. "We are monitoring their movements and awaiting definitive confirmation that they are a reincarnated individual." Lucifer took the tablet the butler offered him and looked at the target's photo. His blue eyes sparkled with interest as he read the description of the target's ability. "Summoning of relatives," he murmured, tilting his head slightly. "Interesting. If he truly is a reincarnated individual, I already know exactly what kind of person to expect." The butler hesitated before asking, "What will be the next step, sir?" Lucifer smirked, a glint of pure amusement in his gaze. "Have an appropriate area cleared. I will personally welcome our new guest." Turning 14 was as uneventful as any other birthday. No surprises, no big changes, except for the fact that my mom almost had a meltdown when I mentioned I wanted to become a hero. I mean, it was to be expected. My dad died in the middle of a fight between a hero and a villain, so from her perspective, I was basically signing up for the same fate. She just wants to protect me, I get it. What she doesn't know is that I'm literally immortal to the point where, even if my existence were erased from history, I'd still come back. Ah, the little details of life. But there's something else that's been bothering me lately, the flies. And by flies, I mean government agents, spies, lunatics in black suits watching my house, my mom, Izuku. Frankly, I've lost count of how many I've had to get rid of. The association and that buffed-up slender man never give up. Thankfully, thanks to Lucifer, things have been a bit calmer lately. He's been investigating and feeding me information straight from the source. And by informing both sides, I mean he pretends to be friends with everyone while playing a double game in my favor. A true social chameleon. And as I reflect on the fate of a rotten society and how ridiculous the corruption of the HPSC is, I'm suddenly interrupted by a familiar sound. Something exploded behind me. Oops. Forgot I was at school. Forget you, you damn nerd. Yeah, seems like some canon things still hold true. Bakugo had Izuku by the collar, that arrogant smirk plastered on his face. No. Now, please let me go. I don't want to fight you, Izuku replied calmly. Ha! If there's one thing I've learned, it's to never underestimate that nerd. Since he was 5, I've encouraged him to learn martial arts. Karate, Muay Thai, kickboxing, capoeira, taekwondo. Thud. Oh, and let's not forget judo. Izuku executed a perfect suinage, slamming Bakugo to the ground like a burnt trash bag. The silence in the room was almost deafening. Bakugo's lackeys turned pale, processing the fact that the invincible Kaken had just been thrown to the ground by a quirkless kid. You bastard! Bakugo roared, charging up an explosion in his hand. Izuku simply took a step back, letting Bakugo lunge forward with all his fury and faceplant into the wall. That must have hurt. Bakugo staggered to his feet, even angrier than before. Before he could finish, I gave him a solid smack to the head. Bakugo face-planted into the floor, unconscious. Hey, you two! I pointed at his trembling lackeys. Take this idiot to the infirmary before I lose my patience. They nodded frantically and dragged Bakugo's body away. This has become routine. Thanks, Izuku smiled at me, still surprised. I only did it because I can't stand that guy screaming in my ear, I muttered, tossing his backpack back to him. Oh, and one more thing. I pulled a letter out of my pocket and handed it to Izuku. It's from your secret admirer. He took the envelope with a confused look, then glanced at the door. For a moment, I swear I saw my worst nightmare blushing shyly before darting down the hallway. Fighters are really fast. Walking home after another day of school, I was enjoying some music with my AirPods snugly fitted in my ears. Seriously, nothing like a little Lady Gaga to add that dramatic touch to the end of the day. I want to love you. But something's pulling me away from you. Jesus is my virtue. And Judas is the demon I cling to. Ryuji. Hey, Ryuji. Are you listening to me? Just a holy fool. Oh, baby, it's so cruel. Ryuji. But I'm still in love with Judas, baby. Ryuji. I'm just a holy fool. Oh, baby, it's so cruel. Ryuji. I huffed, stopping in the middle of the sidewalk and dramatically removing one of my AirPods, as if I were a Mexican soap opera actor about to discover that my evil twin had stolen my inheritance. What is it, Izuku? Izuku let out a deep sigh, the kind of tired sigh from someone who knows they have to repeat everything because the mule here wasn't listening to a thing. I was talking about my project, remember? The armor? I've already finished a good part of it, but I need some specific materials that only you can create. Mainly an energy source that can keep the armor running indefinitely. Ah yes, the armor. You know, the kind of thing that, if humanity were smart, he would have already sold to the military and be living on a private island. But no, he wants to be a hero. Congratulations, society. Okay, but explain it to me. What exactly do I need to create? Well, first I thought of a cold fusion reactor that could self-sustain without needing constant refueling. Then there's the issue of the armor's shielding. I was thinking of something that could absorb impact and dissipate energy at the same time but still maintain mobility and not weigh too much. Oh, and the actuators need a neural response system that reduces reaction time to almost zero. I also thought about implementing a flight system based on magnetic propulsion, but then there's the problem of stability at high speeds, so I'd also need a quantum gyroscopic stabilizer. Oh, and since we're at it, could you create a defense system based on force fields? Nothing too over the top, just something that could stop a direct attack from, All Might at his peak. I blinked slowly as my mind processed the absurd amount of information he dumped on me. Not that I couldn't memorize it all, it was just so sudden. I just wanted to go home listening to my music, and now I'm stuck in a conversation about futuristic engineering on the level of, let's make Tony Stark look like an amateur. Alright, so what you're really saying is, Ryuji, do everything for me because I'm just a genius and not a top-tier rich guy. I gave a sarcastic smile. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Well, if you want to put it that way. I rolled my eyes. Fine, Einstein, give me some time and I'll see what I can do. But if I create a cold fusion reactor just for your armor, you owe me at least lunch. And it doesn't count if it's from the cheap food place on the corner. I want legit Wagyu. Deal. I sighed and put the AirPod back in, continuing to walk as Izuku kept talking about optimizations and improvements he wanted to make. If there's one thing I've learned from hanging out with this guy, it's that he never stops. Never. Let's put all this aside. It seems I forgot something that was supposed to happen today. Izuku and I were entering a tunnel at this moment when something hit me. I remembered. This is where that hentai villain attacks Izuku. When I looked back, I saw the slimy villain emerging from the manhole cover. The shadow he cast with his size caught Izuku's attention and made him turn around too. Well, what do we have here? Two disguises for me to hide from that bastard. He tried to engulf us with his slime from all sides, but I grabbed Izuku and quickly flew a few meters back to escape him. The slime villain realized he didn't catch anything and looked at us a few meters away, visibly confused. But he brushed it off and started advancing toward us. Izuku, quickly grasping the situation, pulled something out of his backpack that looked like a mini snowman head, if it weren't for the safety pin on top and the small red LED serving as a nose. Wait, I think I've seen this somewhere before. I think this is the perfect time to test the chiller grenade. Izuku muttered as he pulled the safety pin and threw the chiller grenade toward the slimy villain, who laughed upon seeing Izuku throw something strange at him. That won't stop me, you brat! The chiller grenade exploded, and the slimy villain froze instantly, turning that pile of sludge into a green ice statue in the position of advancing toward us. Wow! Well done, Izuku, I said as I closely examined the ice sculpture that was once a villain. Well, it's my fault for bringing Fortnite into this world. Before Izuku could respond to my praise, the manhole cover was launched to the ceiling of the tunnel, and the figure of All Might emerged with a shopping bag. Fear not. For you know why. Because I am Dash. All Might interrupted his famous line as he looked at the frozen villain in front of him. Want an avocado-flavored popsicle? He alternated his gaze between us and the ice statue several times before calming down and assuming his #1 hero stance. I see you managed to apprehend this runaway villain splendidly. But remember, young ones, the use of unlicensed quirks is prohibited. But I'll let it slide since it was an act of self-defense. All Might continued to lecture and talk about many things I already found boring. My God, this guy talks too much. All Might! Izuku exclaimed in admiration, his eyes shining as he looked at the hero he admired the most. Don't worry. What I used wasn't a quirk, it was this. Izuku interrupted All Might, showing the chiller grenade he pulled from his backpack. It's a device I developed to deal with villains like him, Izuku said excitedly to All Might. Izuku started rambling about a bunch of things and explaining various devices to All Might, who in turn was overwhelmed by the flood of information. And here's my prototype impact absorption gloves. Perfect for anyone who wants to throw punches without breaking their fingers. Oh, and I also developed this accessory that shoots polymer nets to immobilize enemies. All Might blinked rapidly, clearly trying to process everything. You really enjoy inventing, don't you? Ah, this is just the beginning. I'm still developing a multifunctional belt with multi-tools and a camouflage device that adjusts to the surrounding environment. Izuku continued explaining, gesturing animatedly. Ha! So much energy. You certainly remind me of someone. All Might let out a nervous laugh while I just crossed my arms and watched the show. Seems All Might has found someone who talks more than he does. Fortunately, the slime villain managed to break free from the ice prison and interrupted the conversation between the two, just before All Might defeated him with a Texas smash. He did the same thing as in the anime, trapping the villain in a soda bottle he carried in his shopping bag. Well, I'll take this villain to the authorities. When we meet again, it'll be through the screens of a TV. All Might walked away from us and prepared to leap, but Izuku didn't move to follow him. Seems the plot is taking a different turn. I'll just go with the flow, it'll be more interesting this way. All Might then jumped and shot into the sky. I looked at Izuku, who also looked back at me, and we returned to the tunnel to continue our journey home. Tashinori Yagi left one of the districts of Mizutofu after handing over a defeated villain to the authorities. He sighed wearily. His workload as a hero had been exhausting him lately, even though villain activity had been decreasing recently. The other pro-heroes had been easily subduing many villains with the new support items and devices, allowing him to breathe and rest a bit more. As he pondered the new equipment developed by the Hero Support Association, which had made capturing criminals easier, his thoughts inevitably turned to the young boy with messy green hair. He had created an incredible device to neutralize the sticky villain the police were chasing, among other items he had presented before being interrupted by the same villain escaping from the ice prison and being knocked out. Before Tashinori could delve deeper into the matter, his phone began to ring. He picked up the device to see who it was, and upon recognizing the name on the screen, he immediately coughed up blood nervously. Hello? I can explain, Mom. Explain what, Tashinori? You left me behind while we were shopping. I know, but a villain showed up and... I understand. But that doesn't change the fact that you abandoned your mother at the supermarket. Why did it take you so long to defeat that villain? Aren't you the #1 hero in Japan? Tashinori felt as if he had been pierced by an arrow with his mother's response, coughing up blood again. Conversation between the two continued as Tashinori made his way back home, receiving more scolding and requests to pick up the forgotten groceries before returning. The Shizuoka City Hall, in a secluded alley, Lucifer exhaled the smoke from his cigarette, observing the dismembered body of a 14-year-old boy scattered across the ground. His expression was one of absolute boredom, as if he had been expecting something more thrilling than the pathetically predictable scene before him. The 10 shadows, huh? He murmured, poking one of the severed hands with the tip of his polished shoe. Disappointing. He let out a sigh as he recalled the battle. The first 8 shadows fell so easily that he didn't even need to dirty his suit. The boy, realizing his imminent defeat, panicked and tried to resort to his final trump card, Maharaga. Ah, yes. The fun part, Lucifer muttered to himself, a mocking smile forming on his lips. The reincarnated youth made the fatal mistake of thinking he would have time for a monologue and a dramatic gesture as he positioned his hands. The moment his fingers began to move, Lucifer had already sliced him in half without even changing his expression. He took another drag from his cigarette, watching the smoke rise and dissipate. Honestly, what goes through these people's minds? It's always the same thing. They always think their enemies will patiently wait while they strike a pose and deliver their one-liners. He rolled his eyes. Pathetic. Then, remembering the boy's last words before being reduced to a pile of pieces, Lucifer let out a low chuckle. I can't die now. I haven't smashed Mitsuki Bakugo yet, he repeated, laughing louder. Well, now you definitely won't get to her. He flicked the cigarette onto the remains and pulled out his phone, dialing a familiar number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Yes, you can come clean up the mess. I'm done here. Hanging up the call, Lucifer adjusted his suit and cracked his shoulders. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a tea party waiting for me. Little Ryuji, only 5 years old, writhed in his bed, clutching his head with both hands as if trying to prevent it from exploding. Pain was unbearable. The experiment he had decided to undertake, creating a telepathic link with all the inhabitants of Earth to map threats beyond All for One, had turned into the worst decision of his short life. Thoughts, memories, emotions, desires, everything flooded his mind in a chaotic and overwhelming torrent. Every story, every trauma, every secret whispered in the night, all the smiles and tears of millions of people rushed through him in an instant. Amid the mental storm, he sensed them, those who, like him, did not belong to this world. Reincarnated like him. Each of them had an ambition. Carried a desire. Good or bad, it didn't matter. They were unpredictable variables, elements of an equation that could only result in chaos. The world could not survive so many competing forces. For order to prevail, only one reincarnated should exist. Only him. Paranoia consumed him. The pain, the voices, the confusion, everything swirled together in a suffocating whirlwind. Was he right to eliminate the others? What about the ordinary people? He had seen so much cruelty, so much corruption in them. He possessed absolute power, so why not rewrite everything? Create a perfect world. A world without suffering, without prejudice, without injustice, without... But before he could lose himself further in his own thoughts, the bedroom door opened. Ryuji! His mother's voice, soft and concerned, echoed in the dark room. Are you okay? I thought I heard you moaning in pain. In an instant, he composed himself, lifting his head and forcing a small smile. I'm fine, Mom. Just had a weird dream. Ko watched him with a hesitant gaze, her blue eyes filled with worry. She wanted to press further but didn't want to push him. Through a moment of silence, she sighed and smiled faintly. Well, I bought coffee jelly today. It's been really popular lately, so I thought you might like it. She turned and closed the door, leaving Ryuji alone. He sat still for a moment before finally heading downstairs to the kitchen, where Aiko was unpacking groceries. Sitting at the table, he stared blankly at the jelly in front of him. Ko noticed her son's behavior. Something was bothering him, but he didn't want to talk. And if Ryuji didn't want to talk, she knew it was no use pushing. Till maybe she could reach him in another way. Your father loved helping others, you know, she began, pulling a can from the bag and placing it in the cupboard. He was stubborn, always insisted on doing what was right, even when no one asked. Ryuji remained silent, but his mother continued, her voice tinged with nostalgia. I always said he was a fool. But deep down, I admired him for it. A small laugh escaped her lips. He never tried to force people to change. He believed everyone had the right to be who they were. One day I asked him, if you had the power to change the world, what would you do? She paused, as if reliving the memory before continuing. He said yes, he would change it, but he wouldn't force anyone to follow his vision. He thought it was wrong to impose changes. Everyone has their own dreams, their own paths. The world already has its balance, imperfect as it may be. Ryuji blinked, feeling something stir within him. Ko laughed to herself, shaking her head. And then I asked him what he would do with great power. And you know what he said? She turned, looking at her son with a loving gleam in her eyes. He'd probably become a hero, and stop those who tried to force their changes on the world. Silence filled the kitchen for a moment. Ryuji glanced down at the jelly in front of him, while Aiko returned to her groceries. But, her voice grew softer. I won't force you to do anything, Ryuji. Never. She paused before continuing gently. I just want you to know that I'm your mother, and I'm here for you whenever you need me. Ryuji remained quiet. He looked at his mother's back for a moment, then turned back to the jelly before him. Hesitantly, he opened the cup and took a spoonful. The sweet, smooth flavor filled his mouth. Something so simple, so trivial, yet in that moment it carried an unexpected weight for him. A single tear rolled down his cheek. He stayed silent, feeling the jelly melt on his tongue. Through a moment, his voice came out low but firm. Mom, can I have another coffee jelly tomorrow? Aiko smiled without turning around. Of course you can, sweetheart. Well, this is a really tough decision. I stand in the supermarket aisle, arms crossed, staring at the coffee jellies as if they were a life or death choice. This has never happened before. I've never faced this kind of difficulty in life, but now I'm confronted with a true moral dilemma. On one side, my faithful and reliable 138 yen coffee jelly. I've always been satisfied with it. Perfect texture, impeccable flavor, a reliable experience for my leisure moments. On the other side, a set of 3 jellies for just 183 yen. An exceptional price. If each one costs 61 yen, then eating 2 would still only cost me 122 yen, less than the 138 yen one. Logically, this should be the better choice. Mom! That guy's been standing there for a long time. 2 61 yen jellies or 1 138 yen jelly. We shouldn't meddle in other people's lives. Come on, let's go. After all, which one will bring more satisfaction? Apparently, the obvious answer is the set of 3. After all, quantity beats quality, right? But then my eyes catch something crucial. Net weight. Oh crap, how could I forget this detail? Looking closely, I noticed the difference. The 138 yen jelly has 120 g per container, while each one in the set of 3 has only 70 g. This changes everything. So, in reality, the set doesn't double the quantity, it only increases it by 1.714 times. The difference between a solid investment and a scam disguised as a promotion. That settles it. Quality beats quantity. The allowance I receive from my mother is 3,000 yen. Of course, I have much more than that when combined with what I earn from Lucifer and Tsunami. But I use that money for other purposes, and besides, it would be strange for a humble 14-year-old like me to spend astronomical amounts of money on daily expenses. With my 3,000 yen allowance, I can buy 21 units of the 138 yen jelly, which is enough to cover the surface of Lucifer's exquisite desk. But wait, I can buy 16 sets of 3 with the 3,000 yen. So that times 3 is 48? No way. I could even make a bet out of them. There's enough to give one to every student at UA. I furrow my brow, should I ultimately choose the set of 3? But then, when I turn my head, premium coffee jelly, 2,950 yen. For those with refined taste. The sign exudes arrogance. But why? What makes a single jelly cost 2,950 yen? It must be a scam. Who in their right mind would buy something like that? Frankly, why am I holding one? I look at my basket and there it is. Cursed 2,950 yen jelly. What am I doing? This makes no sense. Packaging says it only has 55 g. 55. That's less than any of the previous options. How can something so small be better than 48 units of the set of 3? But, at the same time, I need to know. If this jelly isn't pure culinary ecstasy, I'll destroy the factory that produced it. My plans for revenge against whoever created this premium coffee jelly were interrupted by an argument. Checkout line was at a standstill. The reason? A man in his 30s yelling like a hungry boar at the cashier. She was tall, absurdly tall, with a fox-like appearance and a pair of fluffy ears that seemed to retract with every offensive word that came out of the jerk's mouth. Don't touch my groceries, you disgusting freak. Who do you think you are? I don't want your filthy hands contaminating my belongings, he spat venomously. She kept bowing repeatedly, murmuring apologies while trying to avoid looking at him. And my apologies, sir. I didn't mean to. You shouldn't even be working here. Look at those ears, how revolting. He laughed, and her ears drooped even more. By now, the girl's blue eyes were glistening with tears threatening to fall. I took a deep breath. Wonderful. I came here to buy jelly and ended up stumbling into the need to teach a basic lesson in humanity. I placed my hand on the man's shoulder. He turned around, annoyed. What do you want, kid? Without responding, I slapped him across the face. The sound echoed through the store. He stared at me, surprised. What's your problem? Another slap. He took a step back, furious. You? One more. Now his expression wasn't one of anger, but of confusion and fear. I continued, and minutes later he was standing there, his cheeks swollen and red, begging for mercy. Please stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I let go of the man, who ran out of the store as if he had seen the devil himself. I sighed and looked at the cashier. She was staring at me with an unreadable expression, clearly hesitant. I placed my jelly on the counter. She, still a bit flustered, processed my order. As she did, she murmured a timid, "Thank you." "It was nothing," I replied, grabbing my bag. "I just don't want that kind of trash frequenting the little market I visit the most." She still seemed nervous, her eyes avoiding mine. After all, I had just beaten a customer into public humiliation, so she was probably considering the possibility of being next. Did I overdo it? Maybe. But I'd call it instant justice with a touch of entertainment. I grabbed my precious premium coffee jelly and looked at her again. Her ears were still drooping. An interesting detail. Like a scolded dog. But now that the situation was resolved, I could observe them better. Fluffy. Soft. Cute. Your ears are cute. The big fox lady N blinked, surprised, and froze completely. It was like watching an operating system crash upon receiving an unexpected command. If she had a processor, it would probably be overheating right now. I lowered my bag and left the little market, satisfied with my purchase. Behind me, I heard a small, timid thank you. I smirked. Well, at least that made her day a little better. Now it was time to see if this premium jelly was worth the sacrifice of my allowance. If not, well, I'd have to find the factory responsible and settle this matter personally. Ryuji arrived at his house in a matter of minutes. Could have been even faster, but apparently the city of Mizutafu had a larger population than he would have liked, which meant having to dodge people and resist the urge to simply fly over them. In the end, he opted for the good old method of a dark alley and a discreet portal. In his hands, he held the bag with his prize, the premium quality coffee jelly. Crown jewel. The pinnacle of gastronomic engineering. The object of desire that now demanded to be consumed with due respect. He quickly entered his house, determined to taste this supposed gift from the gods before cruel and merciless fate tried to intervene. It was then that he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. A message. He looked at the screen and there was Izuku's question. "Ryuji, why are you taking so long?" Ryuji blinked. Oh. Reality came crashing down on him like a poorly designed building. He had completely forgotten that today was the day he was supposed to help Izuku assemble the final piece of his armor. Of all the unforgivable failures, this might have been the worst. But who could blame him? Premium coffee jelly was calling to him like a sweet, tempting siren. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the package one last time, feeling the weight of the decision. His heart told him to open it and savor it now, but his honor told him that a man must keep his promises. After a long sigh of resignation, he opened the refrigerator with the solemnity of someone locking away a sacred artifact and placed the jelly in a safe spot. Before closing the door, He pointed at it and whispered with the seriousness of a samurai making an oath. I will return for you. With that, he created a portal and disappeared toward his duty, carrying the weight of the sacrifice he had just made. The red-crested Triceratops manager, Rosa, widened her eyes and nearly dropped the bag of snacks she was holding when Josi finished recounting the details. "Kay!" Rosa exclaimed, her strong voice reverberating through the small office at the back of the market. Her short, thick tail twitched with indignation. "No puedo creer esto," she muttered, mixing Spanish and English, gesturing so intensely with her hands that it looked like she might be casting a spell against the intolerant customer. Her visible muscles made it clear that, if she wanted to, she could easily tie the idiot who dared mistreat her employee into a knot. Josi tried to calm her down, holding her hands up as if soothing a bull about to charge. "Rosa, it's okay." Luckily, someone showed up and handled it. The Triceratops huffed, still irritated. "Espero haber dado una buena lección a ese idiota." Josi hesitated but eventually explained about the blonde-haired man who had dealt with the situation. How he had slapped the customer until he apologized and ran off like a scared puppy. To her surprise, Rosa burst out laughing. Of course it was him." She crossed her arms, a proud smile forming on her face. "I didn't expect Ryuji to be around today." Josi blinked, confused. "Ryuji? You know him?" "Of course. He comes here all the time. He's one of our most regular customers, and I can guarantee he's done this before. Trust me, he has no patience for this type of people." Josi nodded slowly, taking in the information. So, Ryuji didn't have a problem with mutants. Somehow, that made her feel relieved. Her mind drifted back to the scene earlier, to the words he had said before leaving. Instinctively, she raised a hand and touched one of her ears, feeling their soft texture between her fingers. "Cute," he had said. Was it true? Hey. Rosa's voice cut through her thoughts. When Josi looked at her, she saw the Triceratops raising an eyebrow with a sly smile. "What's with that smile, huh?" Josi's eyes widened, and her imaginary tail would have shrunk if she had one. "And nothing." Her voice came out a little too quickly. But Rosa wasn't about to let it go so easily. "Nothing, huh? Josi, listen, you're new here, but let me tell you a little secret. I see everything." She pointed to her own eyes and then at Josi with a theatrical flair. "Come on, spill it." Josi sighed, knowing there was no escape. "He said my ears were cute." Rosa froze for a moment, then let out a laugh so loud that Josi wanted to bury her face in the ground. "Andale, Nina. Now that's what I call an unexpected compliment." Josi tried to defend herself. It wasn't a big deal. I don't know if it's true." Rosa looked at her with a playful glint in her eyes. I see. So you're saying if it were true, maybe you'd have a chance?" Josi's face turned bright red. "What? Course not. Look at me. I'm huge. I'm a mutant. He would never be interested." Josi. Rosa held her shoulders, now speaking more seriously. "Chica, why are you freaking out? Ryuji is only 14 years old." The world seemed to stop for a second. Josi blinked slowly. What? Yeah, 14. A teenager." Josi froze, feeling as if she'd been hit by an electric shock. "You're joking, right? He's like 6 feet tall. He looks like an adult." I know, but he's really only 14. Josi felt her body lock up. She shrunk in embarrassment, hiding her face in her hands. "I'm such an idiot." Rosa burst out laughing again, patting her on the shoulder. "Welcome to the club. But relax, Josi. You're new here and you've got a lot to learn. And hey, at least now you know your ears are cute." Josi mumbled something inaudible, but Rosa just smiled. The Triceratops had seen a lot in this market, but this was definitely going on the list of memorable stories. Creating an arc reactor from scratch? Piece of cake. Doing it without revealing that I could do it in under 2 hours? That's where it gets a bit tricky. Izuku, as always, was in his natural habitat, surrounded by metal parts, tools, and screens flashing calculations that probably only he understood. I finished the armor's core, pretending to put in effort to keep up appearances. If I finished too quickly, Izuku would freak out and want to analyze my quirk even more than he already did. He picked up the arc reactor with the utmost care and installed it into the armor. When the light shone and everything started working perfectly, Izuku smiled with satisfaction. I snapped my fingers to bring his attention back. Well, mission accomplished. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an urgent appointment. He raised an eyebrow. What appointment? With my premium coffee jelly. He stepped between me and my portal. Ryuji, the UA exams are tomorrow. Remember? We need to test the new core in action. Trust me. I built this thing so it works perfectly. Next concern. What about your quirk? You've never let me analyze it properly. Can we do some quick tests? I looked him straight in the eye. Soul to soul. No. And I threw myself into the portal before he could argue. Finally home. Finally my dessert. I went straight to the kitchen, already salivating at the promise of creamy, caffeinated perfection. But as I entered, I felt a shiver down my spine. Something was wrong. The fridge was open. I rushed to it, searching the shelves. Nothing. I looked around. On the floor, a brutally torn package, its remains scattered like evidence of a heinous crime. My heart stopped. I followed the trail. Dog footprints stained with jelly led to a sleeping figure in the corner of the kitchen. Rice cake. The dog was lying there, her snout smeared with MY premium coffee jelly. I stood there, staring at the scene of destruction for several long seconds. A single tear rolled down my face. Lucifer. Yes, master. Buy 3 batches of premium coffee jelly. Immediately. Understood, master. Did something happen? I looked at Rice Cake, snoring peacefully, completely oblivious to the tragedy she had caused. Nothing that can be undone. Just complete the mission. Chapter 8, UA Entrance Exam. A good amount of time had passed, and the UA entrance exam had finally arrived. There I was, standing in front of the grand entrance of UA High School, surrounded by a bunch of aspiring heroes. Some were nervous, others were confident, and so on. Something wrong, Ryuji? Izuku asked beside me. He was wearing a jumpsuit and carrying a black bag. Nothing, just enjoying the view, I replied, looking at the school's entrance. But before I could continue my contemplative moment, a familiar shout erupted behind me. Deku, you bastard. And, of course, it had to be him. Bakugo. I told you not to come, you want to die, he started, already grabbing Izuku's collar, which was a colossal mistake. Izuku, without wasting any time, executed a perfect suinage, slamming Bakugo to the ground like a sack of potatoes. This guy never learns. I don't have time for games, Kaken, Izuku said, completely indifferent, which only made Bakugo even angrier. You damn! Before he could finish, I smacked him on the head. Kugo was out cold. Let's go, he'll wake up in a few minutes, I reassured Izuku as I dragged the unconscious Bakugo into the exam room. We arrived at the huge, dark hall where Present Mike began his welcome speech. I already knew most of it, so I went on autopilot while he talked about the exam's points and rules. At least the guy has energy, right? Soon after, I had to part ways with Izuku because we were assigned to different exam areas. He seemed nervous but also excited. I gave him a light pat on the shoulder and said something motivational. Hey, Izuku, just try not to blow up the armor in the middle of the exam. Okay. He huffed but gave a smile. I'll do fine, don't worry. You take care too. With that, we boarded our buses and headed to our designated areas. Mine was Area C. The entrance to the arena, I blended in with the other candidates. I was wearing a blue hoodie just like Saitama's training outfit. Well, at least it was comfortable. A golden aura surrounds me, my hair floating lightly. Normally, Robert Reynolds would also become taller and more muscular when he transforms into Sentry, along with the hair that grows along with it as well. But I'm just going to limit myself to my 14-year-old appearance. I don't want to show too many different things. I had barely finished my transformation when I heard the murmurs. Who is that guy? Is he some big shot? He looks like he has a super strong quirk. He's kinda handsome, a guy in the back commented. Okay, time to get this damn exam started before things get even weirder. In a dark room, the examiners monitored the students' situation through screens. The image on one of the screens changed, now showing Izuku Midoriya to the examiners. Most of those present didn't hold much hope for him, except for All Might and Nizu. Izuku Midoriya, 14 years old. Blood type O, quirkless, but has an excellent academic record. Considered a genius in various fields and a great inventor, said the mouse bear Nizu, examining Izuku's file in his hands. Is that briefcase in his hands a support item? All Might asked, observing Izuku's figure on the screen. All Might was curious about the briefcase Izuku was carrying, as he had already encountered the boy, who had proven to be a remarkable inventor for his age. But his thoughts were interrupted when the image on one of the screens changed to Ryuji. Ryuji Fujimoto, 14 years old. Blood type A, quirk, Solaris Absolutus. He has an excellent academic record, but what stands out most about him is his quirk. So far, no one truly knows what his quirk is. The only thing the report says is that he has an internal energy he can use as he pleases. This same energy can be recharged when exposed to solar energy. When he releases it outward, it emits a strong golden glow, whether harmful to vision or not. He can fire energy beams, fly, apply the energy to heal himself or others, and can also physically enhance himself, said Midnight, examining Ryuji's file while licking her lips as she saw his photo on the paper. He's quite an interesting individual, Nizu added, looking at Ryuji's figure on the screen. All Might also shifted his focus from Izuku to Ryuji, equally curious about him. And start. I shot towards the city at high speed after hearing Present Mix's announcement, breaking the sound barrier. People who were behind me before were stunned and disoriented after being hit by the shockwave from my takeoff. I focused on passing through any pointer I encountered while flying at high speed. I've already destroyed 23 pointers across the city in less than 3 seconds, and I'll destroy any pointer I find for 3 minutes before stopping. I don't have time to count, but I think the examiners will have a show to watch. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in a real battle. Go, go, go. Hey, hey, hey. What the hell is this? Examiner exclaimed in shock at the screen. In the monitoring room, all the examiners watched in disbelief at Ryuji's monstrous performance. All Might was equally stunned. He couldn't keep up with Ryuji's speed on the screen. He simply didn't appear on any of them. Where is he? His ranking on the leaderboard keeps rising, Examiner B exclaimed, looking at the large rectangular screen in shock, watching Ryuji's kill points skyrocket so fast that it looked like a blur. But the number stopped at 572, leaving everyone amazed at the score achieved solely through kills, and that too in less than 20 seconds after the exam started. I found him! Midnight alerted the others, who shifted their gaze to the screen Midnight was looking at. There was Ryuji, hovering in the air, his long hair and eyes enveloped in a strong golden glow. All Might stood there, looking at the screen in shock. Ryuji Fujimoto. What are you? And go! What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in a real battle. Go, go, go! People around me started running toward the city, but I stayed behind, wanting space to use my suitcase. I placed my thumb on the biometric scanner on the side of the holder I grabbed, activating it and opening it. The suitcase began to unfold and cover my body with what looked like black armor but with some golden details on it. It was the Dynamic Exoskeletal Night Unit, or, by its more technical name, Deku. My body was completely enveloped by the armor, and the systems began to operate. I activated the armor's thrusters and flew toward the mock city. "Welcome back, young Midoriya. How can I assist you?" Jarvis's voice echoed through the helmet speakers. Jarvis, scan the area within a 100-meter diameter. Mark all pointers in red and people in green on the screen. I ordered Jarvis, who began monitoring and examining the surrounding area. After a few seconds, I saw red and green markers appearing on the helmet's display. "There are 77 pointers and 11 people in the area. I'll mark the closest pointers," Jarvis reported as I flew toward the nearest pointers. I reached a street with several pointers and began firing light beams from the thrusters on my hands, destroying each one as I flew. I was lucky to find 11 pointers worth 3 points, but I had to use more power in the hand thrusters beams to take them down, as they were more resistant than the others. "How many points have I accumulated, Jarvis?" "The total points acquired from eliminating the 19 pointers is 46. I smiled when Jarvis announced the number of points I had accumulated. "How many pointers are left in the area?" I asked as I flew through the buildings of the mock city, watching the people below looking at me in surprise and admiration. "There are still 31 pointers worth 1 point, 26 pointers worth 2 points, and 12 pointers worth 3 points. Jarvis informed me while analyzing the image of the pointers on the holographic screen. "Always do a reconnaissance of the area and mark the position of all 3-point pointers we find along the way. I want to accumulate as many points as possible within the time limit." My attention was interrupted when I saw someone injured running from a 3-point pointer. With a controlled dive, I activated the retractable impact thrusters on my legs and landed on the pointer with full force, crushing it into the ground. The injured person looked at me in surprise as I tossed a first aid kit to them. "This is a first aid kit. The instructions inside explain how to use the provided materials. Be careful." I waved at them before flying off again. Why is this exam so dangerous? It didn't make sense for UA to put its future students in Dan. Wait. That's it. Jarvis, change of plans. In addition to the pointers, let's focus on finding injured or endangered people. I said as I searched for people in need of help, following the trail to a 3-point pointer. This exam promises to be exhausting and thrilling. Okay, maybe I overdid it. How was I supposed to know I'd clear all the pointers in the city in 20 seconds? I swear I thought there'd be more. For a brief moment, I thought I'd screwed everything up and that the other candidates wouldn't make it. But luckily, the robots were restocked. UA must have an infinite supply of those walking soup cans. Changing the subject, how many people have I helped and saved? I lost count a long time ago once I started focusing on rescue points. Oh, and the 0-pointer is about to show up. Thank you. A female voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Only then did I realize I was carrying someone in my arms while flying to safety. She had dark purple hair that reached her chin and triangular eyes. But what really stood out were the headphones jack hanging from her ears. Ah, I remember her. Jiro, right? No problem, I replied indifferently, gently descending and setting her down. She let out a small groan of pain as she tried to steady herself. Must have twisted her ankle. Stay still, I ordered before enveloping her in a golden aura. A few seconds later, her surprised expression indicated she was fully healed. By the time she turned to thank me, I was already back in the air. I didn't have time for more chit-chat. I needed that extra time to deal with the real boss of the event, or what was supposed to be. That's when the deep sound from the central plaza alerted me. It had arrived. A large passage opened in the ground, and from it emerged the zero-pointer. The reaction was instant. All the candidates froze, probably rethinking their life choices. Me, on the other hand, I just watched from above. The metallic creature began to move and demolish the surrounding buildings. Before taking action against it, I prioritized the unlucky ones who were almost hit by the debris. In just a few seconds, I had already rescued about 13 people. And of course, I had to heal them too. Carrying people at high speed isn't exactly safe or healthy. Not everyone is lucky enough to be me. As soon as the last person was healed, I took off again and faced the big guy. Finally turned to me, recognizing that I was its real threat. "Ah, you noticed?" "How cute," I thought with a smirk. Then I shot toward it. I pierced through its chest like it was cardboard, reached its interior, and without wasting time, I kept going up until I emerged from the top. But instead of coming out empty-handed, I took the zero-pointer's entire head with me. Now I was there, hovering in the air, holding the giant robot's head with one hand while my hair and eyes glowed gold. I probably looked like I'd stepped out of an action movie poster. I began to descend slowly, still holding the robot's head, creating a dramatic atmosphere. Each step I took amplified the impact of the scene, passing by the people who looked at me in a mix of shock and awe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, bask in the grandeur. I really put on a show, didn't I? The test is over. Present Mike shouted over the loudspeakers, probably still trying to process what the hell just happened. And so, with style, I concluded my participation in the UA entrance exam. Now, should I stop by the store to grab some coffee jelly? I moved toward a collapsing building, firing a web that partially attached to the unstable structure, holding back the debris that was about to crush 2 candidates below. I swung over and held it up with my hands, the weight making my arm tremble as I applied more webs to stabilize the structure until it was secure. 2 students stared at me with surprised looks, but I didn't waste time with formalities. I had something far more pressing to deal with. The zero-pointer. That metal colossus was rampaging through the test city like an enraged kaiju, crushing buildings and hurling debris in all directions. Its massive treads tore up the ground as it moved, while its 6 electronic eyes glowed with a menacing light. This is going to be tricky, I muttered to myself. Could this thing actually kill someone if it wanted to? But before I could think of a plan, something caught my attention. Among the rubble of a partially collapsed building, a girl was trapped, her leg pinned under a chunk of concrete. And to make matters worse, the metallic monster was heading straight for her. My body moved before my mind could process. Jarvis! Maximum power to the thrusters! The thrusters on the back of my suit roared, propelling me at high speed. In a matter of seconds, I was beside the girl who stared at me with wide eyes, pale with fear. "Stay calm. You're going to be okay," I said, trying to sound confident. I crouched down and grabbed the concrete block. My hands shook as the pressure began to give under my strength, but it still wasn't enough. Jarvis, 45% strength boost. Applying strength augmentation. My muscles tensed as energy surged through the suit's hydraulic systems. With a grunt of effort, I lifted the concrete just enough for the girl to pull her leg free. As soon as she was out, I scooped her up in my arms and activated the thrusters again, carrying her to a safe rooftop. "There. You're out of danger now." She didn't respond immediately, just blinked a few times, her face red as a tomato. "Thank you." I didn't have time to reply. The ground shook, reminding me of the real problem. The zero-pointer was still on its destructive path. "All right, you oversized tin can Pro Max. Let's see how much you can take." I stepped back and tapped the side of my helmet. Jarvis prepped the missiles. Non-lethal armament loaded and ready to fire. Compartments on my shoulders opened, and a barrage of missiles shot out, streaking across the sky before slamming into the metal frame of the giant. A series of explosions rocked the iron beast, and a cloud of black smoke spread across the battlefield. Bingo! The missiles weren't lethal, but that amount should have taken care of it. Alert, activity detected. Target is still operational. Oh crap. Before I could react, a massive metal arm burst through the smoke and hit me square on. I was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through a building before slamming into a wall. The impact made the HUD in my helmet flicker and my entire body ached. My breath caught in my throat, my head was ringing, and for a second everything spun around me. Status of the suit? I gasped between breaths. Operational systems. Superficial damage. No critical failures detected. Thank God. With effort, I pushed myself out of the rubble, gritting my teeth. A direct attack didn't work. I needed another approach. Jarvis, scan the 0-pointer. I need to know where its core is. Executing scan. Core identified. Location. Center of the target's head. Perfect. Activating the thrusters, I shot out of the rubble and soared through the air, landing on top of the robot's head. The metal surface was hot to the touch from the earlier explosions. Alright, let's end this. I adjusted my stance, anchoring myself to the iron head. Jarvis, channel all suit power to the central core. Understood. Redirecting energy. The arc reactor in my chest glowed intensely, electrical sparks beginning to fly as the systems worked at full capacity. The heat inside the suit rose and beads of sweat dripped down my face. Now, activate Omega Beam. A burst of yellow energy erupted from the reactor, cutting through the metal like a hot knife through butter. The structure beneath me shook violently, the sound of metal melting and groaning deafening. Suddenly, the giant stopped moving. The engines fell silent. The red glow in its eyes faded. Warning, suit overheating. Deactivating Omega Beam as per safety protocol. The suit's power levels dropped, and the intense heat began to subside. I knelt on top of the defeated monster, panting as adrenaline coursed through my body. I did it. I made it. The front of my helmet retracted, letting the cool air hit my face. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! I held my hand in front of my face, clenching it into a tight fist. I did it. Deku is a success. I'm ready. I can become a hero. My epiphany was interrupted by the sound of present mic over the loudspeakers. The test is over. The adrenaline finally began to fade, and with it, all the exhaustion hit me. Finally. I sighed, letting my body fall back, lying on the hot metal of the now-dead 0-pointer. I definitely need to improve those cooling protocols. Chapter 9, First Day at UA. In the UA examination room, the tension was palpable as the examiners intently watched the large screen displaying the final results of the practical exam. All eyes were focused on the top 5 performers, whose scores were being fervently discussed. The numbers shown on the screen, revealing the impressive performances of the top 5. Exam results. 1. Ryuji Fujimoto, villain 572/rescue, 438, total 1010. 2. Izuku Midoriya, villain 172/rescue, 103, total 275. 3. Katsuki Bakugo, villain 77/rescue, 0, total 77. 4. Eijiro Kirishima, villain 39/rescue, 35, total 74. 5. Ochiko Uraraka, villain 31/rescue, 27, total 58. The examiners couldn't hide their looks of surprise at the absurd score of Ryuji Fujimoto, the top-ranked student. This score is surreal. I can't even imagine people's reactions when these results are made public, remarked one examiner, furrowing his brow as he stared at the numbers on the screen. Whoever the villain bot was, he simply demolished and annihilated them with his overwhelming speed and strength. Not even the 0-pointer was a challenge for him, added another examiner, examining the footage captured by the security cameras. A total score of 1,010 points. His name will undoubtedly be remembered in UA's history for a long time, commented a third examiner, letting out an impressed sigh. Nizu, sitting at the head of the table, smiled faintly. Ryuji Fujimoto is certainly an interesting case. But the question remains, how high can he go? The examiners exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the screen. Let's set aside this elephant in the room for now. The second-place finisher shouldn't be overlooked either, said one examiner, switching the screen to display a compilation of Izuku's action footage. The recording showed Izuku Midoriya rescuing students from the wreckage with precision and skill, his technological armor functioning with impeccable efficiency. Indeed, his performance was exceptional and careful during the rescues, always acting quickly and precisely, even with his initial carelessness with the zero-pointer. But putting that aside, he seemed like a true pro-hero in action, commented another examiner. I know he was allowed to use his support device because he doesn't have a quirk, but isn't that armor extremely advanced? Asked one of the examiners. Yes, it's durable, resilient, and versatile, and the way he used it demonstrated great mastery, agreed another, crossing his arms. Moreover, he faced the zero-pointer head-on and managed to disable it alone. All Might, who was present at the meeting, watched the footage with a serious but satisfied expression. Izuku Midoriya has great potential. He may not have a quirk, but his mind and adaptability make him a student with impressive potential. The examiners continued discussing and analyzing Ryuji and Izuku's performances for some time before turning their attention to the other students. After all, this generation of students seemed promising, but two names in particular were already etched in their minds. Later that same day, Ryuji was walking calmly to the market near his house. The entrance exam had been easy, but now he had an uncontrollable craving for coffee jelly. There was only one rule: stay away from the premium version. He remembered the taste and texture well, which were identical to the regular version, and he regretted asking Lucifer to buy entire batches of that abomination just for him to try. Thank goodness the factory purchase was underway. Otherwise, he swore he would destroy the place. Not to mention, he still had to heal Rice Cake, who got sick after stuffing herself with the premium coffee jelly he had spent all his allowance on. And the most absurd part? Even while poisoned, she wanted to eat more. Typical behavior of a drug addict. Ryuji entered the market and immediately spotted Rosa, the orange triceratops with red hair who worked there. She was organizing some shelves and smiled at him when she noticed him. Hola, pequeño client. How was your day? Rosa greeted him cheerfully in Spanish, as she always did. Pretty calm. Oh, and I probably passed the UA entrance exam, Ryuji replied casually as he walked toward the sweets section. Rosa's eyes widened in surprise before a big smile spread across her face. Felicitations, Chico. I'm sure you'll become an amazing hero. Thanks, Rosa, he replied nonchalantly, heading to where his coffee jelly was kept. But his moment was brutally interrupted when, as he turned the corner of the shelf, he bumped into something soft. Too soft to be a wall. To be more precise, he had just run face-first into someone's butt. Josi jumped, her large fox ears twitching in surprise. She turned to Ryuji, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I am sorry. I was so focused on organizing the products that I didn't even notice. Josi stammered nervously, her hands fidgeting. Ryuji, on the other hand, remained unfazed, blinking slowly as he assessed the situation. Nah, it's cool. My bad. He then noticed the name tag hanging on her green apron. Josi? Ha! So that's your name. Josi grew even more flustered, her ears drooping slightly. Why, yes. Well, sorry about the incident. Hope I didn't scare you too much, Ryuji said casually, bowing slightly in apology, trying to ease what was probably an embarrassing situation for Josi. Josi quickly shook her head, looking even more nervous. And no, it's fine. Why, you don't need to apologize. Please raise your head, Ryuji. Ryuji raised an eyebrow before looking at her. Wait, how do you know my name? Josi froze, clearly unsure how to respond. Before she could say anything, Rosa appeared beside her, laughing amusedly. I told her. After all, you're my favorite customer. Not to mention you saved my employee from a racist jerk a while back, Rosa smiled. So, as a thank you, we're giving you 6 units of your precious coffee jelly. For free. Ryuji's eyes lit up. For free. Josi nodded timidly. Yes. As a thank you. In a quick motion, Ryuji grabbed Josi's large hands, shaking them enthusiastically. If anyone bothers you, call me. Seriously. You can call me anytime. As many times as you want. Josi blinked, surprised by his intense response. Yeah. Rosa started laughing. Ha ha. You just want more free jelly. Ryuji didn't deny it, just looked at Rosa with a serious expression. You know too much. As night fell over Mizutafu in a distant part of the city, Lucifer gazed at the urban landscape through the wide windows of his luxurious office, sipping his martini with innate elegance. His eyes reflected a celestial aura as he analyzed the city below, lost in its own corruption and hypocrisy. His moment of tranquility was interrupted by the entrance of a woman into his office. She bowed respectfully before speaking. Apologies for the interruption, but Tsunami-sama wishes to speak with you. Lucifer shifted his gaze from the city to the woman and nodded with a faint smile. Inform her that she may enter. The woman bowed again. Understood, she replied before leaving the office. A few seconds later, the door opened once more, revealing the gracefully sensual figure of Tsunami. Her fan opened with a smooth motion as she walked with light, confident steps. Ah, society. What I see through these windows is not just streets filled with corruption and prejudice, but the distorted reflection of a society that embraces its own decay as if it were the noblest of virtues, declared Lucifer, turning to face Tsunami, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic gleam as he brought the glass to his lips. Tsunami smiled softly and closed her fan with a subtle click. Sometimes to rebuild, one must first destroy the rotten foundations. Lucifer chuckled softly, appreciating the response. Wise words. Now, how is the progress of our plans? We are advancing as planned, replied Tsunami, tilting her head slightly. Our operations to eliminate corrupt elements are in full swing. From criminal agencies to politicians and false heroes, we are cleansing the rot that has taken root in this society. Lucifer nodded in satisfaction. And what of our efforts to improve the situation of the marginalized? Mutant quirks, negative quirks. How is that going? Tsunami opened her fan again and smiled. We are making good progress. I have employed many of them at the Nine and Tails Inn, providing a refuge and opportunities for those rejected by society. Everyone has the right to thrive regardless of their nature. Excellent. Lucifer relaxed into his leather chair. Our mission is noble. We are creating a better future, eliminating those who taint it and providing opportunities for the needy. Without forcing the people. As the master desires. Conversation continued, revolving around the preparations for the Supreme One's debut. The next topic was their client, Greedy. Is he being fed properly? Asked Lucifer, his voice taking on a darker tone. Tsunami chuckled softly, hiding a mischievous smile behind her fan. But of course. We are taking care of him with all the necessary affection, ensuring he is ready for the role we have reserved for him. Infinity? Nearly the entire class exclaimed. After witnessing Ryuji's performance, everyone became excited about the prospect of their own quirks in the tests. Except for one, of course. Are you going to keep this attitude the whole time? Aizawa interrupted with a dark look in his eyes, causing the rest of the class to snap out of their excitement before he continued. All right, whoever comes in last across all 8 tests will be judged as powerless and punished with expulsion, he announced, shocking part of the class. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair as he looked at the class with tired eyes and a threatening smile. Welcome to UA's Hero Course. With the announcement of the possible expulsion, the atmosphere around the class changed drastically. The enthusiasm and excitement were quickly replaced by an overwhelming weight. Some students swallowed hard, others began to break into a cold sweat. For many, the idea of being expelled before the first day of school even ended was simply unimaginable. "Is this a joke, right?" Kaminari murmured, his confidence crumbling in the face of Aizawa's serious expression. "Doesn't seem like it," Tsuyu replied, her eyes carefully watching the teacher. "He doesn't seem to be lying." Izuku, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised. He had already studied Aizawa and knew his rigorous methods. "Aizawa is known for being ruthless with his students," he murmured to Ryuji. "He really can expel anyone deemed unworthy." Ryuji just let out a lazy sigh. If he really did that often, UA would have a constant rotation of students. "It's just a method to pressure us and bring out the best of our abilities." Aizawa observed the students' expressions and let out a tired sigh. Fear is a powerful tool. Use it to your advantage, or you'll be crushed under the weight of expectations. Now let's begin the tests. The physical exercises began one by one. First was the 50-meter. As expected, Tenya Ida dominated this test with ease, achieving impressive times thanks to his engine. However, Ryuji simply disappeared from the starting line and appeared on the other side before anyone had time to blink. "That was ridiculously fast," Zero exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Was that even a race?" "Did he teleport?" Jiro asked, incredulous. Aizawa looked at the data log and maintained a neutral expression. The machine hadn't recorded Ryuji's time. He had been too fast. Aizawa sighed tiredly, letting the issue slide because he didn't want to repeat the test. The next test was endurance. Here, Sato and Shoji performed well, maintaining above-average performance. However, Ryuji once again shattered all expectations, running as if it were just a light warm-up. He didn't even seem to be trying, which deeply irritated Bakugo. "Tisich, stop showing off, damn it!" Kugo growled, his hands crackling with sparks. Ryuji just shrugged. "If I wanted to show off, I would have done some flips in the air. But that's a great idea for next time." The other students began to get used to the fact that Ryuji was simply a monster compared to the rest. Even Tokoyami, who prided himself on his skill with Dark Shadow, watched Ryuji with an intrigued expression. The grip strength test was no different. Shoji and Sato had good performances, but Ryuji simply crushed the measuring device with such ease that it seemed to be made of cardboard. Finally came the standing long jump. Bakugo tried to regain his morale by blasting himself through the air and covering the entire distance of the test. He turned to Ryuji and smirked confidently. However, Ryuji just leaped with a slight push and disappeared into the sky, returning to the ground seconds later as if he had gone for a stroll among the clouds. With each test, Aizawa became more convinced that he was testing a mini all-might rather than a student. Even without showing everything, Ryuji was crushing any attempt at competition. Teacher just sighed, noting the results with an analytical gaze. "This kid is absurd. He's not even taking this seriously." Finally, all the tests were completed. Class was exhausted, some completely defeated, others just resigned. Aizawa then turned to the class with his characteristic bored expression. "All right, I'll quickly present the results," said Aizawa, pulling out his smartphone, which projected a large hologram displaying everyone's results during the class. 1 Ryuji Fujimoto. 2 Momo Yarosu. 3 Shoto Todoroki. 4 Katsuki Bakugo. 5 Tenya Ida. 6 Fumikichi Tokoyami. 7 Mizo Shoji. 8 Izuku Midoriya. 9 Mashareo Hiro. 10 Hiro Kirishima. 11 Mina Shido. 12 Achiko Uraraka. 13 Koji Koda. 14 Reikido Sato. 15 Tsuyu Ajui. 16 Yuga Oyama. 7 Inhanta Siro. 10 Denki Kaminari. 9 Kokajiro. 20 Toru Hagakure. "Ah yes, all that talk about expulsion was a lie to bring out your best performance," Aizawa said with a smile, seeming proud of himself. "Ha!" Ida, Uraraka, and Hagakure exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it was a lie. It just required a bit of reasoning, Momo replied with her hands on her hips. Well, with that, you're dismissed. There are papers with the curriculum and such in the classroom. When you return, take a look, Aizawa said as he walked away, visibly tired. As soon as Aizawa left, Izuku looked at Ryuji and let out a low laugh. You really enjoy provoking others, huh? Ryuji smirked. Me? Nah. I'm just having a little fun. Besides, seeing Bakugo fuming with rage is a bonus. Izuku noticed someone approaching. It was Momo, her gaze fixed on Ryuji, as if trying to understand something that still didn't make sense to her. You didn't have to push yourself so hard. Even if it was a test, there are limits to follow, Momo said, frowning at Ryuji. Push myself/himself? Ryuji and Izuku spoke at the same time, exchanging confused glances before turning their attention back to Momo. Before she could respond, Kaminari appeared beside Ryuji, throwing an arm around his neck and grinning enthusiastically. Wow, dude. Your quirk is so strong, he exclaimed. What else can you do with it? Mina also approached, her eyes shining with curiosity. Yeah, seriously. Do you have any limits, or do you just decide not to really push yourself? Ryuji simply shrugged, not seeming particularly interested in answering. Before he could say anything, Bakugo walked past them, muttering angrily. Tish, don't get too full of yourself, Bakugo snapped at Ryuji before turning sharply to Izuku. His gaze burned with contained hatred. And you? You'll see that in this place, a quirkless like you is nothing but useless trash. I'll blow you to pieces and show you your true place, Bakugo said, clenching his teeth. Without waiting for a response, he walked away with heavy steps, still letting off small explosions from his hands. The atmosphere grew tense for a few moments until Todoroki appeared in the middle of the crowd, stopping in front of Ryuji. His expression was serious, determined. No matter how strong you are, I will surpass you, he declared simply, before walking away in silence, leaving an even more tense and strange air behind. The class fell silent for a few seconds, until Ida broke the tension by adjusting his glasses and muttering to himself, Quirkless? He looked at Izuku with a puzzled expression, and soon realized he wasn't the only one. Other students also turned their attention to Izuku, wondering if they had heard correctly. Yes, I'm quirkless. Is that a problem? Izuku replied, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. No, but how did you manage those results in the test? Ida asked, clearly confused, which only increased the curiosity of the rest of the class. And how did you come in second in the exam rankings? Kirishima asked, voicing what many were thinking. Izuku just smirked. That's a secret, he replied, turning and walking toward the classroom, leaving the others even more curious. Before they could question further, Ryuji disappeared from the crowd and appeared beside Izuku in an instant. And they say I like to provoke others, Ryuji commented, giving an amused look at Izuku, who just chuckled softly in response. The rest of the class was intrigued by everything that had happened, but they decided to leave their doubts for another time. After all, they still had to return to the classroom to deal with the paperwork Aizawa had mentioned. So, one by one, they began to disperse, walking back to the UA building, carrying with them the feeling that this school year would be much more intense than they had expected. Chapter 10, I Can See You. In the shadows of his hideout, All for One laughed sinisterly, his laughter echoing off the cold, dark walls. He was satisfied, feeling the power coursing through his veins, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. His eyes gleamed with malice as he reveled in his newfound source of power. Ah, I am finally healed, he murmured to himself, his voice laden with pure malevolence. These new regeneration quirks have greatly aided in rebuilding my nearly dead body. All thanks to my wonderful new supplier. He examined the small, glowing orbs in his hands, each containing a quirk, ready to be used at his will. All for One admired the brilliance behind this method of storage, marveling at his supplier's ability to encapsulate quirks into tiny marbles. "Garaki," he called, his voice reverberating through the hideout. "Are the Nomus ready?" Dr. Garaki approached cautiously, yet with a smile on his face. "The Nomus are ready, Master. Thanks to the new method, the creation of Nomus has become easier, faster, and more efficient. But why do you need 3 of the new high-end species? One would be enough to handle our target." All for One smiled maliciously. Since I began conversing with him, I realized how he helped me see things more clearly. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than I had imagined. By sharing my vision and plans with him, I was confronted with the flaws and gaps in my own plans that he discovered in an instant. It was a painful but necessary awakening. I learned that we must never settle for superficial analyses or partial solutions, that we must never give them a chance to react when attacked. Garaki swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. All for One had changed since he began collaborating with a strange individual who appeared out of nowhere. He had become even more sinister and calculating with every moment spent conversing with this individual. All for One rose from his throne, his dominant presence and aura filling the room. "If we are to win, we must be relentless. We must be true villains," as he told me. Dr. Garaki watched All for One, anxious for what was to come. His master was stronger than ever, and his power continued to grow with each passing day. He wondered what that individual had done to transform All for One into something even more terrifying than he already was. Hosu Tokyo. The streets were bustling with the chase. The villain continued to laugh uncontrollably, his movements a blur as the heroes struggled to keep up with him. "You're so slow. It's like I'm racing against snails," he taunted, nimbly dodging the attacks aimed at him. His super-speed quirk made him an almost intangible target, leaving the heroes frustrated. One of them attempted a long-range attack but missed badly, the projectile hitting the ground several meters behind the villain. "He's too fast." "My quirk can't reach him," one of the heroes shouted, frustrated with the situation. However, the villain's confidence vanished the moment 2 precise shots pierced his legs. A sharp cry echoed through the street as he lost his balance, staggering violently before crashing into a parked van. His body fell awkwardly to the ground, his consciousness fading as pain radiated from his wounds. The heroes caught up moments later, confused by what had just happened. One of them examined the villain's injuries, while another, named Manuel, furrowed his brow as he analyzed the scene. "Snipe isn't patrolling nearby, so who could have done this?" he murmured, trying to identify the source of the shots. Before he could speculate further, his question was answered when an elegant silhouette appeared atop a nearby building. The heroes looked up and saw Lady Nagant, her imposing presence radiating authority and professionalism. The sharp-eyed heroine gazed down at the fallen villain, her hands resting casually on her built-in rifle. "You took your time," she commented, her voice carrying a professional tone but with a slight hint of provocation. "He could have caused more damage if I hadn't intervened." The heroes exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth in her words. Nagant wasn't just an exceptional markswoman, but one of the most feared and respected heroines in the country. Manuel sighed, nodding. "We appreciate the backup, Lady Nagant. As always, your precision is impressive." She simply shrugged. "Just doing my job. Now, get him to prison before he wakes up." With that, Lady Nagant turned and disappeared atop the building, leaving the heroes with a mix of admiration and respect. Finally home. I sigh in relief as I close the door to my apartment. After a tiring day at work, all I wanted was to relax a bit. I toss my bag onto the couch and head to the kitchen, opening the fridge in search of something quick for dinner. A chicken donburi seems like a good option, I think as I check the available ingredients. While I chop the chicken, my mind wanders to the events of the day. The market was, as usual, uncomfortable. The stares from people, the muffled whispers, the veiled judgments. I could feel the fear and distrust in every glance that quickly looked away when I caught them staring at me. It wasn't my fault. I was just born this way. I never chose to be different, but the world insists on reminding me of it with every step I take. I didn't want to be treated like something strange every time I tried to find a job, every time I walked down the street, every time I entered a store. But people always stared, always judged. They always pulled their children away or whispered when they thought I couldn't hear, as if I were dangerous in some way. I add the chicken to the pan, feeling the warm aroma start to spread through the apartment. I just wanted to be treated as normal. Like Rosa and the few others who saw beyond my appearance. Like Ryuji? The name pops into my mind and I pause for a moment. Well, he's a non-mutant who was different with me. He treated me well. And not in a forced or pitying way, but as if I were just a person. As if there was nothing wrong with me. Ryuji is a bit odd. And funny too. But somehow, being around him didn't make me feel small, the way I do with Rosa and other mutants. He acted as if my appearance didn't matter at all. As if it were just another trait like eye or hair color. Maybe if there were more non-mutants like him. A strong, acrid smell of burning hits my nostrils, snapping me out of my thoughts. I look at the pan and widen my eyes as I see the chicken scorching at the bottom. Oh no! I hurriedly turn off the heat and sigh, looking at the damage. Great. There goes my dinner. Maybe ordering something through the app is the best option today. After a long day of being awesome on the first day at UA, I decided it was time to disappear for a while at night. Clone created, check. Portal to Lucifer's office, check. Hope for a moment of peace? Ha! I should have known that never happens. As soon as I step through the portal, I'm knocked over by something small and very fast. Something that, under normal circumstances, would probably break at least 3 ribs of an ordinary human. But since it's me, I only felt a slight impact and, of course, arms wrapping tightly around me. Master! Cheerful, melodic voice echoes. I look down, and there she is, Lilith, staring up at me with those bright red eyes and a smile that could melt even Aizawa's heart. Or not. Ah, so that's what it was, I mutter, patting her head. I knew my sixth sense for beware, something cute and deadly is approaching was right. Lilith buries her face in my chest, which would be a somewhat cute moment if I didn't feel a certain increasing pressure. The girl might be cute, but she has hips that defy the laws of physics. Did you miss me? I ask, already knowing the answer. Lilith always misses Master, she exclaims, squeezing me tighter. Morgan and I were away for too long, and as if summoned by fate itself, Morgan appears. And, as always, she makes sure to make an entrance with that walk that even makes the floor seem seduced. Well, what a warm welcome, she says, placing a hand on her hip and giving me a feline-like look. I missed you too, you know? But it seems Lilith got here first. Too bad, huh? Morgan smirks, and before I can react, she's practically glued to me, using that natural talent of hers to throw any man off balance. Case serious mode activated. Being away for 4 years was hard, she murmurs, trailing a finger across my chest. Maybe I should make up for lost time. Before I can protest, something much worse happens. Era. Oh no. The room's temperature seems to shift as the unmistakable figure of Tsunami enters the office, accompanied by Lucifer. Her gentle smile now hides devilish intentions, and before I can say anything, she's right in front of me, arms crossed and a mischievous look in her eyes. Seems like I arrived at the perfect moment, the kitsune tilts her head, her half-closed eyes overflowing with amusement. Morgan, dear, still monopolizing our beloved master. I was just giving my master some affection, unlike a certain clingy kitsune. Morgan shoots a provocative look at Tsunami. Clingy? Oh, darling, I'm just very affectionate. Tsunami smiles with her eyes still closed, but now there's a faint dark aura around her. Please. You act like you own him. Morgan crosses her arms, glaring at her defiantly. And I do, Tsunami replies simply. The atmosphere grows tense. I swear I can almost see sparks in the air. Lilith, who's still clinging to me, looks back and forth, clearly aware of what's about to happen. Lucifer, are you going to intervene? I ask Lucifer, who's casually pouring himself a glass of wine. I don't see the need, he shrugs. After all, it's not my problem. Right? I'm on my own. All right, ladies, let's calm down. We have an important meeting to attend. I snap my fingers, and a sudden pressure descends on the room, making Morgan and Tsunami stop. I agree, Lucifer finally speaks, his deep voice echoing. The meeting needs to begin. Both troublemakers shoot dissatisfied looks at each other but finally step back, still exchanging visual barbs. I let out an internal sigh. One day, I'll have peace in this office. Second day at UA. I arrived early to the classroom again, along with Izuku. The guy is really putting in the effort with this hero thing. He decided to start coming to UA super early, and apparently that dragged me along since he picks me up at home. Congrats, Midoriya, your effort is now negatively impacting my well-being. Especially after the mess I had to deal with last night with Tsunami and Morgan. Huh? Hey, why did you stop? Izuku asked behind me as I entered the classroom and froze mid-step. The room was still somewhat empty, but something caught my attention in a weird way. I was staring at the green-haired girl who was chatting with the pink-skinned girl with yellow horns. Izuku followed my gaze and commented, "It's pretty rare to see quirks that make you invisible." After that, he walked past me and went to his seat like it was no big deal. Wait a second. What do you mean? I rubbed my eyes. Looked again. Can't be. The girl I was seeing, was that Hagakure? Long, messy, wavy greenish-yellow hair with some pink streaks. Thick eyelashes, big round eyes with blue-green pupils on the outside and yellow on the inside. And, to top it off, she was really pretty. Wow. So this is what was hidden all along? This is the biggest plot twist of my life. Before I could process everything, a small scream echoed through the room. Eek! Crap. I think I stared for too long. Toru? Is something wrong? Mina approached Hagakure with a worried expression. Huh? And no, nothing's wrong, sorry. I just got startled, that's all. Hagakure murmured, still a bit disoriented. I noticed she slightly glanced my way. Just for fun, I raised one of my hands and made a small gesture. She furrowed her brows, which confirmed everything for me. So I really can see her. Hey, what scared you? Tsu asked, curious. Hagakure hesitated. I decided to make things easier. Kinda can see her real appearance. By the way, I'm Ryuji Fujimoto. Nice to meet you. Silence filled the room. Everyone was staring at me, especially Hagakure, who was completely shocked. Why, you can really see me, she exclaimed, startled. You can see her? Mina's eyes widened. Is that part of your quirk? Tsu asked, tilting her head. Izuku, who was sitting next to me, just sighed and started jotting something down in his notebook. That's new. Adding to the list, he muttered to himself. Wait, what list? Hey dude, how do you do that? Kirishima looked at me with genuine curiosity, while Kaminari beside him seemed as confused as someone trying to understand the math behind dividing 0 by 0. Doesn't your quirk have more to do with super strength? Kaminari asked, furrowing his brow. My quirk is called Solaris Absolutus. I have an inner energy that I can manipulate in various ways. Super strength, flight, light manipulation, and a few other little things. It was a half-truth, but what can I do when I have to hide the fact that I can delete hundreds of galaxies with my power? Mina blinked a few times before exclaiming, That's so strong, with her eyes shining. Kirishima gave me a friendly punch on the shoulder. With a quirk like that, you're definitely going to make it into the top 10 pro heroes. Sure, because that's all that matters, right? I rolled my eyes, but he laughed, thinking I was joking. It was then that Hagakure cut in. But you still haven't explained how you can see me. And that's where things get weird. Because I really don't know how to explain it. Maybe her quirk has something to do with light manipulation? Or maybe I just hacked this reality without realizing it. Not applicable. The MC's knowledge of the anime only reaches the 4th season. Well, I don't know how to explain it either. And that's when Kaminari decided to be Kaminari. Hey, what does she really look like? A mischievous grin spread across his face. I want to know too. Mina leaned into the conversation. Me too. Uraraka chimed in excitedly. Me too, Ribbit, you added. And suddenly all eyes were on me as if I were a reality show host about to reveal the winner. I looked at Hagakure, who was smiling shyly, but I could tell there was something hesitant about her. Okay, give me some space. They backed up a little and I began to focus. My golden energy glowed in my hands, capturing everyone's attention. After a few seconds, the light dissipated and a painting appeared in my hands. Mina, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Kaminari's eyes widened when they saw the image. Hagakure hesitated but eventually took the painting. As soon as she looked at it, tears began to form. Is that me? /N. For those in doubt, even she can't see her true appearance. The whole class started to gather around her. She's really beautiful, Mina exclaimed. Yeah, she's super cute, Uraraka added. Man, I'm jealous, Kaminari muttered, looking at me. Me too, dude. Me too. Zero sighed, patting Kaminari on the back as if trying to console him. Can you create things with your quirk too? Momo asked, looking at me with genuine curiosity. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, but you can call me Momo. All right. And yes, I can create things with my energy, but it consumes a good portion of my inner strength depending on the complexity of the material. She looked impressed. Kirishima was about to open his mouth to ask something, but Present Mike walked into the room, saving my sanity. Everyone to your seats. English class is about to begin. Thank God. I went back to my seat and rested my head on the desk, trying to process all the social interaction I had just been forced to endure. Am I still an introvert even after reincarnating? Nah, I must just be tired from last night. Even though I don't really feel tired. I glanced to the side and noticed Hagakure staring at me. When our eyes met, she smiled shyly and clutched the painting tighter in her hands. Thank you, she said softly. I smiled back at her and adjusted in my chair, ready to pretend to pay attention in English class. After the regular classes followed by lunch, noon arrived and the class everyone had been waiting for would begin. Fundamental Hero Studies. While everyone chatted and waited for the class to start, a familiar shout came from outside. Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might exclaimed as he entered the classroom in his goofy awe style. All Might. So cool. He's really going to be our teacher. That costume is from the Silver Age, right? The style is so different. It gives me chills. Ha. Well, class, I know you're all excited to see me, but I'm not here as a hero today. I'm here as your teacher. And today you'll have your first basic hero training. All Might said with his trademark grin. No more beating around the bush. What we're doing today is combat training, All Might concluded, sparking even more excitement from the rest of the class. Finally, something different besides lectures. Hopefully the canon will change a bit. Bakugo wore a confident grin on his face, looking more like a villain than a hero. Izuku simply smiled, thrilled for the class. As for Todoroki, well, he was being Todoroki. And to match your first battle, we've prepared the gear we asked you to design to complement your quirks. Your hero costumes. As soon as All Might finished speaking, metal cases emerged from the wall at the back of the classroom. The sound and movement of the gears caught the attention of the entire class. I can't believe we get to use our hero costumes. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Everyone seemed excited for today's class, with some heading toward the metal cases to grab their hero costumes. After changing, meet at Ground Beta. All Might announced, prompting those who hadn't grabbed their respective cases to get up, take them and head to the locker room. I was the last to leave the classroom, but before I could go, All Might called out to me. "Aren't you going to grab your costume?" "Young Fujimoto," All Might asked, seemingly not noticing that there had been no case on the wall from the start. "I spoke with Principal Nizu about it. I can kind of materialize my costume with my quirk," I replied to All Might, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Ha ha, that's certainly flashy, young man. Now hurry up and head to ground beta." All Might finished, leaving the room and speeding down the hallway. "Don't worry, All Might. What I'm about to do will be more than just flashy in this class." Chapter 11, Combat Trial Part 1. For half an hour, almost the entire class had gathered at Ground Beta, a vast training course that emulated a standard urban area with streets and various buildings. Those present chatted among themselves, admiring and commenting on each other's hero costumes, praising the designs and exchanging excited impressions. "I really like your costume, Mina. You look so beautiful in it," Toru exclaimed excitedly to Mina, who smiled shyly in response while scratching her cheek with her index finger. "Hee hee, thank you," Mina replied. "Toru-chan, why does your costume look like our gym uniform?" "Ribbit," Tsu asked, joining the conversation. "Yeah, it's really similar except for the gloves and shoes," said Mina, moving closer to Hagakure. "Well, it's because it actually is the gym uniform. My costume would only consist of gloves and shoes since I'm invisible," explained Hagakure, as a floating blush became visible in front of them. "Ribbit, what made you decide to wear it?" Tsu asked, placing a finger on her chin, more curious than before. "Well, it's because of Ryuji," Hagakure tried to explain, but she only got lost in her words. Tsu and Mina understood their friend perfectly, even if her words were a bit incomprehensible. Having someone who could see her, even though she was invisible, made her feel a bit shy now about the gazes she received from others. "Speaking of Ryuji, hasn't he arrived yet?" Mina wondered, starting to look around. "It seems not, Rib." "Oh, someone's coming," Kirishima exclaimed, causing everyone's attention to turn toward the tunnel. A figure could be seen in the darkness, but it gradually became more visible, revealing itself to be Ryuji, who was slowly approaching. But to everyone's surprise, he was still wearing the regular UA uniform. "Why is he still in uniform?" Zero questioned with a raised eyebrow. "I don't know, that guy has been kind of weird from the start," replied Kaminari, crossing his arms. Ryuji's figure was now closer, almost stepping out of the tunnel, and that's when the shock hit their faces. As Ryuji emerged from the darkness of the tunnel, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. The golden rays of the sun, touching his skin, triggered a mystical transformation. A golden aura enveloped his body, pulsating and dancing like ethereal flames. The radiance exuded power and grandeur, capturing the gazes of everyone present, who watched without blinking. Fabrics began to weave themselves in the air around him, forming a gleaming golden armor, each detail carved to perfection, as if a higher force were shaping his suit. Cape, imposing and flowing, rose majestically behind him, like the wings of a celestial being ready to challenge the heavens. His once casual expression now carried the majesty of a mountain towering over mere ants. The sentry's suit had materialized over him. And there he stood before everyone, not just revealing his hero costume, but becoming a vision that would echo through generations. A living legend about to be written into the world. Everyone except All Might, Bakugo, and Todoroki crowded around me. "Okay, I think I managed to put on a show here. But could you guys give me some space? It's way too crowded." "Dude, how did you do that? Is that your hero costume? It's so cool," Kirishima said excitedly, giving me a friendly slap on the shoulder. "Damn, you're definitely stylish," Kirishima said, examining my costume. "I'm definitely better looking than you." He still can't outshine my brilliance," Oyama said after striking what I thought was a JoJo pose. "Are you sure about that?" Did you create it just like you did in the classroom? Mina asked as she squeezed past Kirishima and Shiro to stand in front of me. Holy crap, seeing her costume up close is something else. Yeah, I can materialize it onto my body, I replied casually. It wasn't a big deal to me, but I should probably consider their reactions. Still, it was funny to see the shock on their faces, especially Momo's, since her quirk also involves creation. But it seems like she's more focused on taking notes than actually being surprised by me. That's really convenient, Ribbit, Sue said, looking at my costume. Why are the girls looking more at my body than the guys are at my face? That was so cool, man. That was insane to watch. It was like whoosh, bam, and you already had your costume on your body. Kirishima exclaimed in admiration, punching the air above him with one arm. I think I found my third brother. You're definitely in shape. Those muscles are no joke, said the six-armed Kakashi Shoji. Well, that must be why the girls are staring. Now that I think about it, I'm almost as tall as the six-armed guy. If I remember correctly, I'm 6 feet tall now. I looked down at my chest and abs, stretched out my arm, and flexed. Well, I work out occasionally. I don't even work out. I don't need to. I kept being bombarded with questions about the costume, what it was made of, about my power, what else I could do with my power, and so on. While I was being bombarded, I ended up noticing Hagakure wearing the gym uniform along with her costume. I think it must have been my fault. I think I should help her with that. But before I could go to her, I could hear footsteps coming from the end of the tunnel. It seems things are about to get even more chaotic. The footsteps were getting closer, and those who were talking to me noticed my gaze towards the tunnel. Gradually, they caught the sounds of footsteps coming from the tunnel, and the figure of someone could be seen in the distance. The surprise became more visible among those beside me when the figure of Izuku appeared, wearing a Batman Arkham Knight-themed armor and a helmet that seemed similar to the Hellbats. Both without the bat symbol, of course. The only thing different about this armor was the colors, having a very dark green in areas like the long cape, legs, forearms, hips, shoulders, neck, and helmet, and a more vivid shade of green on the torso, chest, thighs, and biceps. Of course, I can't forget his golden yellow utility belt. If I remember correctly, the armor has an internal exoskeleton that increases all his physical capabilities and limits by 3 times. It's weak compared to the other armors. The weakest Deca model is twice as strong as this armor. But Izuku is only using it because his opponents are teenagers without much combat experience. Kind of understandable, but of course he's not underestimating them, as this armor still has a lot of arsenal to use in combat. Just to give a taste of the arsenal, his cape is made of the same material as the bulletproof suits from the John Wick movie. Like them, the cape has layers of Kevlar sewn into it, allowing it to stop high-velocity projectiles, absorbing and dissipating the impact upon contact. But Izuku improved it, and now it can also protect him from small explosions and, at most, some grenade-like explosions. Midoriya? Ida questioned, breaking the atmosphere of surprise among the others. This caused some to step away from me and gather around Izuku. Wow, Midoriya! That's such a cool costume, Shiro exclaimed, pushing Kaminari aside a bit. I didn't know you could make something so cool. I should have tried harder to describe my suit. Kaminari lamented, while Shiro comforted him. Stole my spotlight, huh? I said to Izuku teasingly. He just shrugged, but I could see the smile behind the helmet. Wait a minute, Uraraka shouted, maneuvering through the crowd to reach Izuku. I know you. You're the armored stranger who saved me during the entrance exam, Uraraka said, stunning Izuku for a few seconds before he smiled behind his helmet. Yes, that was me. Uraraka smiled anxiously, but she composed herself and bowed as if paying her respects to him. Thank you so much for saving me. Izuku awkwardly scratched his helmeted head, seeing her thank him like that in front of the others. Do something, man, you're in front of your possible future wife. Right. Just did what a hero would do. But the way you flew with your armor was so cool. Shooting those laser beams from your hands and destroying the pointers. and taking down that big robot. Uraraka spilled all this information anxiously, bothering Izuku a bit. Wait, he was using another armor? And shooting lasers from his hands? Is that how he ended up in second place in the exam ranking? Oh man, the atmosphere changed. Everyone had a different look about Midoriya. Reading their thoughts, most thought it was unfair that he had the help of such an item. Midoriya-kun, where did you get all this? Kuriyasu asked. About that, I made these things myself, Izuku replied casually. Once again, everyone's expression changed to shock and surprise. But before everyone could bombard Izuku with questions, All Might intervened. Come on, everyone. Now is the time to start your combat training. After the class calmed down and turned their attention to All Might, he cleared his throat before starting to explain the lesson. Basically, it was the same as in the anime, an internal battle between two teams. Hero team versus villain team, which would also test our ability to cooperate with each other. All Might explained the objective of the battle, about the heroes winning if they captured the villains or recovered the nuclear weapon within the time limit, or if the villains managed to hold on to the nuclear weapon the entire time or captured the heroes. And finally, we began to decide the teams. Teams ended up being Team A, Denki Kaminari and Mizo Shoji. Team B, Fumikage Tokoyami and Koji Koda. Team C, Hanta Siro and Yuga Oyama. Team D, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team E, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team F, Toru Hagakure and Mina Ishido. Team G, Masahiro Ojiro and Ijiro Kirishima. Team H, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki. Team I, Ryuji Fujimoto and Kyoka Jiro. Team J, Rikido Sato and Tsuyu Ajui. Well, it seems some things have changed from canon, even if only subtly. I liked what remained, and I'll make sure these two face each other. It doesn't hurt to use a little telekinesis to adjust things, right? He. And so the matchups were decided as follows. 1 heroes of Team A versus villains of Team G. 2 heroes of Team I versus villains of Team H. 3 heroes of Team C versus villains of Team B. 4 heroes of Team D versus villains of Team E modified. 5 heroes of Team J versus villains of Team F. Wow, I didn't expect to have to face the 2 recommended students right off the bat. What a cruel twist of fate to pit the emo kid against me. He's going to taste defeat today. Putting that aside, the first match was about to begin. Team A will probably win because of Kaminari, since Kirishima isn't unbreakable yet. I heard a voice behind me. It was Jiro, who seemed a bit nervous. Was it because we were going up against Momo and Todoroki? Thanks for saving me back there during the entrance exam, she said, fiddling with one of the earphone jacks plugged into her ears. Sorry, I didn't thank you properly before. It's just that you were always busy. Busy? But I wasn't. Oh, right, I've always been in the spotlight until now. No problem, I replied to Jiro, kind of forgetting about her after saving her. Jiro smiled after my response, but her attention was stolen by the large monitor in the monitoring room that All Might had brought in for the rest of the class. Looks like I was right. Team A won thanks to Kaminari, who charged straight at the villains and unleashed a massive amount of electricity, knocking them out. Does the guy think he's a terrorist or something? Six Arms Kakashi took care of the nuclear weapon as soon as he realized Kaminari had fried his brain, thus securing the victory for the hero team. Well, now it's our hero team versus the villain team of Momo and Todoroki. All Might led us to the building designated for the second match, and the villain team entered the building while Jiro and I stayed outside. Fujimoto. Jiro called me, visibly nervous. You can call me Ryuji. My last name doesn't really fit well. All right. Ryuji, do you have any plan or idea in mind? The villain team seems really strong, with Todoroki as the attacker and Momo as the support and strategist, Jiro explained nervously. I understand her concern. This kind of lineup would be a problem for anyone. Except me, of course. About that, leave them to me. But I'd like to know their positions somehow so I can ambush them more quickly. I can use my thermal vision to locate them, but this is a team test. I can't just go out and do everything alone. Jiro looked at me a bit surprised. Well, I can help you with that. But isn't it a bit reckless for you to take them on alone? They're too dangerous to face head-on, especially Todoroki with his ice quirk. Dangerous? Jiro looked at me intrigued after I said that. Well, maybe, but not to me. Alright then, the second indoor match between Team I and Team H3. 2-1. Begin! The battle had begun, and Ryuji and Jiro entered the building, with Jiro plugging one of her earphones into the wall. Through a few seconds of concentration, she turned to Ryuji. It seems they're on the 3rd floor. Her words were cut off as the entire building shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. What? Jiro exclaimed, but before she could react, she felt a strong gust of wind against her body, and in the next instant she was outside, firmly carried by Ryuji. The building before them was completely frozen, covered in a thick layer of ice that glistened under the sunlight. The windows had been sealed, and cracks in the concrete revealed the overwhelming power of Todoroki's technique. Looks like he turned the building into a giant freezer, Ryuji said, gently placing Jiro on the ground. Without wasting a second, he shot upward, shattering the ice barrier with a brutal punch, creating a new entrance for himself on the 3rd floor. However, as he broke through the wall, he was instantly met by Todoroki, who had anticipated his entry. The ice prodigy pressed his hand to the ground, summoning a colossal pillar of ice that engulfed Ryuji entirely and exploded out of the building like a spear piercing the sky. In the monitoring room, the entire class was in shock as they witnessed the size of the ice structure. So strong, Sato murmured, his jaw dropping. This is insane. But what about Ryuji? Yeah, he got caught in that. All Might raised his hand to try to calm the students, but Izuku was quicker. Look again. It's not over yet. His voice was firm and confident. Their gazes turned back to the screen. Todoroki still held his attacking stance, but something seemed off. In the middle of the frozen pillar, 2 lights began to glow like eyes awakening in the darkness. Todoroki's eyes widened, realizing the danger too late. 2 golden beams shot out from the ice with devastating force, piercing through the room and destroying the wall at the back. The ice that had imprisoned him shattered in an explosion of debris and white mist, and Ryuji emerged from the destruction. His eyes glowed like suns amidst the freezing dust. The sight made Todoroki's blood run cold. Ryuji's presence was overwhelming, more like an unstoppable entity than a normal opponent. The dense mist created an intimidating effect, and his piercing gaze cut through Todoroki like invisible blades. I'll handle him. Get the nuclear weapon out of here. Todoroki shouted to Momo, trying to regain his composure. Momo nodded and quickly moved, creating a wheeled stand to facilitate the transport of the nuclear weapon. But even so, her breathing was uneven. She too felt that crushing pressure in the air. Todoroki acted immediately, unleashing another devastating wave of ice, covering a third of the room in a frigid storm. Cold spread through the environment, coating the walls, ceiling, and floor in a thick layer of solid ice. How about you cool off a bit, princess? The voice came from the side. Todoroki turned his head in shock, and there he was. Ryuji was beside him, placing a hand on his left shoulder, as if he had simply appeared out of nowhere. A wave of anger surged through Todoroki. He didn't know how Ryuji had moved so fast, but that mocking tone made his blood boil. His left hand began to heat up, ready to unleash a burst of flames, but something was wrong. He couldn't move. His arms were bound. Looking down, he realized he was completely entangled in capture tape. What? But when? His mind raced, but before he could process it, Ryuji vanished like a shadow, leaving him there completely helpless. Balanced, Todoroki fell backward onto the icy floor. His vision blurred for a moment as the shock hit him hard. Silence weighed heavily on him. He had lost. Not just lost, but been utterly humiliated. He hadn't even had time to react. Meanwhile, Momo continued on her way, dragging the nuclear weapon down the hallway. Each step felt heavier than the last, the pressure of that battle still looming over her. Then, suddenly, a shadow appeared before her. Ryuji was there, floating in the air with his arms crossed. His cape fluttered lightly in the airflow, and his expression was calm. Momo tried to react, but it was too late. The nuclear weapon was gone. What? Her eyes widened as she looked at her now empty hands. I'll take this. The voice came from behind her. Ryuji was already there, holding the object effortlessly. How? Confusion overwhelmed Momo, but before she could form a coherent thought, All Might's voice echoed through the building. The hero team wins! Silence. Momo just stared ahead, her heart racing. She had lost. She didn't even know how. Like Todoroki, she felt small in the face of something that simply defied any logic they knew. The monitoring room erupted in shouts of surprise and admiration as soon as the confrontation came to an end. What a splendid execution by the hero team, exclaimed All Might, his laughter echoing, though there was a slight tension in it. Throughout the entire clash, he simply couldn't keep up with Ryuji's speed. The confrontation didn't even last 3 minutes. Damn! That was insane, Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes shining with pure admiration. He didn't even give them time to react. He crushed them. I blinked and it was already over, Mina said excitedly, nudging Tsuyu, who simply nodded. Todoroki is amazing too, but... Tokoyami murmured, his eyes fixed on the screen. Even if I used my dark shadow to its fullest, I'm not sure I could handle such overwhelming pressure. But that ice exit, not elegant at all, commented Aoyama, shaking his head dramatically. Yeah, and that look? Kaminari visibly shuddered, rubbing his arms. It was just through the screen, and yet it gave me chills. The room buzzed with discussions and praise about Ryuji's performance. As soon as he returned with Jiro, he was immediately bombarded with questions. However, before the commotion could grow even more, All Might raised his hand, calling for silence. Tension turned to the next confrontation. The third match began between teams C and B. Tokoyami shone as he used the darkness to strengthen his dark shadow, completely neutralizing the heroes and securing victory for his team. And then it was time for the fourth match. The hero team, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. The villain team, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the timer started counting down, and at that very moment, Bakugo shot down the hallway like a missile, propelled by his explosions. The blast echoed through the building as he charged forward in search of the enemy team. Deku! Bakugo's voice was filled with pure determination and anger, a war cry that reverberated through the corridors. Izuku, already anticipating his rival's momentum, moved immediately. Uraraka, follow the plan, he ordered, his voice firm and controlled. In response, the girl nodded and began to move away, heading toward the floor where the nuclear weapon was positioned. As soon as Bakugo found Izuku, he charged at him with everything he had. Izuku moved to intercept Bakugo, and a deafening explosion filled the air. The blonde spun in the air, propelled by an explosion behind him, and descended upon Izuku like a predator pouncing on its prey. But Izuku was not unprepared. His visor glowed, activating the sensors in his armor. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. He leaned back, dodging the first strike, and then twisted to the side, avoiding the second explosion Bakugo fired straight at him. With a fluid motion, Izuku raised his arm and an electric pulse shot from his hand, aiming at Bakugo. But the blonde was already expecting something like this. Using the force of his explosion, he jumped at the last second, landing on the wall and using it as a springboard to launch himself at Izuku again. The impact of Bakugo's knee strike made the ground tremble. Izuku blocked with his armored forearms, but he was still thrown several meters back. Bakugo's strength was insane. You can't hide behind that tin forever, Deku! Bakugo shouted, his eyes wild as sparks flew from his palms. I'll destroy that thing and finish you once and for all. Izuku didn't respond immediately. He took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and with a glow in his visor, he said, "Then let's see who falls first, Kaken." Chapter 12, Combat Trial Part 2. Bakugo didn't understand how Izuku was still there. He simply couldn't comprehend it. How could someone like him still be here? Izuku was quirkless. He had no power. There was no way he could be a hero. He was a complete failure. But no. He was here. For some reason, he was still here. And not just that. He had surpassed Bakugo. He had ranked above him in the UA entrance exam. This was unacceptable. Since they were 5 years old, since that damn day when Izuku decided to push himself, everything had started to change. Bakugo had always seen it as a waste of time. A quirkless person would never amount to anything. But somehow Izuku had proven otherwise. How? How was this possible? How dare he defy the fate that Bakugo had already accepted for him? Studies, sports, activities, everything. It was always Izuku at the top. A damn quirkless person surpassing him? That was ridiculous. Unacceptable. Illogical. He tried to crush him, to make him understand his place. But every time he tried, it was Bakugo who ended up falling. And always it was Ryuji who stopped him. Why? Why did he protect him? What did Izuku have that Bakugo didn't? What did Ryuji see in him that Bakugo couldn't see? Why did it feel like the entire universe was against him? It infuriated him. No. Consumed him. A burning rage seethed inside Bakugo every second he saw Izuku there, defying his fate, proving him wrong. His place at the top was being stolen right before his eyes, and he could do nothing. No, he could. He promised himself that at the first opportunity, no matter how small, he would bring Izuku down. He would crush him without hesitation. He would destroy him. 10 minutes before the start of the test. The hologram projected from my forearm, the bluish lights reflecting off Uraraka's curious face as I explained the plan. My voice echoed through the helmet speaker, distorted by the modulator. Bakugo and Ida probably won't get along very well. Bakugo isn't the type to work in a team, especially with someone like Ida, who takes rules seriously. The chance of Bakugo breaking off and coming after me is almost 100%. My gaze remained fixed on the building's projection as I slid my finger across the hologram, highlighting the likely movement routes. That means we can't stay together, I added, rotating the hologram to show the location of the simulated nuclear artifact. We split up. I hold off Bakugo and you handle Ida. Once I'm done, I'll back you up. Uraraka blinked, impressed by the quick analysis. But how can you be so sure Bakugo will act like that? I let out a short sigh. We're kind of childhood friends, but we never got along. He's always been impulsive and never accepted that I was in his way, and that's a predictable factor we can use to our advantage. Uraraka opened her mouth to compliment the strategy, but I raised my hand, cutting her off. If something goes wrong and Bakugo somehow defeats me, I want you to use this. I handed her a small black metal sphere. Plan B, use your quirk on this and throw it in Ida's direction. If he's holding the bomb, it'll be even more effective. She furrowed her brow, confused but nodded, trusting the strategy. I closed the hologram with a flick of my wrist and checked the HUD on my helmet. Jarvis indicated the remaining time. 60 seconds until the start of the test. I took a deep breath, feeling the exoskeleton of the armor adjust to my body, tripling my strength and reflexes. It wasn't my best combat option, but I also didn't want to turn this into an all-out war. This suit was the Shadow Hunter, a suit I developed more for hand-to-hand combat and infiltration. Cape, reinforced with high-density Kevlar, swayed slightly as I moved. Could stop high-speed projectiles and reduce the impact of explosions. That's a small addition I made specifically to deal with Bakugo. Yurika watched me intently. Do you think Bakugo will fall for this so easily? I smiled under the helmet. He always does. The timer hit 0. Begin! Bakugo launched himself at Izuku with a powerful explosion, the sound echoing through the corridors as he surged forward like a human projectile. Izuku, anticipating the attack, positioned himself to execute a suinage, but Bakugo demonstrated his aerial mastery. With a quick maneuver propelled by his explosions, he changed trajectory at the last moment, soaring over Izuku and landing behind him before detonating another point-blank explosion. The shockwave swept through the hallway, creating a curtain of smoke and debris. However, when the dust settled, Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw Izuku unharmed, his cape slowly lowering after absorbing the impact of the blast. Frustration welled up inside him. Izuku didn't hesitate. He charged forward with speed, forcing Bakugo to retreat. But Izuku was faster. With a calculated move, he grabbed the blonde's arm and attempted to strike. Bakugo managed to raise his left gauntlet at the last second, blocking the impact, and immediately countered with a knee strike. Izuku intercepted the blow with his free hand but realized too late that Bakugo's other hand was already positioned in front of his face. "Dai Deku!" Bakugo snarled, detonating a point-blank explosion. Smoke rose again, but when Bakugo waved it away with a swipe of his hand, Izuku wasn't where he was supposed to be. Confused, he looked around, but before he could locate his opponent, small black spheres fell around him. In the next instant, a sonic explosion echoed through the corridor, and a dense curtain of smoke covered the entire area. Bakugo found himself immersed in the darkness of the thick fog. His instincts screamed at him to move, but then he heard the sound of something metallic clattering on the ground. His eyes searched for the source and soon spotted a red glow emerging from the smoke. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired an explosion in that direction. Nothing. Another light appeared to his left. Bakugo twisted his body and fired again, but once more, he hit nothing. His heart pounded in his chest, his frustration growing with every second. Izuku was toying with him, using the smokescreen to confuse him. "Stop running, you damn coward!" Bakugo roared, unleashing more explosions around him. It was then that Izuku suddenly emerged from the smoke, too fast for Bakugo to react. Before he realized it, he felt something tightly wrapping around his torso. Capture tape. Izuku had used the equipment provided by All Might to strategically restrain Bakugo's arms, limiting his explosive movements. Bakugo tried to resist, but Izuku seized the opening. With a precise spin, he executed a suinage, using Bakugo's own weight against him. The moment the blonde was thrown into the air, Izuku activated an electric pulse in his armored arm, discharging a paralyzing current directly into his rival's body. Bakugo hit the ground with a brutal impact. His body shuddered for a moment before going still. Silence reigned in the corridor. Izuku stood still for a moment, monitoring Bakugo's vitals through his armor's HUD. Once he confirmed that Bakugo was only unconscious, he raised his head and adjusted his communication. "Uraraka, Kaken is out of the game. I'm moving to support you now." Seconds before the explosion. He lost? How? Even using his quirk, he couldn't beat someone quirkless? What was that armor? Was that even allowed? Why? How? Why did Izuku of all people get that? When did this happen? Where did he get it? Wasn't this unfair? This should be unfair. Chaotic thoughts swirled in Bakugo's mind as darkness threatened to consume him. His breathing was uneven, his head throbbed, and his body ached from the electricity still resonating in his muscles. But then a sound cut through his unconsciousness. "Uraraka, Kaken is out of the game. I'm moving to support you now." His guard was down. The opportunity Bakugo had always waited for. Perfect cue to tear Izuku down from the top and reclaim the place that was rightfully his. His fingers twitched before moving furiously. His body felt heavy, but he couldn't stop. He began to free himself from the bindings, gritting his teeth, every fiber of his being burning with hatred and frustration. With a violent tug, his arms broke free enough to move his gauntlet. His eyes gleamed with pure determination and madness as he raised it, aiming directly at Izuku's back. All Might noticed the movement and immediately intervened. "Bakugo, stop. You've already been captured. You're out of the game." His voice was stern, almost authoritative, but to Bakugo it sounded distant and insignificant. He didn't care. Izuku was slowly turning, perhaps sensing something was wrong. But it was already too late. Bakugo's eyes were wide, filled with an insane frenzy. His fingers moved instinctively to the gauntlet's pin. He didn't think. He just acted. Izuku cheated. So there was no reason for him not to do the same. He pulled the pin. The sound was deafening. A flash lit up the hallway, engulfing everything in a blinding light. Izuku, in an immediate reflex, pulled his cape around his body to shield himself. But the explosion came with full force, swallowing everything around it. The dust hung thick in the air, swallowing everything in a suffocating haze of debris and destruction. The building trembled from the effects of the explosion, and a massive smoking hole marked the spot where an intact hallway had once been. Chunks of concrete and metal fell slowly, echoing in the tense silence that followed. Bakugo stood, panting, his wide eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. His heart hammered against his ribs, a mix of adrenaline and dread coursing through his veins. Izuku. Or at least what was left of him. Combat armor was destroyed, parts of the metal burned and twisted by the explosion. His left arm was no longer there. Blood and oil dripped from the wreckage of the exoskeleton. His body was covered in burns and deep wounds, and the cracked visor of his helmet flickered weakly with emergency messages from Jarvis. Critical damage. Vital signs weak. Immediate medical intervention required. But Izuku didn't respond. He didn't move. He didn't speak. Bakugo felt his stomach churn. Uraraka was trying to reach Izuku through the communicator, her voice laden with worry and desperation. But there was no response. Nothing but the static buzz of the open channel. Bakugo's heart pounded against his chest, his body trembling slightly. He hadn't wanted this. He hadn't wanted things to go this far. Izuku just shouldn't have gotten in the way. If Izuku hadn't stepped into his path, this wouldn't have happened. If he hadn't risen so high. If he hadn't insisted so much on being something he couldn't be. This wasn't what he wanted. It wasn't his fault. Bakugo's breathing grew heavy. He tried to push the thoughts away, but they came rushing in. What would happen now? Would he be expelled? Arrested? Everyone must be watching him. What were they thinking? And then a new presence dominated the scene. A bright golden aura emerged from the hole in the building. Ryuji. His eyes blazed with pure fury, locked onto Bakugo like a predator about to strike. Bakugo felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, Ryuji shot toward him like a projectile. In an instant, Bakugo felt the brutal impact of his body being slammed against the wall. Ryuji's hand gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground with superhuman strength. His other hand was already poised to strike. But then, a firm grip interrupted his movement. Young Fujimoto, calm down. All Might's voice was serious, yet carried a tone of pleading. We don't need another disaster. Ryuji turned his blazing eyes toward the symbol of peace. All Might felt a shiver run down his spine but didn't loosen his grip. For a moment, the silence was absolute, the tension crushing. And then, finally, Ryuji's golden aura began to fade. With a heavy sigh, he released Bakugo, who fell to the ground. The blonde dropped to his knees, coughing and gasping, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Kneeling beside his friend, Ryuji surveyed the damage. A long sigh escaped his lips. This time you really messed up, he murmured. He then placed his hand on Izuku's metallic chest, and his golden aura shone brighter, enveloping the boy's shattered body. The wounds began to disappear. The blood dried up, the burns vanished. The flesh regenerated, and then, in the blink of an eye, Izuku's lost arm grew back as if it had never been torn off. "Vital signs stabilized," Jarvis announced. "Internal damage corrected. Essential functions restored." All Might watched it all, his eyes wide. "A healing quirk, so powerful it can regenerate even a lost limb," he murmured, incredulous. He had never seen anything like it. Not even Recovery Girl could regenerate lost limbs. Ryuji said nothing. With Izuku healed, Ryuji carefully lifted him, cradling him in his arms. "I'll take him to the infirmary," he declared, not looking at anyone. "He needs to rest." And with that, Ryuji flew out through the hole in the building, leaving only a trail of golden light behind. All Might remained there for a few seconds, staring at the empty space where Ryuji had disappeared. Then, slowly, he turned to Bakugo. The blonde was on the ground, muttering incessantly. "It's not my fault, it's not my fault. I didn't mean to." All Might clenched his fists. He knew that from this day on, everything would change. Ryuji was sitting in the chair next to the bed where Izuku was resting, his thoughts still wandering over what had happened earlier. The scene of Bakugo, driven mad by his own frustration, kept replaying in his mind. He had never seen him like that before. Perhaps his own presence had altered the dynamic between Bakugo and Izuku. The human mind was something complex, something that even he, with his abilities, still didn't fully understand. As he delved deeper into these thoughts, a throbbing headache emerged. The mere act of considering telepathy on people other than his subordinates bothered him. He avoided using this ability whenever possible since the last incident, limiting it only to what was necessary. It wasn't something he liked to admit, but there were things even he preferred not to know. If there was one thing he was sure of, it was that for a moment he had almost killed Bakugo. If it hadn't been for All Might's intervention. Time passed, and Izuku finally began to regain consciousness. Recovery Girl was by the bed, assessing his condition with a clinical and experienced gaze. As soon as he opened his eyes, the elderly woman began explaining what had happened and discussing his diagnosis. And as everyone expected, Izuku was completely fine, with no trace of the injuries he had suffered. "Your recovery was exceptional, young man. Your body shows no signs of trauma or stress. All thanks to young Ryuji here," she said, casting a satisfied look at the boy beside her. "Thank you," Izuku murmured, still a bit groggy. Recovery Girl then looked directly at Ryuji and smiled slightly. "Your healing power is impressive, young man. Not even my quirk can compare. Have you ever considered becoming my assistant? I'm sure we could work wonders together." Ryuji simply smiled faintly and shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I already have my own plans." Recovery Girl let out a tired sigh but didn't press further. She then looked back at Izuku, as if wanting to give one last piece of advice before letting him rest. Izuku, however, seemed shaken. His eyes turned to his own hands, a melancholic look forming on his face. "In the end, I didn't make any difference." His voice carried a mix of sadness and frustration. Ryuji sighed and, without warning, pinched Izuku's cheek firmly, pulling it to the side. "Ow! What was that for?" Izuku complained, rubbing his sore cheek. "To teach you a lesson. Never underestimate your opponents, not even those you think you know completely. You may know everything about someone's abilities, strategies, and weaknesses. But the psychological aspect is always unpredictable," Ryuji said, his expression serious. Izuku blinked, surprised. He processed the words for a moment before nodding slowly, understanding the message. Before they could continue the conversation, the door to the infirmary burst open suddenly. The imposing figure of All Might appeared, his expression filled with concern. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" His voice was urgent. Before Izuku could respond, Recovery Girl turned abruptly to the symbol of peace, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You! How dare you come in here with that carefree attitude? You're responsible for these students and you let them get to this point. Instead of being the symbol of peace, you stood there like a stone statue. All Might's eyes widened, taken aback by the sudden scolding. Cavalry Girl continued to reprimand him for several minutes, her sharp words piercing any defense he might have tried to raise. Only when she finally ran out of breath did she calm down, crossing her arms and giving him a stern look. You were lucky Ryuji was here, she concluded, grumbling. All Might lowered his head for a moment, his thoughts heavy. Then, straightening up, he looked directly at Ryuji before bowing deeply. Thank you so much, young Ryuji. If it weren't for you, we might have lost young Midoriya. I am eternally grateful. Ryuji simply shook his head, his expression calm. I just did what anyone would have done. All Might remained silent for a moment, but then straightened his posture, his expression becoming serious. Actually, I have one more request for you, young Ryuji. And then, under the attentive gazes of everyone, All Might did something unexpected. His body began to shrink, and in a few seconds his muscular form disappeared, revealing his true appearance, thin, frail, and visibly exhausted. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, but Ryuji and Recovery Girl showed no surprise. All Might lifted his shirt, revealing the deep scar on his abdomen, a mark from an ancient battle that still haunted him. Do you think you can heal this? He asked, his voice filled with hope. Chapter 13, Consequences. Look, I already knew All Might wasn't the smartest person in the world, but he really outdid himself this time. Seriously, is this guy dumb or just really naive? He just revealed his biggest secret to two students he barely knows. What if I or Izuku were spies? Not that I am, but what if I were? And I swear I saw Recovery Girl's soul leave her body for a second before coming back with an ancestral fury. The old lady started yelling at him like she was about to have a heart attack. And rightfully so. How can someone so important be so careless? I was already imagining an alternate scenario where All Might gets assassinated in his sleep because he revealed his secret to a villain in training. Oh no, Mr. Symbol of Peace, I'm a huge fan. Please tell me about your weaknesses. And he just does it. I rub my eyes, feeling a slight migraine coming on. My God, how is someone like this still alive? Meanwhile, Izuku is on the bed, muttering a million things at once. Kid has gone into detective mode and is connecting all the dots that didn't make sense before. I think he's one step away from figuring out the meaning of life or how to solve the equation of the universe. The problem is that only he understands what he's saying. I only catch fragments like so. The active time decreases because of the life energy body weight muscle fiber healing. Oh, so that's why I leave him to his corner. All Might, on the other hand, is getting verbally and physically beaten by Recovery Girl. Every time he tries to explain himself, he gets a whack from her cane. Are you the symbol of peace or a fucking door? If he hasn't developed a trauma of old people with canes yet, he will now. Eventually, the big guy lifts his head and looks at me expectantly. So, Ryuji, can you heal me? All eyes turn to me. I sigh heavily. Here we go. No. The silence that followed was almost funny. Almost. All Might looks like he just got punched in the gut. He emotionally collapses right then and there, and I swear he's one step away from sitting on the floor hugging his knees. Cavalry Girl takes the opportunity to give him another lecture, but he doesn't even respond anymore. The man is in full-on blue screen mode. I just sighed and leaned back in my chair, crossing my arms. Of course, I could heal him. But this guy? He relies too much on One for All. He's held on to this power for 40 years, as if it's the only thing that defines his existence. He needs to learn to let go of this thing before it ends up killing him for good. While Recovery Girl was unloading more lectures, All Might let out a tired sigh and muttered something. I knew I could trust him the moment he worried about saving young Midoriya. The way he acted shows that young Fujimoto really cares about others. I stayed silent. I care? About Midoriya? Since when? I looked over at the green-haired kid, who was now scratching his head while analyzing some convoluted theory. The worst part is, maybe it's true. Deep down, I felt a small smile creeping up at the corner of my mouth. Ironic. If only you could heal just once, then use that chance on someone very dear to me. Someone I want to see well again. Huh? He's talking about Nana Shimura, isn't he? That makes sense. She never died, she just fell into a coma after the fight with All for One. So, even though he has a chance to heal himself, he's putting someone else first? Typical. This guy cares more about others than himself. I scratched my head, already feeling the stress building up. I didn't like what I was about to say next, but oh well. All Might. You can't be healed right now because my ability works in a specific way. Dramatic pause for effect. It's not exactly a healing ability, it's more like a reset of the body to its original state. But it depends on how long the body has been injured. Your wound is too old, it would take too much of my energy. So yes, I could heal you, but I'd need to gather a huge amount of energy first. And I'd only be able to do it once. This is all a blatant lie. I could heal him with a snap of my fingers, but hey, secrets are essential. And more importantly, this guy needs to learn to pass the torch. All Might looks at me for a while before lowering his head and sighing. I see. Till. I'm glad to know there's a possibility. He composes himself and thanks me sincerely. Cavalry Girl, on the other hand, seems more intrigued by my ability. I'm still amazed by your ability. Ryuji, are you sure you don't want to be my assistant? No. Are you sure? Absolutely. The old lady grumbles something about me being a waste of talent before leaving the room. I finally relax a little, but then I notice a strange sound next to me. Muttering. A lot of muttering. I slowly turn my head and see Izuku in deep analysis mode. His eyes are shining with the light of obsession. He's connecting the dots, and that's not good. Wait, so your ability depends on the time of the injury, but you also said you spent energy creating materials for me. What if you had used that energy to heal All Might? There it is. He's reached the plot hole I was trying to avoid him discovering. Kid is already considering all the times I said I used a lot of energy and almost exhausted myself creating technology. So, if you had saved energy over the years, you could have healed All Might by now? I stare at him, not blinking. He stares back, waiting for an answer. I keep staring. None of your business. Izuku glares at me. I give him a smirk. All Might looks back and forth between us, completely lost. But he better stay out of it. I've already worked too much for one day. Through some more time, Izuku was finally discharged from the infirmary. They walked through the UA hallway, with Izuku commenting that he needed to start being more careful to avoid further accidents. You're lucky I'm here. If it weren't for me, you'd probably be living in a bed being fed through tubes, Ryuji retorted, sarcasm lacing his words. Izuku shivered at the comment but remained silent for a moment before asking, "What about Bakugo? What happened to him?" Ryuji shrugged, showing little concern. But he wished something bad would happen to Bakugo. He definitely deserved it. Arriving at the door of Class 1A, both entered and were immediately surprised by their classmates. Izuku was surrounded by a group worried about his condition. Izuku, are you okay? That explosion was terrifying. I thought you had. Uraraka was the first to speak. Midoriya, it was reckless of you to expose yourself to that level of danger. You need to better consider your future strategies. Ida added, adjusting his glasses. Dude, that was insanely hardcore. You really managed to defeat Bakugo with pure strategy. That was amazing. Kirishima smiled, giving Izuku a light punch on the shoulder. Still, that was definitely dangerous. I didn't expect Bakugo to lose his cool like that, Oyama commented, crossing his arms, a glint in his eyes. Tio blinked slowly. Ribbit. You gave us quite a scare, Midoriya. Good thing Ryuji was there, she said in her calm manner. Sato nodded in agreement with Tsuyu's response. And your armor? I've never seen anything like it. It was awesome to see how you used it to beat Bakugo. Izuku, a bit embarrassed by the attention, raised his hands in a placating gesture. Guys, I'm fine. Really? You don't need to worry so much. Ryuji, watching from afar, chuckled discreetly at the commotion around Izuku. But his moment of amusement was interrupted when Hagakure approached. Fujimoto, are you okay? Her voice carried concern. Ryuji looked directly at her, causing her to startle slightly before blushing timidly. It was obvious she still wasn't used to the fact that Ryuji could see her. I'm fine, he replied with a sigh. Just worried about a friend. Hagakure seemed to relax a little, letting out a soft sigh of relief before smiling. That's good, you disappeared so quickly after the explosion it worried me. Ryuji raised an eyebrow. You were worried about me? Ryuji said, confused. After all, he would be the last person anyone would worry about. Hagakure visibly flustered. I just thought it was strange. Normally you seem so in control. Ryuji only grew more confused but quickly cut the conversation short, looking around the room for someone. Where's Bakugo? Question made Izuku divert his attention from the others. Yeah, where is he? What happened to him? Izuku asked, also curious. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The students exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions becoming more serious and hesitant. Ribbit. He was expelled, Tsuyu replied, breaking the silence. The impact of those words hit Izuku like a blow. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Ryuji, on the other hand, maintained a neutral expression, though inside he was pleased with the expulsion. Expelled? Izuku repeated, almost in disbelief. But I didn't want that. Yue had no choice, Midoriya, Momo interjected, her voice filled with concern. After what happened, the rules broken, an attack like that, especially against a classmate, was unacceptable. He left without saying a word, Kaminari added, crossing his arms. After coming back from the principal's office, he just grabbed his stuff and left. Didn't look at anyone. Izuku felt a weight in his chest. He knew Bakugo had issues with control, but he never wanted things to go this far. Part of him blamed himself. If he had been faster, stronger, maybe he could have avoided it all. Ryuji watched Izuku in silence, seeing the storm of emotions on his friend's face. He could say something, maybe even ease his guilt, but he chose to stay quiet. Sometimes people needed to accept the consequences of their actions. And with Bakugo, it was no different. Well, this changes everything, Ryuji thought, crossing his arms. Now we just have to find out if Bakugo will accept this, or if he'll find a way to come back, or worse, if he'll do something stupid. Nizu was seated at his desk, his sharp eyes analyzing the reports of the incident that had occurred earlier. His small hybrid mammal body remained still, but his mind was racing at full speed. He had already made the toughest decision of the day, the expulsion of Katsuki Bakugo. Sighing, he reviewed the footage captured by Ground Beta's security cameras and the testimonies of the students. The level of destruction caused by Bakugo's explosion was unacceptable. Not only had he broken the rules of the exercise in the school, but he had also posed a direct risk to his fellow students by attacking one of his peers without hesitation. Katsuki Bakugo had crossed the tolerable limit, and for that reason Nizu had decided to expel him. Nizu wasn't naive. He understood that Bakugo didn't truly intend to harm Midoriya in that way, but the issue wasn't the intention, it was the outcome. Students needed to be trained to control their powers and use them responsibly, and Bakugo had demonstrated a critical failure in that regard. He drummed his tiny fingers on the solid wood desk, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and calculation. What intrigued him most about this event wasn't just the destruction, but the presence of an unexpected factor, Ryuji Fujimoto. Nizu has been monitoring Ryuji Fujimoto's entire academic record since the beginning of the school year. The boy was an enigma. His physical and intellectual performance was far above average, and his quirk, though officially described as Solaris Absolutus, still held many mysteries. What stood out the most was how he handled situations. Unlike other students, he didn't simply adapt to the world around him. He shaped the situation to suit himself. The office door opened and a muscular figure entered. Tashinori Yagi, All Might, walked up to the desk and gave a slight bow before sitting down. "Have you come to talk about Katsuki Bakugo?" Nizu asked, cutting straight to the point. All Might sighed and rubbed his face with one hand. "Yes, and about young Fujimoto." Nizu tilted his head slightly. "Ah, I thought so." "I can't say I disagree with your decision," All Might began, his voice carrying a serious tone. Bakugo crossed a line. "Till, I can't help but wonder if there could have been another way to save him." Nizu crossed his paws, looking at All Might with his characteristic smile. "Perhaps. But what he did was far more than a simple mistake. He lost control in an unacceptable way. And if it weren't for Ryuji Fujimoto, we might be dealing with an even greater tragedy." All Might nodded slowly. "Yes. Fujimoto, he truly prevented the worst. What he did for Midoriya was impressive. Healing him completely without any side effects. Recovery Girl confirmed that Izuku's recovery was absolute, as if he had never been injured." Nizu smiled slyly. "And that's why he intrigues me. Did you see the footage? The moment he confronted Bakugo? If it weren't for his intervention, I don't know what would have happened during Bakugo's outburst of rage. It was fortunate that he calmed down at the last minute." All Might rested his elbows on his knees, deep in thought. "Yes, he displayed incomparable strength when he restrained Bakugo's arm. And, to be honest, I've never seen a quirk so versatile and powerful. It makes me question the true limits of young Fujimoto's abilities." Nizu chuckled softly. "Ah, so you've noticed too? Ryuji Fujimoto is a mystery, and I'm certain he hides far more than he reveals. And Tashinori, I believe he knows more about you than you do about him." All Might's eyes widened slightly, but Nizu simply continued to smile, enigmatic as ever. "Regardless, Bakugo is already out. Now, my concern is seeing just how far Ryuji Fujimoto can go." After classes ended, each of the UA students said their goodbyes and headed to their respective homes. Izuku walked alongside Ryuji, still lost in his own thoughts. Bakugo's expulsion weighed heavily on him, like a burden that refused to leave his shoulders. "If only I had paid more attention. If only I had planned better," Izuku murmured, almost to himself. That's when he felt a sharp slap on the back of his head. "Cut it out," Ryuji said with his usual tone of impatience. "It wasn't your fault. Bakugo lost and couldn't accept it. He broke the rules and almost killed you. That was his choice, not yours. You don't have to carry the guilt for that." Izuku fell silent, absorbing his friend's words. Deep down, he knew Ryuji was right. But that didn't make it any easier to accept. "Besides," Ryuji continued, crossing his arms, "if I hadn't healed you, Bakugo would have faced even worse consequences. On top of being expelled, he probably would have been arrested too. He sabotaged himself. You're not responsible for other people's problems. They have to deal with their own choices." Izuku sighed, exhausted. He knew Ryuji was right, but it was still hard to swallow. Still, for the first time since the incident, he felt a small sense of relief. The silence between them was broken when Ryuji grabbed Izuku's shoulder and pointed to a market on the right with his thumb. "Changing the subject, buy me a coffee jelly. I deserve it for saving your ass today." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "But there's a market closer to home." "Why this one?" "That market doesn't sell coffee jelly, this one does," Ryuji replied as if it were obvious. Izuku rolled his eyes but gave up arguing. Fine, let's go." As soon as they entered, they were greeted by Josi, who smiled upon seeing Ryuji. "Oh, Ryuji, welcome back." "Hey, Josi," Ryuji waved. Josi waved back with a friendly smile. However, as soon as her blue eyes fell on Izuku, she seemed to shrink back slightly. Izuku, on the other hand, stood still, watching her in surprise. He hadn't seen many people with such distinct mutant quirks up close before, which, to his surprise, made Josi visibly nervous. That's when Ryuji slapped him on the head again. "Ow!" Izuku protested, rubbing the spot. "Stop staring." "It's weird," Ryuji commented, unfazed. "If you're going to focus that hard, at least use it to grab the coffee jelly I asked for." "Ah, sorry." Izuku scratched his head, visibly embarrassed. I'll get the jelly." Josi, who was watching the scene, let out an involuntary giggle before covering her mouth, nervous. Ryuji turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "What's up?" She waved her hands in front of her face. Nothing. It's just funny seeing you two interact like that." "Got it." Ryuji turned back to Izuku, who was having a dilemma over which coffee jelly to pick. He's not used to seeing mutants. And you're really tall, so the initial shock is understandable. Josi laughed nervously but relaxed a bit with Ryuji's casual demeanor. "You two seem like good friends," she commented, smiling. Ryuji smiled back. "You could say that." In a remote location in Russia, where the biting cold dominated the desolate landscape, a black helicopter landed on an isolated platform. The wind whipped the snow around as the aircraft's blades slowed down. The helicopter door opened and a man stepped out. He wore a heavy black coat, his face hidden beneath a hood. Without wasting any time, he was greeted by 2 guards and escorted into an underground facility. The walk was silent, with only the sound of boots echoing through the metal and concrete corridors. Path led deep underground where the meeting room was located. Inside the dark, minimalist room, 5 figures were already present. Shadows cast by the faint glow of a projector made their features difficult to discern. 4 men and 1 woman waited, and with the arrival of the new member, the circle was complete. The first male shadow broke the silence in a neutral, controlled tone. "Greetings, fellow reincarnates. Thank you for being here today." The bulliest figure, a broad-shouldered man with a gruff voice, snorted impatiently. "Cut the small talk. Everyone here already knows each other. Get straight to the point." The first shadow chuckled lightly, nodding his head. "Very well. Let's get to the matter at hand." Projector activated, displaying an image of Japan on the world map. Everyone present already knew what this meant. As you all know, Japan is the center of all major events. Reincarnates who awaken in other parts of the world invariably try to go there. But when they arrive, they disappear. There was a pause, and the only female shadow crossed her arms, bored. "That's not news. Everyone has already noticed that." Another man nodded. "We sent our own agents, and the result was the same over the years. As soon as they set foot in the country, they vanished from the radar. Most of them had strong abilities, but they simply disappeared." The first shadow continued. "It's not just that. Japan's economy has changed drastically. Companies like RF emerged out of nowhere, introducing technology and products that simply didn't exist in the original timeline. Additionally, there's the new tourist attraction, the Nine and Tails Inn. None of this was part of the original story. All of this points to a reincarnate operating on a large scale." The image changed, now showing the results of the UA entrance exam. The numbers were projected on the screen, highlighting 2 names. In second place, Izuku Midoriya had a surprisingly high score. But it was the first place ranking that caught everyone's attention. Ryuji Fujimoto. The room fell silent for a few moments. Murmurs began to spread among those present until the first shadow spoke again. "Does anyone here remember him from the original work?" The shadows glanced at each other, and one by one they all denied. Never heard of him. He wasn't part of the story. First time I've seen that name. The first shadow smiled. Exactly. This confirms our suspicions. Fujimoto is a reincarnate, and more than that, he's the one preventing other reincarnates from thriving in Japan. He may be responsible for RF, the Nine and Tailsin, and perhaps the elimination of the other reincarnates. The woman among the shadows slammed the table in frustration. Her voice was filled with resentment. So it's this son of a bitch who's keeping my Izuku and Bakugo apart? How am I supposed to form the perfect couple if this damn meddler got in the way? The other shadows weren't fazed by her outburst. It was expected. However, the bulliest shadow immediately reprimanded her. Crazy bitch. She turned to retort, but the first shadow raised his hand, cutting off the argument. Enough. We can't afford to fight among ourselves. Our enemy here is Fujimoto. He is the real threat. There was a brief silence, but one of the men present finally spoke. He must be incredibly powerful. If he really eliminated all the reincarnates who tried to enter Japan over all these years, then we're dealing with something far beyond our level. Another man looked at the two empty seats around the table. Maybe it's time to bring in the other two. The first shadow sighed. They're busy. For now, this operation will be just us. But if we join forces and attack with everything we've got, we can definitely bring down the tyranny of Ryuji Fujimoto. Nine and Tailsin, one of Japan's top tourist attractions, is a renowned onsen ryokan, famous not only for the luxury of its hot springs and impeccable service but also for its peculiar culture. Not everyone can enter, as only couples deemed pure of heart are able to find their way in. In short, free admission for couples. For single individuals, unless they have the means to pay an exorbitant fee, they cannot secure a stay. The few who do cross its threshold often become regular patrons, captivated by both the atmosphere and the diverse staff of kitsunes and other mutants who meticulously attend to each guest. However, there is one element that makes the place even more famous: Tsunami, the owner of the establishment herself. Despite being the most recognizable face of Nine and Tailsin, Tsunami isn't always willing to personally attend to guests, especially those who come just to see her. The covetous gazes irritate her deeply, as she believes her body and attention belong solely to one person dear to her. The moment, Tsunami was relaxing in one of the hot springs reserved for special occasions. The warm steam rose in gentle spirals, reflecting the soft glow of the lanterns around. But she wasn't alone. Lilith and Morrigan, her two companions, were also immersed in the hot water beside her. "How are you feeling, my dears?" Tsunami asked with a smile, her voice soft and melodic. Lilith was the first to respond, her childlike energy shining through her voice. "Much better. Being away for 4 years was such a drag. Morrigan barely let me do anything fun." Morrigan, leaning against one of the rocks, smirked mockingly. "I was making sure you didn't get into trouble. Besides, our mission was just to watch and eliminate any nuisances that came up." Tsunami sighed, her maternal expression showing a hint of concern. "I imagine you encountered a few ants along the way, didn't you?" Morgan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "A few interesting ones, but nothing troublesome. Aside from the boredom, it was a pretty simple mission. But I bet you monopolized Ryuji the entire time, didn't you, Isu?" Tsunami's teasing smile was enough to make Morrigan frown. Era, she hummed, which only served to irritate the succubus further. "You think it's funny, huh? I bet it's not all that." Morgan shot back, crossing her arms. "I doubt he actually likes your over-the-top ways." Tsunami simply laughed softly, provocatively. "It was this very way that Ryuji raised me, so I'd say he likes it very much." Morgan froze for a moment before forcing a laugh, trying to hide that the words had struck a nerve. "Ha! That applies to me too." The two were now face to face, their bodies pressed together competitively. Tsunami's voluptuous frame contrasted with Morgan's slimmer yet equally alluring form. A battle of their assets was underway, and neither seemed willing to back down despite the difference in size. Meanwhile, Lilith, who had been quietly observing the exchange, glanced down at her own flat chest and visibly deflated. Then, without hesitation, she suddenly stood up, puffing out her chest. "Hey! Don't leave me out of this. I like Ryuji too." Tsunami and Morgan turned their gaze to her, scrutinizing her for a moment before their eyes fell on Lilith's wide hips and well-developed thighs. Unfair, both thought simultaneously. Then they simply calmed down and retreated from their earlier dispute, leaving Lilith completely confused. "Huh? What's wrong?" the smaller succubus asked, blinking in bewilderment. Tsunami simply smiled enigmatically, while Morgan let out an exaggerated sigh, sinking a little deeper into the water. The night at Nine and Tails and remained peaceful, but for those three the competition never truly ceased. Lucifer was in his spacious and elegant office, surrounded by stacks of documents demanding his attention. He worked meticulously, reviewing contracts, transactions, and other financial aspects of the RF. His pace was swift and efficient. He mastered bureaucracy with impressive ease. After all, this great responsibility had been entrusted to him by his master, and he took pride in bearing this burden. More than that, he genuinely enjoyed his work. The silence of the room was interrupted by a discreet knock on the door. Before he could respond, the impeccable figure of Alfred, his trusted butler, crossed the threshold and gave a respectful bow. "I apologize for the intrusion, sir. I merely came to inform you that little Airy has gone to bed." Lucifer lifted his eyes from his papers and offered a slight nod, his face maintaining its usual impassive expression. "Thank you for looking after her, Alfred." His voice was calm but carried a tone of genuine satisfaction. "I've been far too busy lately and already missed 2 tea parties last week. It's unacceptable for me to leave Lady Airy without my company." The butler smiled faintly, understanding the importance of the child to Lucifer. To others, the man might seem cold and calculating, but when it came to Airy, there was a softer side hidden beneath his dense armor of pride. Lucifer let out a quiet sigh, twirling a silver pen between his fingers before setting his sharp gaze on a cargo shipment document. There was a detail that bothered him, and his meticulous mind couldn't ignore it. "Changing the subject, Alfred." He raised an eyebrow. "Have you noticed any unusual activity? Foreigners arriving without explanation? Suspicious shipments?" The butler maintained his impeccable posture as he responded. "Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. Our scouts have not identified any significant activity. It's been 3 months since we last encountered any new reincarnates." Lucifer drummed his fingers on the desk, his expression subtly furrowed in contemplation. "Strange," he murmured. "While it's a relief, it's also concerning." The flow of reincarnates into Japan had truly ceased. There were 2 possibilities. Either new ones weren't coming, or they were being diverted elsewhere. Could they be going to the United States? Lucifer pondered aloud. Even if they are, the #1 hero there should be able to handle most of them. Unless there's an exceptionally powerful reincarnate among them. Alfred, ever attentive, inclined his head slightly. "Shall we intensify our monitoring, sir?" Lucifer twirled the pen once more before setting it down on the desk. "Yes. I want a comprehensive report on any unusual patterns. No anomaly should go unnoticed." The butler gave a slight bow before taking his leave, leaving Lucifer immersed in his thoughts. Third day at UA, and as expected, a swarm of reporters was crowded at the school's entrance. It was as if the front gate had turned into a zoo, with microphones in place of cages and cameras instead of curious eyes. They were thirsty for any information about the symbol of peace, as if they expected some student to drop a bombshell secret like, "Actually, he's an alien and feeds on crushed dreams." An excited reporter nearly shoved her microphone down Uraraka's throat. "What's it like having the symbol of peace as a teacher?" Uraraka blinked a few times like a deer caught in headlights. "Ah, Well, it's like, wow, you know? All Might. He's really tall. And muscular. And he teaches really well. She laughed nervously. The journalist must have realized she wasn't going to get anything useful from her, because she quickly turned to Ida. Young man, could you share your thoughts on All Might as a teacher? Fatal mistake. Of course. Ida adjusted his glasses as if he were about to recite the Constitution of Justice. All Might is not just a hero but a symbol. His presence at UA inspires the next generation of pro-heroes to reach the pinnacle of justice. His methodology reflects the importance of discipline and perseverance. Camera shook as the cameraman tried to keep up with his frantic gestures, which made it seem like he was about to deliver a TED Talk on the concept of heroism. Meanwhile, Izuku made the smartest move. He walked right past them. Hey, you. Do you have anything to say about studying with All Might? Izuku stopped, turned his head slightly, and replied dryly, No comment. That's my boy. Poetic. Elegant. Simple. That's when they noticed me. Microphones in my face, cameras flashing as if I were a celebrity. Everyone waiting for an elaborate response, maybe an inspiring quote, a motivational speech, or a bombshell revelation. I stared at the camera for a few seconds, building suspense. Then I gave a thumbs up. He's good. Silence. The reporters blinked, as if they had frozen. I could almost hear the gears in their heads grinding, trying to turn that generic statement into a sensational headline. I took advantage of the moment and simply walked on, passing through the gate without looking back. Maybe I should start charging for these iconic moments. After all, it's not every day you get to destroy an entire group of journalists with 2 words and a thumbs up. In classroom 1A, Aizawa dumped the notes and evaluations from the previous day's battle test onto the table, his tired eyes scanning each student. I hope everyone has recovered from yesterday's incident, he said, his monotone voice filling the room. Bakugo paid dearly for his mistake and has been expelled. With that, we have 1 less person in the class. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, but Aizawa didn't allow time for mourning, quickly changing the subject. I took the opportunity to review each of your grades and evaluations. He looked directly at Izuku. Midoriya, be more careful with surprise attacks. Yesterday's incident may have happened during a class, but real villains could act the same way. Izuku nodded, understanding Aizawa's point. Even with that unforeseen event, you did a good job. Your team managed to defeat the villain team. Izuku blinked, confused. But I lost consciousness after the explosion. How? Aizawa raised an eyebrow, equally intrigued. Uraraka managed to capture Ida using one of the items you provided. Izuku turned to Uraraka, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He blinked again, remembering the black sphere he had given her. What happened was that, after the explosion and with no news from Izuku, Uraraka decided to use the strange black sphere he had given her. Using her quirk on it, she launched it toward a distracted Ida. The sphere split into 2 parts, connected by a rope, and each piece activated a thruster, causing the structure to spin in circles. When Ida noticed and tried to escape, the device followed him, reaching his legs and immobilizing him. With that, Uraraka secured the nuclear artifact and sealed the victory for the hero team. Turning back to Aizawa, he now directed his gaze to Hagakure. Hagakure, make better use of your quirk. You were easily caught because your clothes were visible. Hagakure opened her mouth, seeming ready to argue, but then she blushed and averted her eyes to Ryuji. Much of the class chuckled softly, knowing the reason. Aizawa frowned, confused, before deciding to ignore it and move on. Now let's move on to the classroom announcements. Aizawa sighed heavily, pausing for dramatic effect. We need to choose a class president. Class fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in celebration. Each student presented their proposals in case they were elected. I promise to make breaks longer, Kaminari declared. I promise to implement a more intense training system to maximize our performance, Kirishima suggested. How about weekly parties, huh? Mina raised her arms excitedly. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ryuji remained silent. Izuku turned around from his desk. Do you want to be class president? Ryuji snorted. Not even if 1,000,000 suns exploded. Same. I already have too much to deal with. After some more debate, the class decided on the class president by vote. In the end, the result was Ryuji as president and Izuku as vice. The two stood at the front of the class, exchanging confused looks. What the hell just happened? Ryuji asked. I was wondering the same thing, Izuku replied, furrowing his brow. Class began to share their opinions. I think it makes sense. Ryuji is the strongest guy in the class, so it's natural for him to lead, Kirishima said with a smile. He seems mature enough for the role, even if he's a bit sarcastic, Momo commented thoughtfully. Honestly, I just voted for him because I didn't want someone too strict bossing us around, Kaminari shrugged. I disagree with this decision, Todoroki said simply. Noted and ignored, Ryuji shot back. Meanwhile, Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was tucked inside his sleeping bag. Aizawa-sensei, can I switch roles with Yaoyorozu? He asked politely. I have a lot to manage with my current schedule, and I think she would be a better fit. Aizawa looked at him, blinked once, and then shrugged. Fine, Aizawa said before retreating back into his sleeping bag. Ryuji also opened his mouth to request a switch, but Izuku held his shoulder. Now it's your turn to have some responsibility, Izuku said with a small smile before returning to his seat. Ryuji stood there, processing the low blow he had just received. Traitor. Interval. The only time of day when I can pretend I wasn't forced to be class president and just eat in peace. Cafeteria line was as long as ever, but nothing out of the ordinary. Students grabbing their lunches, chatting, laughing. Typical scene in any school. But the real horror was there, hidden among the food options, lunch rushes, coffee jelly asterisk. I tried it on the first day. It was a mistake. A mistake that almost made me question my immortality. I don't know where they got the idea that Lunch Rush is a culinary genius, because that thing tasted like the result of a failed experiment between chemistry and psychological torture. I had to hold myself back from channeling Gordon Ramsay and giving Lunch Rush a lecture. Fortunately, I learned from my mistake. Now I always bring my own coffee jelly. Made with care the right way. Plan was simple. Finish my lunch and savor the jelly without interruptions. Ryuji, that's not healthy, Momo said beside me, looking at me as if I were about to commit a food crime. So what? I'm not healthy anyway. I'm serious. You should eat something more nutritious after lunch, Momo insisted, still concerned. I stare at my jelly. Then I stare at Momo. Then I stare at my jelly again. Coffee jelly is nutritious. It nourishes my soul. It nourishes your caffeine addiction, Izuku comments, not even needing to look at me. That too. Before I could finally open my jelly, Uraraka approaches with curiosity. Did you bring that from home? Yes. But why? Because Lunch Rush's version tastes like despair. Uraraka blinks a few times, as if unsure whether I was joking or being serious. I was being serious. Meanwhile, Ida continues a monologue about his family to Izuku, who listens patiently while eating. As for me, I just wanted to eat my jelly. If there's a moment I can call peace, it's the exact instant before I put my long-awaited coffee jelly into my mouth. Security level 3 breached. All students must evacuate immediately. Is this an attack? The scent of caffeine. Doubt it. Jiggling happily on the spoon as always. What could have happened to trigger security level 3? Momo pondered. Why am I even paying attention to them? It's just me and my precious coffee jelly. And then someone bumped into me from behind. The spoon slipped from my hand. My body lurched forward. My chest hit the table and then I felt it. The worst possible feeling. My jacket. Wet. Sticky. Cold. My brain took a few seconds to process the crime scene. There it was. The victim. My beloved coffee jelly. Spread in a tragic stain across my jacket and the table. Veins popped on my forehead. Who the hell? Sorry, dude, came a voice from behind me. I turned my head slowly. Nito Monoma. Izuku, who knows me all too well, immediately went into panic mode. Oh no! I stood up. The entire cafeteria fell silent. A golden aura exploded around me. Everyone stopped. Literally. All the students in the cafeteria froze in place, immobilized by my energy. Only Izuku, Uraraka, Ida, and Momo were left, staring at me as if I were about to commit a war crime. Monoma blinked a few times, confused. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey. Then he looked at me and saw my face. Hey man, it was an accident, I swear. It was a mistake. I didn't mean to. Shut up, you jelly murderer. Izuku grabbed my shoulder. Or rather, tried to grab it. He practically hung on to me as I marched toward the bastard. Ryuji! Ryuji, calm down. It's just jelly. It's not just jelly, Izuku. I'll buy you another one. It's not the same. Kept advancing. Monoma gulped, sweating bullets. I swear, I didn't even see you there. It was the panic from the alarm. Panic from the alarm? I stopped, narrowing my eyes. That's when Ida cut in, raising his hand as if he were about to lead a revolution. Everyone, calm down. The alarm doesn't indicate real danger. The breach is just a group of reporters who managed to get onto campus. Oh. I dispelled the golden aura around them. Cafeteria students started moving again, exchanging confused and relieved glances. Guess I owe Nizu an explanation later. I looked at my jacket. Till dirty. I looked at Monoma. Till alive for now. I looked at my table. The jelly smeared across the surface. I sighed deeply. I hate this place. Izuku relaxed, letting go of my shoulder. It's okay now? No. I lost my jelly. I'll buy you another one. Fine. I sat back down, crossing my arms. Everyone started returning to normal, but inside I was still in mourning. I never have peace. The only peace I have is at home with my mom. Chapter 15, USJ Incident Part 1. Rice Cake was awakened by the smell of something delicious. She stretched out on her dog bed, yawning lazily before getting up and sniffing the air. The scent was tempting, promising something far better than the bland kibble Ryuji had been insisting on feeding her lately. Following the aroma, she made her way to the kitchen and found Aiko preparing breakfast. Rice Cake approached and rubbed against her leg, letting out a small, hungry whine. Aiko smiled tenderly. Oh, are you hungry, sweetie? Rice Cake wagged her tail excitedly. Yes, hungry. Good food. However, her joy faded when Aiko placed a bowl full of that tasteless kibble in front of her. She stared at the dry, lifeless pellets with a deadpan expression, then looked up at Aiko, hoping she would realize the terrible mistake she had made. Aiko tilted her head, confused. You haven't been eating much of this lately. Do we need to buy a different brand? Before she could finish her thought, Ryuji entered the kitchen, already dressed for school. Rice Cake sniffed the air and caught a familiar scent coming from his backpack. It was something good. Something worth chasing. Destiny was calling. As Ryuji thanked his mother and left the house, Rice Cake had already made her decision. She would follow him. Her goal? To discover and claim the culinary treasure hidden in that backpack. Ryuji and Izuku were walking calmly to UA, chatting about trivial matters. Meanwhile, Rice Cake was embarking on an epic journey of stealth and endurance. The first obstacle came quickly. A kind old man tried to pick her up. "Oh, what a cute little puppy. Are you lost, little one?" Rice Cake slipped between his legs, narrowly escaping. The old man blinked, confused, looking around. But she was already gone. She followed Ryuji and Izuku to the train station, staying in the shadows, or at least that's how she imagined it. However, a station attendant spotted her. "Hey, dogs can't come in without an owner." Rice Cake dodged and jumped into the train car at the last second, but she realized a problem. She had boarded the wrong car. As soon as the doors closed, several people noticed her. "Oh, a puppy. Who let this little dog in? Grab her." Rice Cake weaved through people's legs, jumping from seat to seat, leaping over bags and slipping under coats. One of the passengers tried to catch her with a makeshift net made from her arm, but Rice Cake slid to the side, causing the woman to hit an unsuspecting passenger in the face. Finally, the train stopped at a station a few blocks from UA, and Rice Cake seized the moment to escape, darting out onto the platform at full speed. The security guard who tried to catch her tripped and fell face-first on the ground. Now, back to the mission. Ryuji and Izuku continued walking calmly, oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind them. Rice Cake, on the other hand, was exhausted. First, she was almost caught by a group of children who wanted to hug her. Then, she had to dodge an unaware cyclist, jumping onto a car and then down the other side. And to top it all off, a group of city pound workers had noticed her presence and started an official pursuit. "There she is. Catch that dog. Why is she so fast? Block the exits." Rice Cake ran with all her might. People lunged to grab her, but she dodged with the grace and agility of a ninja. One man tried to catch her with a jacket, only to get tangled in it himself and stumble into a trash can. She leaped over a box, slid between a police officer's legs, and finally spotted her target, the gates of UA. With one final burst of energy, she dashed toward Ryuji and Izuku, slipping through the gate just a second before it automatically closed behind her. Pound workers slammed against the gate, panting. One of them fell to his knees. She got away. Inside, Rice Cake panted, completely exhausted as she looked up at her owner. Ryuji raised an eyebrow. "What the hell are you doing here?" Rice Cake just licked her snout and wagged her tail. Mission accomplished. Classroom was in complete pandemonium. But for a change, it wasn't because of a class with all might or a surprise test from Aizawa. This chaos had a name. Machi. The little ball of white fur with crystal blue eyes was nestled on my desk, as calm as if she hadn't just caused a massive uproar. Her expression? Pure canon indifference. Her goal? To create the biggest commotion possible without moving a single muscle. And oh, did she succeed. The girls were in absolute hysterics. "She's so cute," Mina screamed, practically foaming at the mouth. "Ryuji, give her to me." "Excuse me, Ashido." Momo gently pushed her aside, examining Machi as if she were appraising a rare diamond. "Her fur is incredible. She must be a hybrid dog. Are you taking good care of her, Ryuji?" "I really want to hold her." Tio raised her hand. "She looks so soft, Ribbit. I've already taken 10 photos." Jairu waved her phone around as if she'd just won the lottery. "This is, without a doubt, the cutest thing to ever step foot in this classroom. Are you sure that's a dog?" Momo furrowed her brow. "She looks more like a wolf." I just sighed. Of course this would happen. I should have opened a portal and sent her back home the second I realized she'd followed me to UA. But now that I think about it, she might actually be useful today. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the guys weren't nearly as excited. Kaminari and Kirishima were looking at me like I'd just discovered a cheat code for life and unlocked the secret route to the girls' hearts. Zero crossed his arms, slowly shaking his head, judging me as if I were some kind of villain. "This isn't fair, man," Kaminari complained, throwing his hands up. First, you're crazy strong, and now you have a pet that attracts all the girls? What's next? A sports car. Humps. Todoroki huffed, pretending he didn't care. He's not fooling anyone. I swear I tried to ignore the chaos, but peace was already dead. Machi remained on my desk, fully aware of everything, yet maintaining that superior pose, granting mere mortals the privilege of admiring her divine presence. Typical. That's when Uraraka, perhaps emboldened by the collective hysteria, decided to be bold. With a hesitant hand, she approached, determined to feel the angelic texture of that fur. I already knew what was going to happen before she even touched her. Machi moved like lightning, dodging with the precision of a professional ninja. But not content with that, she used Uraraka's face as a springboard to propel herself and land gracefully on the teacher's desk. I give her 10 points for the performance. Uraraka stumbled back, holding her face. She stepped on my face? Class froze for a second before erupting into laughter. Kaminari literally fell to the floor. Kirishima was pounding the desk as if trying to break it, and Momo tried to hide a smile, and failed miserably. That was an impressive move, Tokoyami murmured, arms crossed. Like a true assassin of the shadows. Todoroki kept his monotone expression, but I saw the corner of his mouth twitch. I know what I saw. Uraraka blinked, still trying to process what had happened. Izuku sighed heavily and shook his head. It's not even worth trying to touch her. I've tried many times. He looked exhausted, as if carrying the weight of a lost war. Class stared at him, shocked. Even I was surprised. Wait, you did what? Izuku looked at me like I just asked if the earth was flat. I made a plan. A schedule. Studied movement patterns. Tested tactics. He pointed at Machi, who was watching him from atop the teacher's desk, her tail slowly wagging in pure mockery. That dog is way more skilled than you think. She anticipates every move. She predicts the future. I crossed my arms, looking at my adorable but devilish companion. That's because you haven't learned the #1 rule of Machi. I stood up dramatically, leaving a suspenseful pause. If you're not me... I paused, letting the anticipation build. You will never catch her. Izuku grunted in frustration, admitting the inevitable defeat. The moment was interrupted when Aizawa walked into the room, giving a blank stare to Machi sitting majestically on his desk, as if she were the new teacher of the class. He frowned. I'm not even going to ask. Just get that thing off there and return to your seats. That thing has a name, sir. I picked up Machi, and she immediately curled up in my arms, purring as if she'd just won a great battle. Aizawa just gave me a tired look and turned back to the desk in the center. For today's Hero Foundation class, you will be supervised by a team of 3 teachers. Me, All Might, and a 3rd instructor. There was a moment of silence before the room erupted into excited whispers, as if Aizawa had just announced they were getting free pizza. Now, I already knew who the 3rd teacher was. Number 13. Which, by the way, still caught me a bit off guard. Not because of the name or the quirk, but because she was a woman. Not that that was a bad thing, of course. It's just that, as someone who hasn't watched the entire anime and has been bombarded with unsolicited spoilers, my mental image of her was always a well, who knows what. And what exactly are we going to do in this class, sir? Ciro asked, raising his hand in a somewhat controversial manner. Seriously, dude, lower that hand. That gesture didn't age well. Aizawa rolled his eyes and pulled out a card with the word rescue written on it, holding it up as if it were a final move in a poker game. We will be conducting rescue training. You will learn what it means to be the kind of hero people need in times of crisis, whether it's floods, fires, or any other disaster. That sounds amazing. Kirishima punched the air, clearly thinking he was going to save a burning building all by himself. I hope there's nothing too wet. Kaminari grimaced. I don't want to end up frying the people around me. Then try not to fall in the water, Jiru smirked, crossing her arms. Wow, you're already predicting I'll end up frying someone? Just considering the statistics. On the other side, Todoroki muttered something about how rescue must be very different from direct combat, and Momo had already activated substitute teacher mode, explaining strategy and emotional control. It's not like this whole thing was news to me. I've literally lived more years than everyone here combined, and I've seen more of the first season of MHA than I ever expected. Aizawa waited for the noise to die down before continuing. If you want, you can bring your hero costumes, but it's not mandatory. Great. Zero smiled. My costume is perfect for this kind of thing. The training area is far, so we'll take a bus to get there, Aizawa concluded, already heading for the door. Don't take too long. Chaos broke out immediately. Backpacks flying, people talking over each other, the typical excitement of those who haven't yet realized that, in practice, rescue training can be as exhausting as carrying bags of cement. I simply leaned back in my chair, glancing at Rice Cake, who was still curled up on my desk as if there was nothing more important in the world. Well, this day is about to change, my friend. The bus swayed gently as the students chatted excitedly about the rescue training. Do you think they'll put us in real situations? Like actual fires and earthquakes? Kaminari asked, tapping his foot impatiently. They'd hardly put teenagers in real danger, Momo said, crossing her arms. It's probably something controlled to simulate a disaster. I hope there's something awesome. Kirishima grinned. Rescue is part of hero work, so I want to learn how to do it right. I just hope it doesn't involve diving into freezing water. Jaira commented, fiddling with one of her earphone jacks. Or riding a boat. Mineta added, laughing nervously. You're not even here, Ryuji said out of nowhere. Silence hung in the bus for a second, but since no one knew exactly who he was talking to, the conversation quickly returned to normal. USJ. When they arrived, the students stepped off the bus and were met with a massive dome-shaped structure. It looked like a huge theme park, but instead of fun rides, the place seemed designed to simulate natural disasters. A figure in a spacesuit approached the group, waving in a friendly manner. Welcome to USJ, also known as Ultimate Space Jams. N-squared 13 announced enthusiastically. Whoa, this looks like something out of a movie. Kaminari's eyes widened. It's even bigger than I imagined, Izui remarked, observing the different sections of the facility. Uraraka, on the other hand, looked like she was about to faint from excitement. N-squared 13, she stammered. I'm a huge fan. I really admire your work, especially how you save people. You're amazing. N-squared 13 chuckled softly, waving her hand. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear my approach inspires new heroes. Aizawa cleared his throat, catching his colleague's attention. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here. N-squared 13 hesitated for a moment before replying in a quieter tone. He had to act as a hero on his way here. He ran out of time and is resting now. Aizawa sighed heavily. As reckless as ever. Well, it looks like we'll have to handle this on our own. Before he could continue with the instructions, a strange sound echoed through the area. Tefx vsshh. Aizawa stopped abruptly. His gaze turned to the center of USJ's plaza, where a black mist began to spread like a dark veil. A pale hand emerged first, followed by an entire figure. And then dozens more. Kirishima and Shiro were the first to notice. Hey, what's that? Kirishima frowned. That doesn't look like part of the training, Shiro murmured, a chill running down his spine. Before they could move, Aizawa raised an arm, blocking any attempt to advance. His expression turned stern, his voice cold as ice. Stay back. From within the mist, a figure with blue-gray hair scratched his neck frantically, his fingers brushing against the strange hand covering his face. So, All Might isn't here, huh? Shigaraki muttered, his voice dragging and disinterested. After all the trouble we went through to bring this crowd, what a disappointment. Don't worry, Kurogiri's calm, velvety voice echoed from the mist. We have the backup plan provided by the master. Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck, tilting his head slightly. Oh, that's right. He chuckled softly. I almost forgot. The mist began to twist again. And then, 3 monstrous figures emerged from it. They were enormous, much larger than anyone there. Their bodies were excessively muscular, their black skin covered in grotesque scars. Exposed brains pulsed atop their heads, while their wide eyes darted around frantically. They had beak-like mouths filled with sharp teeth and wore only beige pants with metal knee pads shaped like skulls. The one on the left had membranous wings like a gigantic bat. The one on the right had 4 arms, each one pulsing with veins. And the one in the middle was the largest of all. Bulky, massive, with a chest that made even All Might seem small. Shigaraki laughed, raising his arms as if he were about to receive a gift from the heavens. The master is so kind, giving me toys like these. He turned to the students, his smile beneath the hand covering his face widening insanely. Now tell me. His voice turned cold and threatening. How long will it take All Might to show up before I kill all his precious students? Ah, fear. That emotion that paralyzes, that makes your knees tremble, that makes your heart beat so fast it feels like it might explode. That was all I could see around me. My classmates were terrified. Some tried to hide it poorly. Others were one step away from running off screaming, "Mommy!" Calmly, I patted Izuku on the shoulder. You better suit up in that old tin can soon. Izuku, who was holding a large black briefcase, and for some reason still hadn't done anything with it, blinked before finally activating the mechanism. The Deku armor began to assemble around his body, a process that almost made me hear an epic soundtrack in the background. As he got ready, I turned to my favorite little white wolf. Rice Cake, stand guard. She perked up her ears, her gaze sharp. Anyone who didn't know her non-cute version probably wouldn't believe how deadly this ball of fluff could be. Then, without even moving my lips, I telepathically spoke to Lucifer. 3 Nomus, huh? I was expecting 1, maybe 2. All for one is feeling generous today. The reply came with a tone of amusement. Perhaps we've been feeding our little glutton too much, master. I rolled my eyes. Well, that doesn't really change much with me here. I'm just saying our spies had already reported he was preparing heavy weaponry. But I admit this twist caught me off guard too. Before I could respond, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Izuku. Now fully equipped, his armor emitted a faint blue glow from its circuits. Jarvis, call for reinforcements. The AI blinked on Izuku's visor, attempting to establish connection with UA headquarters. Seconds passed. Connection failed. Signals are being blocked by external interference. Izuku frowned. So, they've cut off our communication. This isn't good. Before we could discuss a plan, Aizawa interrupted everyone. 13, get the students out of here. I'll handle the villains. And without further ado, he leaped toward the villains, his tactical scarf moving like serpents. The moment he landed, he had already erased the quirks of at least 5 idiots who thought they could play tough. The first one tried to shoot fire from his hands. Nothing happened. The second tried to grow in size. Also nothing. The third simply face-planted when his body lost the levitation he was using. Aizawa, ladies and gentlemen. Teacher who makes you feel ashamed of even trying to be evil. Meanwhile, 13 tried to gather the students to leave the USJ. Come on, head for the gate. Now. Which would have been a reasonable plan, if a certain shadowy villain hadn't had other plans. Kurogiri appeared right in front of us, the dark mist swirling. Unfortunately, I cannot allow that. Now let's be clear. A normal group of students would have hesitated. Tried to think of a plan. Done something rational. Except for a certain group of 3 among us. Izuku launched a jet booster straight into the mist. Kirishima punched with the full force of his hardening quirk. Zero shot out tape trying to bind the thing. And it all went straight through. At least they tried, right? Kurogiri laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. We don't have time for games. Then his mist began to spread, surrounding the entire group. I will separate you. And then, one by one, you will be tortured and killed. A great villain speech, if it hadn't been interrupted by a deafening roar that literally dispersed his mist like a fan on full blast blowing away barbecue smoke. Kurogiri froze. Everyone froze. And there, in the middle of the students in 13, stood a gigantic 3-meter-tall wolf. Eyes blue as ice, fur white as snow. A monster. A legendary beast. Or, as I like to call her, my dear rice cake. I gave her a few pats on the fur. Good girl. The silence was so absolute that I could hear the mental gears of my classmates trying to process what they were seeing. Wait a minute. Kaminari was the first to break the silence. Is that rice cake? How long has she been able to do that? Urarka stammered. Is that a wolf or a kaiju? Zero asked, stunned. Don't tell me this is normal. Ajui blinked slowly. Izuku crossed his arms. Well, now I understand why she only eats high-quality meat. I knew it wasn't just Lucifer. Izuku, you bastard. While my classmates tried to wrap their heads around how the small, cute rice cake had turned into a wolf version that looked capable of devouring a truckload of beef, I just turned to Kurogiri, who remained motionless. So? I smirked. Who was going to separate who again? Before Kurogiri could even process what had just happened, Ryuji appeared in front of him, gripping the metal plate around his neck tightly and with a gentle push launched him like a humanoid projectile through the air. The misty villain shot toward the center of the plaza, crashing into the fountain with such force that the structure burst as if it had been hit by a meteor. Water and chunks of stone flew in all directions. Not far away, Shigaraki watched the scene, his eyes wide with confusion. Huh? He blinked, seeing Kurogiri floating unconscious in the water. There was a moment of awkward silence before he realized what had actually happened. Okay, what the hell just? And then he was interrupted. Izuku flew through the air, the Deku armor glowing as he shouted. Jarvis, bombard that family of 4. Compartments on Izuku's armor shoulders opened, releasing a barrage of missiles that tore through the sky before hitting Shigaraki and the Nomus with successive explosions. The entire plaza shook. Curtain of dust and fire rose, covering everything. Izuku began analyzing the vitals inside the armor, confirming signals. Then something emerged from the smoke. With a violent beat of its wings, the flying Nomu shot out, heading straight for Izuku. Crap! Izuku tried to dodge, but the Nomu's speed was absurd. On the ground, Shigaraki tried to disperse the dust around him, annoyed. TSK. Nomu, deal with the students escaping through the gate. The 4-armed Nomu crouched primitively, like a predator about to pounce on its prey. And then it exploded forward in a monstrous leap, heading straight for the students. But before it could even reach its target, something intercepted it mid-air. Or rather, someone. Ryuji appeared like a blur, delivering a brutal kick to the Nomu and launching it with such force that it flew like an out-of-control sack of meat straight into the forest zone of USJ. Ryuji then floated slowly, landing a few meters away from Shigaraki and the last remaining Nomu, a monster even larger than the others. So? He pointed at the villain, his eyes gleaming with amusement. What's your deal with those hands on your face? Do you like smelling mold all the time, or is that just a weird fetish? Shigaraki's face twisted in anger. That's none of your business, he snarled. And then he pointed at Ryuji. Nomu! Kill him! The monster disappeared from sight in an instant. Oh. You're fast. The exact moment the Nomu appeared behind him to crush him, Ryuji vanished in a golden blur, reappearing behind the monster. "You're faster than that idiot I fought before. But nothing that impresses me." And then, with a slap, he buried the Nomu's head with such force that the monster was driven into the ground as if thrown by a giant. SFX crack. The impact created a massive crater. The ground crumbled, cracks spreading like a spider web. Colossal body of the Nomu was buried up to its waist, its legs sticking out of the crater. For a few seconds, no one said anything. Shigaraki stood frozen, his mouth slightly open in shock. Even Aizawa, who was busy knocking out more thugs, turned his head upon hearing the crash. Ryuji crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Is that all you've got?" Shigaraki took a deep breath, his expression growing darker. He slowly raised his hands. "You're strong." "I'll admit that." Ryuji snorted. "Good, I was starting to worry you were dumb too." "But..." Shigaraki curled his lips into a sinister smile. "The Nomu behind you is also strong." Ryuji blinked. He looked down and realized the crater was empty. Before he could realize, something grabbed his cape and hurled him into the sky at an absurd speed. The wind roared in Ryuji's ears as he rose higher and higher. And then the Nomu appeared above him. The monster's two gigantic hands were raised, ready for a hammer strike. SFX boom! Ryuji was thrown straight to the ground like a human meteor, the impact devastating the area. The ground exploded in all directions. An even larger crater formed, sweeping the surroundings. The Nomu landed shortly after, landing next to the hole and advancing toward the buried figure of Ryuji. Began delivering relentless punches. Each blow reverberated through the ground like an earthquake. Each impact made the crater expand, cracks destroying even more of the environment. The Nomu didn't stop. Until a fist emerged from the dust. And then, with a direct punch to the creature's chest, Ryuji launched the Nomu flying like an out-of-control rocket, straight into the rocky zone of USJ. The dust slowly settled, revealing Ryuji emerging from the rubble. He shook his suit, dusting it off as if nothing had happened. Then, looking at the spot where the Nomu had disappeared, he let out a mocking sigh. "I guess I felt that one." Chapter 16, USJ Incident Part 2. The roar of the bat-winged Nomu echoed through the skies, its black silhouette slicing through the air like a distorted blur. Izuku propelled himself backward, narrowly dodging the creature's outstretched claws by mere centimeters. His HUD flickered frantically as the sensors tried to calculate the enemy's erratic flight patterns. "He's fast. Really fast. Jarvis, calibrate the missiles for advanced tracking." "Understood, sir." Compartments on his shoulders opened again. A new wave of missiles shot out, seeking the Nomu with absolute precision. Creature let out a roar, folding its wings and entering a free fall, dodging almost all of the projectiles. The ones that hit its body exploded in flames and metallic fragments. Izuku kept his eyes on the display. That should have at least damaged him. Then, his expression hardened as he saw the data on the HUD. Minimal damage. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu was still practically intact. The spots where the missiles had hit were already showing clear signs of regeneration. Of course, he has accelerated healing. Izuku felt a shiver of frustration. His current arsenal was non-lethal, programmed to incapacitate and neutralize without killing. But that meant his weapons weren't strong enough for someone who could recover so quickly. The Nomu roared again, violently spreading its wings and charging at him. Izuku increased the power of the thrusters, spinning in the air to avoid the attack. The Nomu shot past like a bullet, the pressure of its passage nearly throwing him off balance. If this keeps up, this fight will take too long. He needed more power. He needed everything the armor could offer. "Jarvis!" He clenched his teeth. "Release 100% of the armor's capacity." "Affirmative." removing all safety restrictions. A red signal flashed on the HUD. Mode Overdrive initiated. That moment, the entire structure of the armor readjusted. Plates expanded, hidden vents released new heat outlets, and the thrusters drastically increased their power. Gradually, the bright energy from the suit's heat vents grew more intense as the overload system kicked in. The thrusters now burned with an absurd intensity, his body surrounded by waves of heat and static electricity. The Nomu, which had turned around and was preparing to attack again, had no time to react. Izuku exploded forward, appearing in front of the creature with a sonic boom. He delivered a direct punch, hitting the Nomu's chest with full force. Boom! The impact sent the monster hundreds of meters backward, tearing through the sky. But even with the overwhelming blow, Izuku saw the Nomu's flesh rapidly regenerating. He's still standing. The monster roared, flapping its wings and stabilizing itself in the air. Its empty, beastly gaze fixed on Izuku again. The young hero clenched his fists. He's still a person. Even though he was a villain, Izuku couldn't just end him. I need to find another way to stop him. The Nomu charged again. This time, Izuku didn't retreat. He charged as well. Izuku dodged by millimeters, evading the sharp claws while launching overloaded thrusters. The skies became an intense battlefield, blue lightning flashing every time the armor's thrusters propelled Izuku in impossible curves. Then, in the midst of the exchange of blows, the armor's radar alerted to a high-speed object approaching. Izuku furrowed his brow, looking to the side. A massive black figure shot past like a missile, zooming between him and the winged Nomu. The two paused for a moment, watching the body speeding through the sky. Izuku blinked. What was that? The dust from the impact was still in the air when Hagekire's trembling voice cut through the silence. Ryuji, is he okay? He's still alive, right? Please tell me he didn't die. Before anyone could respond, the sound of a sudden explosion made them jump in shock. And then, from the depths of the crater, Ryuji emerged unscathed, brushing off his suit as if he had just tripped on a step. Oh my god. I was so worried. Hagekure shouted in relief. Momo, who was further back, let out a heavy sigh, clutching her chest. That was terrifying. Ojiro blinked a few times, still trying to process what had happened. He really took all that and didn't get a single scratch? He was being buried alive. That was awesome. Kirishima burst out in excitement, his eyes shining. So manly. So tough. Ryuji is the man. Jiro poked her ears with her fingers, still feeling the echoes of the impact ringing in them. That was so loud. Todoroki remained silent, his serious eyes scanning the battlefield ahead. But then the rest of the students shifted their attention. In the middle of the group, Rice Cake was still sitting, completely upright like a majestic sentinel guarding her allies. The great white wolf, standing 3 meters tall, looked almost like a mystical creature, her fluffy fur swaying gently, her crystal blue eyes shining like jewels. Look at her. Mina was the first to speak up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The students quickly gathered around, one by one, expressing pure admiration. She looks so elegant now, Momo commented, impressed. Jiro laughed. And to think she saved us from that mist. Thank you, Rice Cake. The wolf didn't respond verbally, but her chest puffed out subtly, clearly accepting the praise with dignity. Mina smirked mischievously, snapping her fingers. Okay, but what if, now that she's big, maybe I can actually touch her? Mina said with a sly grin. Before anyone could warn her, she leaped forward, hands outstretched. And in a white flash, Rice Cake simply vanished from sight. Mina face-planted into the ground. Ha! How is she still that fast? She lifted her head, confused. Rice Cake reappeared a few meters away, sitting in the exact same position as before, as if nothing had happened. I feel rejected, Mina pouted, crossing her arms. She still won't let anyone touch her, Kaminari chuckled softly. Regardless, we need to stay focused. We're not out of danger yet, 13 said firmly, trying to bring the group back to reality. That's right. Now let's head for the gate and get out of here as fast as we can, 13 declared, assuming her experienced hero stance. Grr. Everyone froze. Rice Cake's body stiffened, and in one fluid motion she rose onto all fours, growling deeply. The fur around her neck bristled. The air around her lupin form began to shift. Mina gulped. Did she just get nervous because of us? Then, before they could process it, the four-armed Nomu emerged from the forest. The monster charged forward quickly, leaping from the top of one of the rubble piles, heading straight for the students. Shit! Kaminari yelled, stepping back. The monster raised its four muscular arms, ready to strike. But before it could even touch the ground, Rice Cake acted. With a fierce roar, she opened her mouth. The air around her began to compress right in the center, and then... XFX, boom! A powerful blast of compressed air shot out of her mouth, hitting the Nomu like an invisible bazooka shot. The Nomu was thrown back with absurd force, its body hurled away as if it had been hit by a high-speed train. Before anyone could react, Rice Cake leaped after it. But she didn't just jump. She literally walked through the air, using her quirk to create invisible steps of wind as she pursued her target. Class stood completely still. The only sound was the wind blowing. Did you guys just see what I saw? Kaminari broke the silence. Yeah, Jiro said, blinking slowly. Mina gulped. I never thought I'd say this in my life, but I'm kind of scared of Rice Cake now. Zero pointed to the sky, where the wolf was disappearing in the direction of the Nomu. She's literally walking on air, guys. Hagakure shivered. It's official. Rice Cake is way scarier than she looks. 13 finally snapped out of her shock. This doesn't change the fact that we need to get out of here. Right. Momo nodded quickly, still in awe. With that, the students and 13 began running toward the gate, not noticing that Todoroki had left the group and was heading toward the battlefield. Ryuji hovered in the sky, arms crossed, watching the cloud of dust and debris dissipate in the distance. So you're still alive, he murmured, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. Well, it would have been a drag if you died so quickly. From amidst the rubble, a monstrous roar cut through the air. The Nomu emerged from the devastation unscathed, its wounds already completely regenerated. Its grotesque body crackled with every movement, and its heavy breathing expelled a thick, hot mist. Ryuji smiled. Need a little push? With a casual motion, Ryuji extended his hand and pulled the Nomu toward him using telekinesis. Creature didn't even have time to react. One moment it was roaring among the debris, the next it was inches from Ryuji's face. Now, get closer. SFX, crack. Ryuji drove a devastating punch straight into the creature's head. The impact caused the air around them to explode in shockwaves. The Nomu was sent flying backward like a meteor, soaring through the sky for several meters. But it recovered mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. And before Ryuji could make another comment, the creature lunged forward and grabbed him by the arms. Ryuji's smile faded for a moment as he felt a strange tingling sensation. His golden aura was being drained. Ha! He raised an eyebrow. So you've got that quirk too. Ryuji remembered this power well. Rikiya Katsukame, from the Shai Hasaikai, used this ability to drain the life energy of others to strengthen himself. But there was one problem. Ryuji literally had infinite life energy. This meant that while the Nomu tried to drain him, it was like trying to drink from an endless ocean. The Nomu tightened its grotesque body around Ryuji, attempting to crush him. Trying to crush me? Buddy, do you have any idea how deep in shit you just got yourself? With insulting ease, Ryuji grabbed the Nomu's wrist. Alright, that's enough. Now get off. He tossed it aside like it was a bag of trash. The Nomu was thrown brutally, but before it could fly too far, Ryuji shot after it, cutting through the sky like a golden bullet. He appeared beside the creature mid-air and delivered a punch so fast and powerful that the Nomu was sent flying even farther. But Ryuji wasn't done and charged forward again. Another punch. SFX bam. And another punch. SFX bam. And another. SFX bam. Each impact sounded like thunder. Each strike made the air vibrate and tremble. In the blink of an eye, Ryuji overtook the Nomu and positioned himself above it, his eyes glowing intensely. Now, let's see if you like a barbecue. 2 golden lasers shot from his eyes, hitting the Nomu dead on. Creature roared in pain as it was hurled straight into the ground below. SFX boom! The impact caused a full-blown natural disaster. Trees were swept away like paper. The ground sank under the absurd pressure. The entire area became a sea of destruction. Ryuji descended calmly, landing amidst the chaos. Now let's see if... Before he could even finish his sentence, the Nomu emerged from the dust, its wounds already completely regenerated. And it was already preparing a monstrous punch, and Ryuji responded in kind. 2 blows collided, or at least they were supposed to. The air split. The force of both punches was so colossal that neither fist even touched. Pressure between the 2 generated destructive waves that exploded in all directions. It was a display of pure, absolute power. The remaining vegetation in the forest was annihilated instantly. The ground shook violently, cracking in every direction. The shockwave traveled through the USJ, making the entire structure tremble. Even the distant zones felt the impact. Ryuji narrowed his eyes. This isn't good. He realized the Nomu had grown stronger. Was it because it had absorbed his life energy? If it continued to drain that energy, the Nomu could become even more powerful and uncontrollable. And that could put all his classmates and teachers at risk. All right then. Playtime's over. He interrupted the attack and delivered a brutal kick to the Nomu. Creature flew like a missile, smashing through several rocks along the way. But before Ryuji could prepare for another attack, a giant fist came out of nowhere and hit him square in the face. The impact sent him flying backward through the air. Before he could recover, the Nomu was already on the other side, throwing another punch and chasing after Ryuji. This time, the monster grabbed Ryuji's leg before he could react, and it began slamming him from side to side like a rag doll. Impact destroyed more and more of the ground around them. For a moment, Ryuji stayed quiet until he snorted. That's enough. The fun's over. Then, the Nomu's arm simply exploded with a quick punch. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as Ryuji finally broke free. He hovered in the air, brushing off his clothes. Congratulations, man, he muttered, looking at the creature. You managed to ruin my tough guy pose. The Nomu didn't care. It was already regenerating, preparing to attack again. Ryuji sighed. His eyes glowed gold and his aura exploded around him. And then he charged at the Nomu once more. The Nomu also charged at him again, using both of its grotesque arms to try and crush him. But Ryuji caught both of its hands at the last second. For a moment, it seemed like they were in a stalemate of strength, but only for an instant before Ryuji began to overpower it effortlessly. I'll use just a little more force, he murmured. And then, in a precise motion, he twisted the Nomu's arms in opposite directions, tearing the limbs from its body. The Nomu screamed, but the sound was cut off instantly as Ryuji delivered a devastating uppercut straight under its chin. Punch was so powerful that it obliterated the entire upper torso of the creature. But that wasn't all. The impact generated a massive explosion of air, so destructive that it completely swept away the roof of the USJ. Clouds were cleared instantly. And above all, a colossal hole opened in the sky, revealing the stars and the dark void of space. Ryuji looked up, seeing the damage he had just done, a literal hole in the atmosphere. He scratched the back of his neck. Okay, maybe I used a little too much force. Moments before the impact between forces and destruction of the roof of the USJ, the heavens roared. Izuku shot forward, his body transforming into a trail of bluish-green light as the thrusters reached a new level of power. The wind whipped against his metallic suit, the heat from the acceleration generating supersonic shockwaves. The Nomu also surged forward, its membranous wings beating violently, propelling it like an aberration from the skies. Its empty, animalistic gaze was fixed solely on Izuku. Collision was brutal. Two clashed midair like two meteors on a collision course, the force of the impact reverberating in a thunderous shockwave. Izuku twisted his body in the air, dodging a deadly strike that grazed the helmet of his armor. Before he could counter, the Nomu swung its claws in a devastating arc. The impact resonated through Izuku's armor, and he felt the blow tear through the outer layers of metal. His HUD flashed a red warning indicating structural damage. It managed to damage the titanium alloy? The Nomu didn't give him time to think. Charged again, delivering a fierce attack to Izuku's chest. Izuku was sent flying backward, spinning through the air, his body piercing through the clouds like an out-of-control projectile. But he didn't lose control. The rear thrusters ignited at full power, quickly stabilizing him. His green eyes glowed behind the visor, his mind processing every detail of the fight. Its attacks are strong, but they still follow a pattern. Once Jarvis finishes analyzing its pattern, I'll break through its defense. Clenched his fists. Time to fight back. Izuku exploded with speed, leaving an electric arc in the sky. This time, he wasn't just exchanging blows. He was dominating the exchange. Every dodge was precise. Every punch was faster, more accurate. His body danced between the Nomu's assaults, dodging claws and jaws as if he knew the attacks before they even happened. The Nomu roared in frustration, trying to hit him, but Izuku was too fast. He appeared behind the creature in the blink of an eye, punching its ribs. The impact deformed the monster's side, sending it flying uncontrollably. But Izuku followed. With a metallic snap, he raised his arm and fired a repulsor beam, hitting the Nomu in the chest. Creature howled in pain, its wings fluttering in the air. Izuku didn't give it a break. He shot higher, reaching it, and then grabbed its bat-like wings with the newfound immense strength of his armor. The Nomu writhed, trying to break free, but Izuku didn't let go. With a quick motion, he activated the web launchers on his arms. The strands wrapped around the wings, tightening with force. The Nomu, now without flight control, began to freefall. The wind whistled fiercely as they descended at high speed, breaking through layers of air like a falling missile. But Izuku wasn't done. The static electricity around his armor intensified. His thrusters realigned, additional jets expanding on his elbows and shoulders. His visor glowed as the HUD prepared the next attack. Time to end this! Machine gun blow. With the thrusters providing maximum support, Izuku began to unleash a barrage of rapid, devastating blows against the Nomu. His fists struck the monster at an absurd speed, each punch fired like a cannonball. The force was so great that shockwaves formed on the creature's back as the two descended like a human projectile toward the ground. The Nomu tried to regenerate, but the blows were too fast for its healing factor to keep up. Each punch left its body more destroyed, its structure more unstable. And then, the two collided with the ground of the USJ with devastating force. A crater formed on impact, dust and debris rising from the destruction. The sound echoed across the battlefield, as if a bomb had exploded. Silence fell for a few seconds. The dust began to settle. And in the center of the crater, Izuku stood, his armor slightly damaged, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. Beneath him, the Nomu lay motionless, its body trembling weakly, its regenerative factor struggling to recover after being destroyed blow after blow. Izuku looked down at the creature, his expression serious. He hadn't killed. But he hadn't held back either. The armor glowed faintly, indicating it was still functional. Izuku let out a sigh. I did it. But before he could relax, the air crackled as a deafening sound traveled across the entire field. The ground shook violently, cracking in all directions. What the hell? The deafening sound of the impact between Ryuji and the larger Nomu still echoed across the battlefield. The ground continued to crack, and dust danced in the air like aimless specters. But even amidst this absolute chaos, Rice Cake did not stop. She ran through the air, her paws never touching the ground, propelled by the invisible force of the wind that responded to her will. Every movement was precise, fluid, as if she were gliding through an invisible river. The four-armed Nomu roared, trying to retaliate. But with every attempt to attack, it was struck by an air cannon from above and the sides. The white wolf never stayed in the same place. Another shot hit the monster, forcing it to retreat, its wounds regenerating every instant. With a frustrated roar, the Nomu planted its forearms into the destroyed ground, tearing out a huge chunk of earth and hurling it straight towards the giant wolf. The debris flew like a meteor, shadows swallowing Rice Cake for a moment. But she did not flinch. The air around her concentrated into a single point, and in a single instant, Sefex, boom! She fired a compressed air cannon with brutal force. The huge chunk of earth was reduced to dust, the debris scattering across the field like a rain of rubble. But amidst the destruction, the figure of the Nomu emerged. Using the debris as a distraction, it charged forward at full speed, its forearms raised to strike the wolf with crushing force. But the air around the Nomu changed and became denser, its movement slowing down. The air resistance had increased drastically. And then, SFX, hush, a massive wave of air hit it like an invisible hammer, pushing its body downward. With a thunderous crash, it was slammed into the ground, a crater forming around it. The Nomu tried to get up, but it couldn't. Pressure on its body was absurd, as if tons of air were crushing every inch of its existence. And then, Rice Cake landed in front of it. Her eyes gleamed like blue diamonds under the moonlight. She opened her jaw, and within it, the air around her trembled violently as it gathered at the center. The invisible force of the wind trapped the Nomu, and before it, the white wolf charged an attack that would end it. And then, the shot hit the Nomu's upper body head-on, disintegrating its flesh before it could even scream. The impact was so violent that the ground beneath it sank, forming a huge ridge of earth and debris. For a few seconds, nothing moved. The wind blew gently. She raised her head to the sky and howled in victory, her song echoing across the battlefield. Aizawa was already exhausted. His body ached, cuts and bruises accumulated as he took down villain after villain. The debris scattered across the plaza made movement difficult, and his eyes burned from the continuous use of his quirk. But he couldn't stop. Every second he kept the villains occupied was another second for the students to escape. And then, amidst the destruction and dust, a shadow of Shigaraki moved. "Don't you ever get tired of playing hero?" The scratchy, disdain-filled voice echoed. Aizawa barely had time to react before he felt something coming from the side. He rolled backward, narrowly dodging the skeletal hand that tried to grab him. If that attack had landed, it would have been the end. But he was surrounded. The villains around him were already moving to attack him all at once. TSK. I can't avoid everything. But before any blow could hit him, Sefex fush. A brutal frost swept across the plaza. The ground beneath the villains froze instantly, their legs trapped in thick ice. Aizawa stepped back, his eyes narrowing as Todoroki appeared right behind him. "You looked like you needed help, Sensei," the boy said, his voice devoid of emotion. The ice rose rapidly, completely immobilizing the villains. Except for Shigaraki. He had already jumped back, avoiding being caught in the attack. His face twisted in pure irritation. First that golden brat, then some weird armored guy, then a giant wolf running through the air, and now another one gets in the way? Shigaraki clicked his tongue in frustration. Perfect plan was falling apart. But then, beside him, Kurogiri emerged in a dense purple mist. He had finally regained consciousness, but his posture was far from elegant. He was trembling, his body visibly unstable. It was obvious that Ryuji had crushed some of his ribs. Shigaraki immediately vented his frustration. "Where were you?" he screamed, his voice overflowing with hatred and irritation. Kurogiri tried to speak, but Shigaraki didn't wait for an answer. "Do you have any idea what happened in the meantime?" The mist villain narrowed his glowing eyes, still trying to recover, while Aizawa and Todoroki remained on guard. Aizawa, despite his exhaustion, analyzed the battlefield. Most of the villains were down, with only Shigaraki and Kurogiri still standing to fight. But something continued to deeply unsettle him. "Ryuji." Aizawa couldn't ignore the deafening sounds echoing from the other side of the USJ. They were sounds that shouldn't exist in a normal fight. They sounded like something divine colliding with something monstrous. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Shigaraki vanished from his spot and reappeared behind him through the mist. Teacher jumped back, but Shigaraki was already reaching out to grab his arm. Todoroki reacted instantly, trying to launch another freezing attack. But everything was interrupted by the explosion. A colossal wave of air erupted from the other side of the USJ, advancing like a relentless storm. The roof of the USJ simply vanished, and the night sky was revealed in an instant. But not just that, all layers of the atmosphere were pierced. The destruction opened a massive hole where space and the stars became visible. Aizawa froze. Shigaraki and Kurogiri stopped moving. Even the villains trapped in the ice were in absolute shock. This wasn't just a display of raw power, it was something that transcended the limits of nature itself. A terrifying silence settled for a few seconds. Everyone present fixed their gaze on the middle of that stellar void, feeling for the first time the fear of the unknown they had so long ignored. Colossal hole in the sky began to close slowly. The vast stellar void that had been revealed was gradually disappearing as the atmosphere and blue sky filled the torn space once again. Silence reigned over the battlefield, but it didn't last long. "What the hell was that?" The villains screamed in panic. "What was that in the sky? Is that some kind of quirk? What kind of monster can do that?" Pure terror and disbelief took hold of the criminals. They had come here confident, believing they had a solid plan, an invincible Nomu plus 2 more. But now? They were defeated and terrified, all because of a single attack that wasn't even aimed at them. Aizawa stared at the sky, still reeling from what had happened. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, but worry consumed his thoughts. Ryuji. He had been fighting the other Nomu when this happened. Was he okay? Or worse, was he somehow responsible for this? Aizawa didn't want to believe it, but the possibility left him uneasy. Especially since there had been that other clash of forces before this absurdly destructive attack. Todoroki, on the other hand, had an unreadable expression. He was somewhere between surprised and scared. The gap between him and the one responsible for that attack was immeasurable. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the spot where the air explosion had occurred. "How am I supposed to surpass this?" he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was furious. "What the hell was that?" Shigaraki shouted, his body trembling with rage and frustration. He looked at Kurogiri, his teeth grinding. "Tell me that was all might." Kurogiri remained silent for a moment before responding in a low, grave voice. "No, it wasn't him." The mist villain furrowed his brow, still feeling the remnants of the impact in his own body. He knew All Might was powerful, but he had never seen anything like that before. "Shigaraki, we should retreat." Shigaraki clenched his fists, his shoulders shaking. "Damn it!" he growled, kicking a nearby piece of debris. Everything was going wrong. The Nomus had all been scattered and possibly defeated. The students had managed to escape, and the invasion itself was failing. And now there was some freak among the students who could literally create a hole in the sky. Kurogiri raised his mist, expanding it to surround Shigaraki. Come! Shigaraki stepped forward, ready to enter the mist and escape. But then his body was forcefully yanked back. Ha! What? Before he could react, he was violently dragged across the ground, rocks and debris flying everywhere. And the next moment, his head was firmly pressed against the ground. A strong hand gripped his skull, crushing it against the cracked concrete. The dust settled, revealing Ryuji, standing there, looking down at Shigaraki with his usual monotone but slightly nervous expression. He sighed deeply, seeming mentally exhausted. "You're not going anywhere, buddy." Shigaraki tried to struggle, but it was useless. Crushing weight of Ryuji's hand kept him completely immobile. His fingers twitched, wanting to touch Ryuji and disintegrate him. Kurogiri prepared to act, his mist expanding. But he was instantly interrupted. Sefax fush. Todoroki unleashed a new wave of ice that surged toward him. "You're not going anywhere either," the boy said, his voice cold and determined. Kurogiri's mist recoiled for a moment, an irritated grunt escaping him. He had no way to rescue Shigaraki, and now he had to deal with Todoroki, Ryuji, and Aizawa. He had no choice. With one last glance at Shigaraki, Kurogiri disappeared. Shigaraki trembled with rage, realizing he had been abandoned. Ryuji looked at the scene and sighed heavily. He then glanced at Aizawa and Todoroki, who were still clearly shaken by everything that had happened. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, carefully analyzing the boy. He wanted to ask. He needed to ask. But before he could say anything, Todoroki stepped forward. He stared at Ryuji, his expression serious. "It was you, wasn't it?" "Ha!" Ryuji blinked, still holding Shigaraki's head to the ground. The explosion. The hole in the sky. Silence fell. Aizawa's eyes narrowed even further. Ryuji stood still for a moment, then swallowed hard. "Ah!" He averted his gaze for a second, his expression growing slightly nervous. "Yeah." "Well?" He scratched the back of his neck. "I swear it was an accident." Aizawa and Todoroki stood frozen. Ryuji sighed again, muttering to himself. "Damn. This is going to be hard to explain." The uncomfortable silence between Ryuji, Aizawa, and Todoroki was abruptly shattered by a loud metallic clang, followed by the high-pitched whine of malfunctioning thrusters. Wah wah wah. Everyone turned just in time to see Izuku clumsily flying through the air, his armor sparking and shaking as if it were about to explode at any moment. "Crap," Ryuji muttered, ready to intervene if Izuku turned into a human meteor. One of the hand thrusters failed, followed by the foot thrusters, and poor Izuku plummeted like a brick, hitting the ground with a painful thud. He rolled a few times before coming to a stop right next to Ryuji, who was still pinning Shigaraki to the ground. An awkward silence fell over the area. Izuku lay motionless for a few seconds, then the back of his armor opened, releasing a puff of stifling steam, and he fell forward, gasping for air. "Ugh! Fresh air at last!" he exclaimed in relief, climbing out of the armor with the expression of someone who had nearly been roasted alive inside a giant sardine can. He looked around, sweaty and slightly dazed. "Is everyone okay?" Ryuji, still holding Shigaraki's face to the ground, raised an eyebrow. He then pointed to the villain crushed beneath his hand. "I'm fine." "Him?" "Not so much." Shigaraki mumbled something unintelligible, but no one paid him any mind. Izuku blinked. "Oh. Well?" He sighed in relief and then immediately turned to Ryuji, his eyes shining with curiosity. "How the hell did you make that hole in the stratosphere?" Ryuji visibly tensed but kept a neutral expression. Before he could come up with an excuse, Izuku was already in analysis mode, chattering away as he began piecing together a theory. "Okay, let's break it down. You told me your quirk works with an internal energy that you can store and use in various ways, right?" Ryuji blinked, confused. Yeah? Izuku continued, completely ignoring Ryuji's hesitation. And you also mentioned that you can absorb energy from the sun and store it. If we combine those two pieces of information, then it's possible that you concentrated all of your stored energy into a single massive attack, which would explain the devastating impact and the hole in the sky. Aizawa and Todoroki listened in silence, absorbing every word. Seeing an opportunity to control the narrative, Ryuji grinned widely. Exactly. Izuku beamed with excitement. Really? Yep. I concentrated all my energy to take down that monster. I just kinda overdid it a little. He made a small gesture with his fingers, indicating a tiny amount. Like, just a little. Aizawa and Todoroki seemed to accept the explanation for now, but they were still clearly shocked by the level of destruction. The roof of the USJ was simply gone, and the stratosphere now had an official record of damage. Or at least it did. Izuku, on the other hand, couldn't stop smiling. That's amazing, he said, mentally taking frantic notes. So your accumulated energy can be released all at once, exponentially increasing the power of your attack. I knew you were hiding something. Ryuji laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Huh, yeah. Who would have thought, huh? He avoided looking at Aizawa, who was still analyzing everything with suspicion. Izuku, meanwhile, remained excited. This is incredible. I never considered this possibility, but it makes perfect sense. If you were able to do that now, it means your energy capacity has an unknown absorption limit. Maybe if we do calculations based on the solar radiation absorbed and the energy dispersion. Ryuji raised a hand, cutting him off. Izuku, chill. What? I almost had a heart attack seeing that hole in the sky. I don't want a second heart attack finding out that, technically, I could have blown up the planet if I messed up the attack. Izuku fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Fair. Aizawa still didn't seem convinced. He narrowed his eyes at Ryuji. Even if your explanation makes sense, an attack like that is still way beyond what any student should be capable of. Ryuji raised his hands defensively. Hey. Blame the big guy I was fighting. If he wasn't such a tank, I wouldn't have had to go all out. Aizawa sighed heavily, running a hand over his face. You're going to give me a headache? He gave Ryuji a suspicious look, but decided not to press further for now. There were more urgent matters to deal with. Mainly Shigaraki, who was still face down on the ground. Ryuji looked at Izuku and gave him a light pat on the back, almost knocking the boy over again. Now help me secure this guy before he starts complaining again. Izuku smiled sideways and nodded. The sound of sirens and multiple hurried footsteps was approaching. Ryuji, Izuku, Todoroki, and Aizawa looked toward the entrance of USJ, seeing a group of teachers emerging alongside All Might, who led the front with a serious and tense expression. It was obvious that something like this would happen. They had seen a hole in the sky, after all. The first thing the teachers did was assess the damage around them. USJ looked like a war zone, the roof practically non-existent, signs of destruction everywhere, and several villains immobilized in the central plaza. Midnight, Cementos, Snipe, and the others stopped in shock, trying to process what they had just witnessed. All Might maintained his composure, but it was impossible to ignore his gaze fixed on the sky and then on Ryuji, as if trying to connect the dots. The silence was broken by a muffled grunt and the sound of something being dragged. Everyone turned their heads only to see a small white ball of fur dragging a massive body across the ground. It was Rice Cake, in her cute and small form, pulling the corpse of the Nomu she had defeated. Well, half of it specifically. The absolute silence was followed by an extremely exaggerated reaction. Even the police officers stopped what they were doing to look at the bizarre scene. Izuku was the first to react. Wait. Rice Cake, what are you doing? The white wolf, still in her small and cute form, simply continued pulling the Nomu's body, stopping at Ryuji's feet and dropping the corpse from her mouth. She wagged her tail proudly, looking at Ryuji as if expecting praise. Ryuji blinked a few times, then looked at the completely mutilated Nomu on the ground. Good job. Rice Cake wagged her tail even faster. Midnight placed a hand on her chest, surprised. Snipe scratched his head, confused. Cementos blinked, speechless. All Might just stood there, watching with his mouth open. What the hell is going on here? Cementos asked, looking from the tiny wolf who dragged the Nomu's body like it was a toy. Rice Cake simply sat in front of Ryuji, wagging her tail happily as if saying, "Was I a good girl?" Izuku, still in shock, stammered. "Why, you killed him?" He gulped, looking in horror at the corpse. "Hold on, man." Ryuji interrupted, raising his hand to cut off any thoughts. Izuku looked at him immediately, clearly expecting an explanation. "Listen, I already analyzed the Nomu I fought." Ryuji began to explain, his tone now more serious. "That thing isn't human." Izuku's eyes widened. "What?" Teachers immediately focused on Ryuji, waiting for him to explain further. He sighed, crossing his arms. "I used my quirk to examine its composition." Ryuji continued. "It's a combination of several people, hence the multiple quirks. But the consciousness itself is already gone. What's left is just a bunch of flesh and powers stitched together." He pointed to the Nomu's head. "It's gone. Over. It's just an empty shell programmed to attack until it dies." A heavy silence fell over everyone. Izuku gulped again, his worried expression fading as he processed the information. Teachers exchanged tense glances, but it was hard to refute Ryuji's explanation. In the end, Cementos was the first to nod slowly. Midnight sighed in relief, and even All Might seemed to accept the answer. But then... Wait! Everyone looked at Snipe, who pointed directly at Rice Cake. "If that thing is a pup, how the hell did it drag that thing over there?" The wolf looked at Snipe, then at the body, and then growled softly as if feeling offended. Ryuji smirked. "You underestimate the power of motivation." Rice Cake lifted her head proudly. Finally, Aizawa decided to proceed with the evacuation plan. "All right, you three, let's go." He looked at Ryuji, Izuku, and Todoroki. "You need to get out of here." After all the chaos that Rice Cake caused, Aizawa guided Ryuji, Izuku, and Todoroki out of the USJ, where the other students and the police were already waiting. Captured villains were being loaded into police vehicles, and the area was still filled with tension. On Ryuji's shoulder, Rice Cake was comfortably nestled, still holding a piece of the torn uniform from the Nomu she had defeated, as if it were a trophy. As soon as the three stepped out, the group of students immediately reacted. "Are you guys okay?" Uraraka ran up to Izuku, clearly worried. "What the hell happened in there?" Kaminari asked, nervously glancing at the USJ. Hagakure, on the other hand, went straight to Ryuji. "Ryuji!" Her voice trembled, and Ryuji raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Hagakure." She stopped in front of him, still panting as if she had been running around before seeing him. "Are you okay?" "You disappeared in there, then there was a huge explosion, and then there was a hole in the sky. Did you get hurt?" Ryuji smirked, shaking his head. Calm down, I'm fine." He pointed to himself. "Alive, in one piece, no holes in my chest or arms ripped off." Hagakure hesitated for a second, but sighed in relief, relaxing a little. But before she could say anything else, "Oh, so that's why you were so worried." Mina popped up from the side, crossing her arms with a mischievous smile. "Hagakure kept talking about you the whole time, Ryuji. It was, what if he's hurt? What if he doesn't come back? What if he's buried in the rubble?" "And Mina?" Ryuji blinked, confused. Izuku and Todoroki raised their eyebrows at the same time, while Ryuji looked in the direction he knew Hagakure was. On his shoulder, Rice Cake just watched everything with bright eyes, her ears twitching curiously. Hagakure was completely red, even though she was invisible to the others. And when Ryuji's eyes met hers, she blushed even harder. She immediately hid behind Mina. Ryuji just arched an eyebrow, confused. Did I miss something? Izuku and Todoroki exchanged glances, while Mina laughed shamelessly. Hagakure just wanted to disappear. Ryuji was still trying to understand the situation with Hagakure, but he didn't have much time to process whatever was happening. Ryuji Fujimoto? A calm and firm voice caught his attention. He turned his head and saw Naomasa Tsukachi, the police detective, walking toward him. On All Might's shoulder, Nizu was sitting, his eyes attentively analyzing everything. We need a moment to talk with you. Chatter among the students died instantly. Izuku and Todoroki exchanged glances. Hagakure was still hiding behind Mina, and the others fell silent, watching. Ryuji, on the other hand, just sighed internally. Course this would happen. After all, it's not every day someone puts a damn hole in the sky, right? Keeping his relaxed posture, he raised an eyebrow. Okay? Right here, or do you want a special room for this? Nizu smiled, clearly amused by the sarcastic tone. How polite of you to offer a proper location. Indeed, I prefer to talk in my office. Principal's gaze shifted briefly, landing on Rice Cake, who was still perched on Ryuji's shoulder. Her crystal blue eyes narrowed and she growled back. A low growl, but full of warning. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Nizu only smiled even more, as if he found the reaction amusing and interesting. Ryuji, on the other hand, patted her head, reassuring her. Hey, calm down, furball. The rat's not gonna bite me. Rice Cake still seemed suspicious but didn't growl anymore. With a sigh, Ryuji lifted her off his shoulder and set her on the ground, looking into her eyes. Stay. I won't be long. Rice Cake thumped her tail once on the ground, clearly displeased. Oh, and no biting anyone. Rice Cake just turned her face away, offended, as if saying, Why the hell are you assuming I'd do that? Ryuji raised an eyebrow. Don't look at me like that, we both know you would. Rice Cake just huffed but didn't respond. Great. He then looked at Naomasa and Nizu. All right, let's go. The sooner this starts, the sooner it's over. And with that, he followed the two to the principal's office, mentally preparing himself to deal with yet another headache. Sitting in Nizu's office, with All Might on guard, Naomasa with that detective look of someone who's seen too much shit in life, and Nizu preparing tea as if this were an afternoon tea party and not an interrogation. Definitely not how I wanted to end the day. Nizu gave me an analytical look and began. First of all, Ryuji, let me thank you. You saved our students and teachers from a terrible fate. Your bravery and efficiency were remarkable, and I deeply respect that. Well, it's not every day that a super-intelligent bear mouse thanks me. Sure. No problem. Almost dying because of villains is part of the school experience, right? Nizu smiled, placed his cup on the table, his gaze sharpening like a blade. But I also need to admit that your actions are extremely suspicious. Here it comes. You brought an extremely suspicious and dangerous quirk-bearing animal to the school. Technically, Rice Cake came to me. You caused absurd destruction all over USJ during your fight. Technically, the villain was in the way of my fist. And, of course, your latest feat of scarring the skies and killing a villain in a single attack. Technically, okay, that one was my fault. Nizu leaned forward, his small, bright eyes fixed on me. So, Ryuji, who are you really? And who do you work for? I looked at him indifferently and let out a tired sigh. This made All Might shift uncomfortably in the corner of the room and Naomasa stiffen, as if my sigh were the announcement of an impending apocalypse. And then, with all the calm in the world, I replied, I am Ryuji Fujimoto. Silence. And I don't work for anyone. I'm not affiliated with anyone. And I definitely have nothing to do with the villains who attacked today. Nizu and Naomasa didn't blink. Rice Cake is my pet, and she's not dangerous to anyone without bad intentions. Also, she came to me, so technically I didn't bring her. My tone made it clear that I found it ridiculous to be explaining this. All the destruction was just a side effect of my quirk. Which, of course, is true. A half-truth, I used pure brute force for that. And I only killed the guy because he wasn't even human anymore. His consciousness was long gone. Silence. Nizu blinked. Naomesa looked at him. Nizu looked at Naomesa. He's telling the truth. Nizu furrowed his brows. I could almost hear the circuits in his head overloading. I took advantage of the awkward silence and casually apologized. And sorry about the little incident with the sky. I kinda overdid it a bit. All Might stretched his neck in my direction, as if expecting to hear something that made sense. Naomesa intervened, trying to understand the logic. Wait, how exactly can your quirk do something like that? I shrugged. I released all the stored energy at once in a single attack. Nizu arched his eyebrows as if he had noticed something strange. He analyzed me for a moment, then asked, "But doesn't that show that you've been accumulating energy internally since your quirk awakened?" All Might suddenly raised his head. I saw his expression darken before he even opened his mouth. Wait, does that mean that day in the infirmary? Yes. I cut him off before he could finish. I raised my hand and let a golden energy glow at the tip of my fingers. The room felt warmer. They watched me in absolute silence. I had more than enough energy to heal you completely, All Might. More silence. My power can turn the world upside down. If I wanted, I could heal any disease or injury. My voice came out lower. But not everyone would see that as a good thing. That's why I chose to hide it. Naomesa wrote something in his notebook, understanding exactly my point of view. All Might seemed shaken. Nizu took a sip of tea and gave a curious smile. You are truly intriguing, Ryuji. He placed the teacup on the table and looked at me. So, how about a deal? I raised an eyebrow. UA will cover up your involvement in the attack and the little incident in the sky. Fair. No disciplinary or legal consequences will fall on you. Great. Additionally, we want you to become an elite class student. Okay, that's new. But before accepting, I decided to add some conditions. I crossed my arms and spoke seriously. I want unlimited coffee jelly. The three of them stared at me. Not lunch rushes. I want the ones bought from outside. Nizu blinked. And I want rice cake to have free access to UA. Nizu tilted his head. Rice cake? My cute little pup. Nizu smiled. Interesting. I accept. I gave a slight smile. Then we have a deal. The salty night breeze blew across the dock, carrying the scent of rust, oil, and sea spray. The dark waters of the harbor reflected the lights of cranes and anchored ships, creating a spectacle of fragmented shadows and glimmers. Amidst it all, a massive cargo ship sat silently at anchor. It was a metallic colossus, stacked with containers like domino pieces. The sailors worked tirelessly, unloading the cargo, but their gazes kept drifting toward the main gangway, where someone very important was about to descend. Footsteps echoed on the metal ramp. She appeared first. A woman with short, precisely cut red hair, every strand in its rightful place. Her amber eyes glimmered under the artificial lights, cold and impassive, scanning her surroundings with an air of natural sovereignty. Her presence was suffocating, and silence followed her like a shadow. Behind her, a tall, imposing man in a dark suit accompanied her like a true bodyguard. His muscles were tense, ready to react at the slightest sign of threat. His gaze swept the area like that of a predator, but the woman in front of him walked unhurriedly, unafraid. When her feet touched the ground of the dock, a group of men awaited her. The leader of the group stepped forward, a thin, middle-aged man wearing a cheap suit and a calculated smile. He bowed slightly, the apparent respect in his posture contrasting with the tension in his eyes. "Welcome to Japan, ma'am," he said, his voice smooth and oily. "We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." She didn't respond immediately. Her gaze swept over the group, each of them shrinking under her silent judgment. The man continued, trying to fill the uncomfortable silence. "I've arranged everything as per your instructions. Your new personnel are ready, your false identity has been registered, and the residence we've chosen for you meets all the required specifications." That's when she felt it. A gaze. Among the men in the group, one of them was staring at her. He didn't seem particularly brave or special, but something about his expression bothered her. Perhaps it was the obvious curiosity or a poorly disguised admiration. But she knew. And she hated that gaze. She smiled. Softly, unhurriedly. She raised her hand delicately, as if asking for silence. Her index finger rested on her own lips. Then, she pointed at the man with her hand shaped like a gun. Bang! His head exploded. There was no sound of a gunshot, no flash of gunpowder, no visible weapon. But the upper part of his body was shattered in an instant. All that remained was his lifeless torso, the remains spilling onto the dock as the rest of his body collapsed forward, drenching the concrete in red. The other men choked in shock. The leader froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the mutilated body of his subordinate. The woman looked at the corpse with disdain. "I despise that kind of gaze." With a calm motion, she pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, wiping away the small splatters of blood that had landed on her flawless face. "Take me to my new residence," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. "I've already wasted too much time on disgusting people." The leader, still trembling, quickly gestured for his men to guide her. She entered the designated car, the doors closing softly behind her. Inside the vehicle, her chest rose and fell irregularly. She bit one of her fingers, her teeth pressing into her pale skin. Her amber eyes gleamed with excitement. She had finally arrived in Japan. And soon, she could finally pair them together, as she had always desired since coming into this world. Chapter 18, Aftermath. The room was immersed in absolute silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of fingers lightly tapping on a metallic surface. All for One reclined in the darkness, his eyes fixed on the screen before him. Digital reports, images, videos, and confidential files slid across the holographic interface, reflecting on his mask. The attack on the USJ had been a failure. Shigaraki had been captured. 2 of the Nomus had been exterminated, and 1 had fallen into the hands of the police. And yet, he wasn't furious. He felt strangely relieved and happy because there was something interesting. His eyes analyzed the footage from the USJ cameras, sent by one of his infiltrated spies. The recording was slightly shaky, but the image was clear enough. A single young man, Ryuji Fujimoto, the boy with golden hair and indifferent blue eyes, shattering his strongest Nomu with a single blow. All for One paused the recording at the exact moment of impact. The energy that came from that punch, absurd. Interesting. The raw power of that boy was something he had never seen in a quirk before. And he wanted it. The name Izuku Midoriya also caught his attention. A boy without a quirk who somehow was using advanced technology to fight on equal footing and defeat one of the Nomus. "Where did this come from?" he murmured, zooming in on the image of Midoriya's high-tech armor. Common support devices didn't do that, not the ones he had seen or knew about. And then, the third unexpected element. An animal. The images showed a small, agile white wolf, but when it transformed into its 3-meter form, everything became completely abnormal. All for One had never expected a quirk-bearing animal. They were rare. Extremely rare. And he wanted it too. All of this turned the failure at the USJ into a goldmine in his eyes. A soft sound caught his attention. Dr. Garaki entered the room, wiping his gloved hands. "A shame we lost Tamura," he sighed, shaking his head. We still had plans for him. All for One didn't take his eyes off the screen. Don't worry, Doctor. His voice was low but carried an absolute weight. I no longer need Tamura for now. Garaki raised his eyebrows, surprised. Oh. All for One slowly turned the screen, revealing a new image. The photograph showed a blonde boy, his furious expression frozen in the moment of capture. Katsuki Bakugo. It seems Yue expelled him after an incident he caused. All for One's tone was almost amused. I think it's our role to welcome him with open arms. Garaki smiled. So, we have a new test subject. After the incident at USJ, Izuku Midoriya was physically exhausted and mentally drained. His poor mother cried so much when he got home that he almost went deaf. Now she was finally asleep and he still had work to do. Cursor blinked on the dark screen, reflecting a faint green light on Izuku's face as he sighed, staring at the absurd number of projects he had drafted. Each one was a crucial piece of his vision, but alone it would take decades. He leaned back in his chair, ruffling his hair and muttering to himself. He had to create better models of Deku. His armor had been severely damaged during the fight against the Nomu. I guess it's time. I can't do this without help. Typing quickly, he opened a terminal window and began inputting codes. The screen flickered and soon turned completely black, with a few warning lines appearing at the top. Establishing secure connection. Encryption in progress. 17%, 54%, 89%, 100%. Secure connection established. A text field appeared, and Izuku didn't hesitate. Mr. Green. Blue, are you there? For a minute, nothing. Just the silence of the late night and the glow of the monitor. Then a response appeared. Mr. Blue, Mr. Green. Mr. Blue. It's good to hear from you again, my mysterious friend. Izuku smiled faintly. Even though he had never seen Blue's face, he knew he could trust him more than many people he knew in person. Mr. Green. It's good to talk to you again, too. Mr. Blue. Here to share new projects? Mr. Green. Not this time. I need your direct help. The response didn't come immediately. A few seconds passed before another message appeared. Mr. Blue. Does this mean you're going to reveal your identity? Izuku took a deep breath before typing. Mr. Green. Yes. I'm facing some issues in my workshop. My projects are taking too long to complete. I don't have enough manpower. Until now, a close friend and I managed, but it's reached a point where I need your help. Blue was silent for a few moments. When he responded, it seemed thoughtful. Mr. Blue, you know this is a big risk, right? I have a lab and qualified personnel, but I need to know if you're someone I can trust. I don't want the projects I help build to be used for evil. Izuku nodded to himself. It was a fair request. He looked at the screen and then typed his final response. Mr. Green. Then it's time to reveal myself to you. He attached a file with his location, name, and age. After hitting enter, he watched the screen expectantly. The response didn't take long. Mr. Blue, are you serious? Mr. Blue, Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old. Are you kidding me? Mr. Blue, this is a joke, right? You made all those projects while still a teenager. Now the time I called you a genius sounds more like an insult, huh? Izuku chuckled a little as he read the message. Of course, he had expected this kind of reaction. He quickly typed, Mr. Green, thank you. I'm studying at UA now. Everything I've done so far is to become a hero. The chat was silent for a few moments. Then Blue responded. Mr. Blue, you remind me a lot of myself some time ago. A few more seconds of silence. Mr. Blue, all right. I'll help you. I have enough personnel and resources to move part of my lab to Japan. That way, it'll be easier for us to work together. But before anything, what kind of projects exactly will we be developing? Izuku smiled to himself before attaching a series of files about his research. Armor models, support devices, new concepts to enhance hero suits, a true library of innovation. After sending, he waited. The response came in less than 3 minutes. Mr. Blue, just be danger? The sun had already risen over the majestic Nine and Tails Inn, and with it, Tsunami's workday began. Despite her relaxed posture and perpetual smile, the kitsune was always attentive to the smallest details that ensured the inn remained the most luxurious and exclusive destination in Japan. She walked through the halls, her immense white tail swaying gracefully with each step. Staff and guests bowed respectfully as she passed, some of the kitsune attendants exchanging discreet laughs upon seeing their boss's lazy, still sleepy expression. Tsunami simply responded with a soft, "Era, so early and already so lively," before continuing on her daily inspections. Her first stop was the kitchen, where the chefs were preparing an exquisite breakfast for the guests. The aroma of dashi and freshly cooked rice filled the air. Tsunami casually picked up a small rice ball, nibbling on it while praising the team with kind words. "Wonderful as always, my dears. Our master would surely be pleased." Next, she passed by the hot springs, checking the temperature of the water and the purity of the mist that gently rose above the baths. Everything was impeccable, just as it should be. Finally, she headed to the reception area, a place she rarely occupied, preferring to leave the task to her attendants. But for some reason, today she decided to make a brief appearance. The inn was a hidden paradise, and its clientele consisted only of those with pure hearts, couples, or the means to pay the exorbitant fees required to enter. Naturally, this made the place a point of interest for millionaires and nobles around the world, but also for certain less refined guests. As soon as she took her place behind the counter for a few moments, she felt a pair of eyes scanning her body. Her expression didn't change, maintaining her usual enigmatic smile. But in her mind, a sharp blade-like thought emerged. Perhaps I should pluck out those disgusting eyes so they can no longer be used improperly. However, instead, she simply tilted her head slightly, allowing one eyelid to rise just enough to reveal a shimmering, pupil-less blue eye. "Era, my dear, it's not polite to stare at a lady like that." Her voice was as gentle as silk sliding over skin, but there was a subtle threat underlying her words. The man quickly averted his gaze, embarrassed and swallowing hard. Tsunami sighed softly and called one of her attendants with a simple snap of her fingers. "Dear, could you take over the reception? I believe my brief stint as a receptionist is over for today." Without further ado, she withdrew, gracefully walking down the hall to her private office. It was a traditional, themed space reminiscent of old Japanese offices, with a low desk, carefully arranged futons, and a brush and ink set resting on records already filled with financial and guest logs. The room was decorated with paper lanterns, and small blue hydodama floated lazily around, illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. With a contented sigh, Tsunami settled in front of her desk, adjusting the long sleeves of her blue and white kimono before picking up the brush and beginning to review documents. But even as she worked, one thought remained constant in her mind. A woman's body should not be the target of unwanted gazes. After all, it belongs only to someone special. Her smile widened softly as she imagined a certain young man who held all her devotion. Ah yes, her dear master. Nothing like a day off after the disaster at USJ. A whole day without random explosions, without psychopathic villains, and without teachers looking at me like I'm a ticking time bomb about to go off. Honestly, this should be celebrated. But instead, I'm here, walking down the street with a white fur ball that insists on drawing attention from everyone who passes by. Seriously, have you ever tried walking around the city with a cute animal? It's like carrying a magnet for hysterical screams and kids wanting to squeeze it. But Rice Cake isn't just any dog, so as soon as someone tries to touch her, she dodges like a ninja and gives them a look of absolute judgment. Could you make my life easier and stop causing a commotion? She just looks at me with those bright blue eyes and wags her tail as if to say, "Your problem, boss." My destination was just ahead, Rose's Market. Finally, a place where no one cares that I exist because they're too busy being themselves. Or at least that's what I hoped. As soon as I walked in, I was greeted by the orange-haired Triceratops. Ryuji, niño! Rosa practically shouted my arrival as if I were some kind of celebrity. Buenos dias, Rosa. She smiled, but her attention immediately shifted to the little furball by my side. Dios mío. Que linda. Mira esos ojitos. Ah. Here we go. Rosa leaned down to try to pet her, but Rice Cake dodged with the reflexes of a professional sprinter and stared at her as if she were a war criminal. Before Rosa could insist, the door behind the counter opened, and Josi appeared carrying a box. The giant 8 feet 5 inches tall fox noticed my presence and greeted me cheerfully. Ah! Ryuji. Here to buy coffee jelly again? Unfortunately, no. I came to buy dog food. We're running out at home. Rice Cake stared at me as if I had just committed high treason. The judgment in her eyes was almost as strong as her opinion about vacuum cleaners, which apparently are incarnate demons. But don't you basically manipulate air? Being afraid of vacuum cleaners is kind of ironic. Josi noticed the scene and spotted the fluffy furball. Oh, and who's this cutie? When did you adopt her? Is she a boy or a girl? Before I could answer, Rosa was already freaking out again. Es una monada. Mira esa carita preciosa. Un ángel peludo. And so began a flood of hysterical compliments and endless questions about the furball. Rice Cake, of course, was loving the attention, wagging her tail and pretending to be an innocent creature. After listening for far too long about how my wolf is la criatura más hermosa del universo, I was finally released to grab the dog food. But as I looked at the packaging, I could already feel the weight of silent judgment beside me. Rice Cake blinked, disappointed in me on a spiritual level. It's this or nothing. Before Rice Cake could writhe on the floor in a tantrum, 3 idiots decided today was a good day for a robbery. 3 guys, hooded, 2 armed, and 1 clearly compensating for something. They entered Rosa's market and pulled out their guns, pointing them at her and Josi. Hand over the cash now, one of them shouted, trying to sound threatening. I just blinked. Seriously? Robbing a market? In Japan? I should play the lottery. Rice Cake started growling, clearly bothered by the smell of these guys. That caught the attention of one of the robbers, who turned the gun toward me. I stood still, my usual monotone expression unchanged. Hey kids, stay quiet, he growled. Josi, ever the good soul, tried to intervene. Please, don't hurt him. She took a step toward the counter, but the idiot pointed the gun at her again, forcing her to stop. Looks like mutants think they can do whatever they want, another robber commented, his voice dripping with disdain. That thing almost gave me a heart attack. Disgusting. I see. Besides being robbers, they're mutant racists. That didn't make me angry. It made me bored. Of all the things they could do, they chose this? I sighed and raised my hand, slowly closing my fingers. Their guns twisted as if made of aluminum foil, crumpling into a dense, useless sphere. They fell to the ground with a dull thud. Silence. I took a step toward them, my voice low and calm. You clearly haven't learned about mutual respect. I'll have to teach you. One of the robbers, panicking, raised his hand and activated his quirk, firing a sharp spike in my direction. I was ready to slap it back into his face, but Josi stepped between us and was hit. She fell to the ground with a groan of pain, clutching her shoulder as blood stained her orange shirt. Rosa screamed her name, running to her. I just stood there. For a moment, time seemed to slow as I tried to process what had just happened. My mind split into 2 thoughts. 1, did Josi really just jump in front of me to protect me? 2, did this idiot just hurt someone I know right in front of me? My gaze met the eyes of the man who shot the spike. And he froze. Because my eyes were probably glowing with an intense golden light now. The murderous intent radiated from me like a shockwave. Before he could react, I raised a hand and twisted his arm with telekinesis like it was a wet rag. A sharp snap echoed through the market. He screamed in agony, falling to the ground. The other two tried to run, but I simply applied a bit of gravitational pressure and pinned them to the ground alongside their groaning friend. Rosa was by Josi's side, trying to help. She removed the spike, making Josi cry out in pain. I approached, serious, confused, and I'll admit a little worried about her. "Don't worry, Josi. I'll handle this." I extended my hand, and a golden aura enveloped her. Her wound closed instantly, the pain disappearing as if it had never existed. Josi looked at her shoulder, surprised. Rosa's eyes widened, and she immediately launched into an exclamatory monologue. "I knew it. Ever since I met you, I knew you were a miracle sent by Dios. Un ángel de la guarda. A saint, una bendición." I just ignored her. Josi, still surprised, looked at me. "Thank you, Ryuji." Her voice was soft, embarrassed, clearly uncomfortable with the fuss she caused. But she still seemed sad. That's when Rice Cake approached and licked her hand, whimpering softly. Josi looked surprised at the furball before smiling slightly and patting her head. "I'm okay, sweetie. Thank you." Did she just touch Rice Cake? Am I seeing things? I looked at Josi and then at Rice Cake being petted by a hand that almost covered her entire body. This furball is truly enigmatic. Chapter 19, The Symbol of Peace's Request. The day after the day off, UA was finally open again. The morning started like any other day. Well, as normal as it could be for someone who basically obliterated the neighbor's roof and even caused a hole in the realm of the heavens. But hey, at least the immortals from the Miram won't come hunting me. After getting ready, I went downstairs to the kitchen, already prepared for another day of school. And there she was, my mom. The woman who could easily be mistaken for a saint. She was finishing up my bento with almost surgical precision. On one side, perfectly molded rice. On the other, succulent pieces of meat and vegetables arranged in a way that would make any restaurant chef cry with envy. "Good morning," I greeted, grabbing my bento and stuffing it into my bag without much ceremony. "Good morning, dear." Her voice had that sweet tone as always, but there was something different. A wait. A hesitation. Before I could leave, I felt her hand gripping my wrist. "Ryuji." I paused. "Take care of yourself, please." Her voice was firm but vulnerable. "Don't get into trouble again." The USJ incident was still fresh in her mind. Course it would be. She almost died of worry when she saw on TV that her son was in the middle of a terrorist attack complete with lab monsters and villains with homicidal tendencies. "You're still my son." Her voice trembled a little. "And I worry about you. A lot. I understand that she doesn't want to lose me like she lost my father. And I know that behind all that strong posture and gentle smile, my mom was terrified by yesterday's incident. I could tell her I'm fine. That I'm practically invincible. That I could split a planet in half if I wanted to. But I still have to keep things hidden, like the invisible and indestructible barrier I placed around her in case someone tried to hurt her. So instead, I smiled. "Of course. I'll behave." She raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing a single word. "What?" "I'm a model of discipline, I swear." I raised my hands in an innocent gesture. She just sighed. I picked up Rice Cake, who was there, finishing her damn kibble with an expression of absolute suffering. Why does it taste like sand?" I read Rice Cake's mind as she seemed on the verge of an existential breakdown. I rolled my eyes and scooped her up. "Come on, drama queen, we've got school to go to." I turned to my mom and gave her one last wave. "See you later." She forced a smile. "I love you, dear." "Love you too, Mom." And with that, I left the house, carrying the traumatized furball, ready to face another day of unexpected surprises with me. As soon as Ryuji and Izuku entered the room, the class erupted in excitement. Dude, you were amazing at USJ, Kaminari exclaimed, throwing his arms up. That mist villain? You tossed him into the fountain like he was a bag of trash. And the guy who tried to jump us? Kirishima laughed. You just kicked him and he vanished from my sight. I'm still wondering where he landed. Not to mention the roof, Ciro commented, crossing his arms. Who was responsible for making it disappear again? The entire class turned their heads toward Ryuji. He simply blinked, his expression unchanged. No idea. Maybe he got tired of his own existence and decided to stop being a roof. The class laughed, but before they could continue showering him with praise, Rice Cake, who was comfortably sitting on Ryuji's lap, became the new center of attention. And her! Jiro pointed at the small white wolf. How come she can just waltz into A without any issues? Director Nizu gave me a free pass to bring her, Ryuji replied casually. That means she's officially the class mascot, Ishido announced excitedly. The girls gathered around the little rice cake, trying to pet her and offer treats. However, in the blink of an eye, the small wolf disappeared from Ryuji's arms and reappeared on Aizawa's desk, looking down at everyone with the superiority of a canine deity. She just vanished, Sato muttered, blinking in confusion. You guys never learn, do you? Ryuji sighed. Try to touch her without proper respect, and she'll evaporate faster than an adult's paycheck in Brazil. The group accepted their momentary defeat, but soon Mina noticed another opportunity for fun. Speaking of concerns, Hagakure was the one who panicked the most during the attack, Mina said with a mischievous smile. Mina! Hagakure protested, her voice clearly flustered. Seriously, she was so nervous it looked like she was going to faint when Ryuji faced those villains. Mina continued, laughing. I was just worried because he's our class president. It's my duty as a student to want him to be okay. Hagakure retorted, trying to explain herself. Sure. Mina teased, laughing even harder. Meanwhile, Ryuji, completely oblivious to any romantic subtext, raised a hand to call for order. All right, enough chatter. Everyone, to your seats. I'm the president of this mess, remember? Momo, the vice president, quickly joined him. Yes, please, everyone, settle down. We need to start the day properly. Little by little, the students returned to their seats. Didn't take long for Aizawa to arrive, his usual tired look present. It seems all of you handled the USJ incident well, he commented, looking around. That's good. It shows you're strong. Class fell silent, paying attention. But the battle isn't over yet. A nervous murmur spread through the room. What does he mean by that? Kaminari whispered to Kirishima. Aizawa paused for a few seconds just to build suspense and then dropped the bomb. The sports festival is approaching. An explosion of voices echoed through the room. No way! Ishido practically shouted. The sports festival? Hiraka's eyes widened. Does that mean we'll have to fight against other classes? It's our chance to shine, Kirishima declared, excited. As the class reacted, Rice Cake, who had been on Aizawa's desk, jumped onto Ryuji's desk and lay down, completely ignoring the chaos around her. Ryuji just looked at her and then at the agitated class. I wonder if I've already caught the attention of those three. Through the end of the fourth class, the break arrived, and the classroom descended into chaos due to the approaching sports festival. Ryuji, however, couldn't care less. He wanted to escape before getting stuck in one of those unskippable NPC dialogues from Genshin Impact. Without a second thought, he picked up Rice Cake in his arms and left the classroom with Izuku, who also didn't want to stay in the middle of the commotion. The goal was simple, the cafeteria. But of course, fate always has other plans. As soon as they entered the crowded hallway, something unexpected yet predictable happened. Crowd noticed the ball of white fluff in Ryuji's arms. In an instant, he was surrounded by a swarm of girls with eyes shining with adoration. Oh my god, she's so cute. Is she real? Can I hold her? Can I hold her? Izuku, who had been beside him just a second ago, was simply swallowed by the crowd. Ryuji! Help! Izuku's muffled voice emerged from the middle of the chaos, but no one seemed to notice. Rice Cake, on the other hand, was torn between enjoying the compliments and fleeing to a safe place. She looks so soft. How did you manage to bring her to school? Can I hold her? Does she like treats? I have one here. Rice Cake, who didn't like being touched by strangers, simply jumped out of Ryuji's arms and climbed onto his head, staring at the crowd with an expression that clearly said, "Insignificant mortals, your hands are not worthy of touching me." Meanwhile, Ryuji dealt with the questions. Yes. Rice Cake has a free pass from the principal. Yes, she's the unofficial mascot of our class. No, you can't hold her. Next question, he said quickly, trying to fend off the invasive hands attempting to pet his wolf. Some boys in the back looked at him with envy. That's not fair. That should be a crime. I just want to be a dog now. All right, screw this, Ryuji muttered before simply taking off into the air with Rice Cake in his arms. He wrapped Izuku in telekinesis and pulled him along, leaving the crowd behind, who stood there gaping as he calmly floated away. That was humiliating yet convenient, Izuku commented, now floating beside Ryuji. I think I've discovered a new escape method for when social situations become unbearable, Ryuji replied, quickly distancing himself from the crowd. After a smooth flight, for Ryuji because Izuku was feeling a bit dizzy, they landed in a quieter hallway. That's when Ryuji noticed All Might standing in a corner discreetly waving at them. Young Fujimoto and Midoriya, he said, smiling. If it's not too much trouble, would you like to have lunch with me in my office? Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Yes, of course. He looked surprised and excited, as he always did around All Might. Ryuji, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes at the hero. You know, this approach makes it seem like you're a rom-com protagonist trying to call the two problem kids of the school for a heartfelt talk, right? Izuku almost burst out laughing and had to cover his mouth to keep from guffawing right then and there. All Might coughed, a little embarrassed. That wasn't my intention, young Ryuji. All right, let's go before Midoriya explodes from laughing. Ryuji shrugged and started walking, still holding Rice Cake, who yawned lazily. I hope there's decent food there. Teacher's lounge was quiet, with only the sound of the kettle on the electric stove filling the space. All Might, now in his skeletal form, was preparing tea for his two students while Rice Cake searched for a comfortable corner to lie down and rest. Izuku watched attentively, still trying to process everything that had happened so far. Ryuji, on the other hand, picked up a cup of tea with the expression of someone who had seen this kind of scene 1,000 times before. He blew on the hot drink calmly as he waited for the real reason they had been called. All Might sat down in front of them, assuming a serious posture. My real name is Toshinori Yagi, he began, his voice deeper than usual. I believe it's time for you to learn about the true burden I carry. Izuku immediately perked up, while Ryuji merely raised an eyebrow. The name of my quirk is One for All, a power that can be passed from person to person. It is a flame that carries the accumulated strength of its predecessors, and with it, we have the duty to face the great evil of this world, all for one. Izuku's eyes widened. So, this quirk is hereditary? Yes, and that's why I need to seek a successor, concluded All Might. Ryuji took a sip of his tea, setting the cup down on the table with a long sigh. This is all very shocking and all, but are you going to get to the point, or do I need to unlock 20 lines of dialogue first? Because if so, I'm going to need more tea. Izuku coughed, trying to reprimand me, while All Might sighed, already accustomed to Ryuji's sarcastic demeanor. All right, he continued. You've seen my scar, but you don't know the story behind it. Silence fell over the room as All Might clenched his fists. My mentor, Nana Shimura, was a great hero. She fought bravely against all for one but ended up in critical condition. Against all odds, she survived but has remained in a coma and vegetative state ever since. Izuku seemed to have lost his breath. She is still alive? All Might nodded slowly. Yes, but her condition has never changed. I've carried this pain and responsibility with me all these years. I myself faced all for one, trying to avenge my mentor, and it was in that battle that I suffered this injury. He pulled up his shirt, revealing again the massive scar on his abdomen. Izuku looked away, feeling the weight of the story. Ryuji, on the other hand, simply took another sip of tea. All Might's voice trembled slightly as he spoke again. But now there is hope. Ryuji, you have the power to do things I could never imagine. That's why. I beg you. He bowed deeply, his forehead almost touching the table. His hands trembled, the weight of years of guilt and despair overflowing in that gesture. Please save my mentor. Izuku was speechless. He had never seen All Might so vulnerable before. Ryuji, for his part, remained silent for a long moment. He observed the scene, seemingly emotionless, before setting his teacup down on the coffee table. Then he sighed. You really are just like they say. The guy who cares more about others than himself. All Might raised his head, his eyes wide. Ryuji crossed his arms and stared at him. Fine. I'll heal her. The silence that followed was almost deafening. All Might blinked, stunned. What? You heard me. I'll heal her. Stop looking at me like that. You look like a dog abandoned in the rain. All Might felt a lump in his throat. For years, he had carried that pain without hope. Now a real possibility stood before him. He bowed again, this time holding back tears. Young Fujimoto, thank you so much. Izuku smiled, feeling the weight of the moment. Rice Cake, sensing the tense atmosphere, approached Ryuji and climbed onto his lap before snuggling, clearly wanting to comfort his owner. Ryuji simply picked up his cup again, taking another sip of tea. Now, if we can wrap up this Mexican soap opera, I'd like to eat my lunch before it gets cold. After classes ended, a crowd gathered in front of the classroom door, blocking the path of Class 1A. Ryuji sighed, feeling an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. The sports festival was approaching, and as expected, students from other courses had come to analyze their potential opponents. But to his dismay, most of the people there were there for another reason. Ah, so cute! A girl shouted, holding up her phone to take a picture. Her fur is so white. She looks like a living stuffed animal. Hey, can I hold her? Another girl asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Rice Cake. Ryuji rolled his eyes while Rice Cake slightly shrank in his arms. The little wolf tried to ignore the unfamiliar hands trying to touch her, her snout trembling in discomfort. Looks like our mascot is already famous, Ryuji, Izuku commented with an amused smile. Ryuji shot him a sideways glance. Don't start, Izuku. Izuku just laughed before continuing. But if we ignore that, the rest are here to analyze the class. That was already pretty obvious, Ryuji replied, sighing. After all, we faced a villain attack. Well, at least some of us did. The crowd chattered about Class A, but most of the compliments were still directed at the ball of fur in his arms. Ryuji decided it was a good time to provoke them. Listen up, you're wasting your time trying to analyze us when the outcome is inevitable. So, get out of my way, I have a coffee jelly to buy on my way home. His voice echoed through the hallway. Izuku's eyes widened while Class A turned to stare at Ryuji. Some people in the crowd were indignant while others just laughed at his boldness. Wow, he really said that. Well, kind of. Uraraka murmured, surprised. What a reckless statement, Ida exclaimed, adjusting his glasses. It was at that moment that a voice emerged from the crowd. I didn't expect Hero Course students to be so arrogant. Crowd parted to reveal Hitoshi Shinso. He looked at Ryuji with a sharp gaze. his purple eyes carrying an unusual seriousness. Did you know that those who couldn't get into the hero course were relocated to other courses at the school? He paused before continuing. Depending on the results of the sports festival, some of us might be transferred to the hero course. He paused again before staring directly at Class 1A. Now that the hero course has one less student, our chances of transferring are even higher. But that also means one of you could be replaced if you perform worse than us, even with the vacancy. There's still a chance one of you from the hero course could end up getting kicked out. Shinso's expression grew darker as he looked at Ryuji. I'm going to take down kids like you and your white horses. The air grew tense. Some Class A students seemed bothered by the statement, but Ryuji just smirked. Kid, Ryuji said, his gaze meeting Shinso's. You're brave and bold. So, I'll promise you something. A golden aura began to radiate from Ryuji, enveloping his body with an overwhelming presence. A mocking smile spread across his face as his eyes shifted from blue to gold, glowing intensely. I'll show you just how inferior you are compared to the hero course. Izuku laughed, while Rice Cake let out an excited bark. The other Class A students also felt the impact of the declaration and were fired up to prove their worth. But Shinso felt something else. Ryuji's gaze carried a weight he hadn't expected. This wasn't just a provocation, it felt like Ryuji could crush him right then and there. Before Shinso could speak, a new voice erupted. Hey, don't forget about Class B. Tetsu emerged from the crowd, pounding his chest with determination. We're coming for Class A with everything we've got. An awkward silence fell. No one responded. Tetsu blinked a few times, realizing he had been completely ignored. Ryuji just sighed and dispersed his golden aura. Well, that was fun, but I've got places to be. He held Rice Cake tightly and, without warning, took off above the crowd. Ryuji! Izuku called, realizing his friend was leaving. Take me with you. Ryuji looked at him. I already helped you once. Now you're on your own. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh as he watched Ryuji fly down the hallway with Rice Cake in his arms. Among the crowd, a girl with short black hair and cat ears watched the scene with a curious smile on her lips. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she followed the golden figure of Ryuji disappearing into the horizon. How fun! She murmured, her lips curling into a feline smile. Chapter 20, The Golden Boy. The room was plunged into darkness. The thick curtains blocked any trace of sunlight, and the air was heavy, stagnant from prolonged isolation. The only source of light came from the cold screen of a cell phone, casting a pale glow on Bakugo's haggard face. Deep dark circles framed his eyes. His skin was pale, almost sickly, and strands of disheveled hair fell over his sweaty forehead. He was sitting in the corner of his bed, motionless, his eyes fixed on the screen as if he wanted to burn it with his gaze. The recording was there, repeating like an endless nightmare. The reporter smiled as she praised the UA students for their bravery during the USJ attack. But what made his blood boil was the image of Izuku standing alongside the other students. He shouldn't have been there. He had no right to be there. Damn it! Kugo shouted, hurling the phone against the wall. The impact cracked the device, but he didn't care. His breathing was heavy, erratic. How can this be happening? He grabbed his hair, pulling it hard enough to hurt. Since his expulsion from UA, he hadn't left the house. Not once. The days had blurred into a haze of darkness and silence. His parents had tried to talk to him, but their words were empty, filled with pity. And he didn't need pity. UA had covered up his expulsion from the media, but his parents knew everything. They were devastated when they found out he had almost killed Izuku. Almost killed the son of a close neighbor, a childhood friend. They had apologized to the Midoriyas, bowed, humiliated themselves. He had never seen them so weak. Punishment came, but it was light. He couldn't leave, couldn't train. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that every hero school he tried to get into rejected him. None would accept his name. Whenever they saw his record, their expressions changed. As if he were a monster. Shiketsu High School still hadn't given a definitive answer. He was on a waiting list. A waiting list. For him. As if he were trash. He clenched his fists and felt his palms sweat, a sign that his quirk was active. But he didn't explode. He couldn't. Every time he looked at his hands, all he saw were bodies on the ground. Burned, shattered, unrecognizable bodies. His heart raced, a mix of dread and anger eating away at his mind. But what if this wasn't his fault? Slowly, paranoia seeped into his mind like poison. He wasn't the problem. It was the world around him. He wasn't expelled because he made a mistake. He was expelled because the weak feared the strong. 'Cause they saw in him something they could never be. It was all a conspiracy. It always had been. The weak always tried to bring down the strong. They held him back. They cast him out because they knew he was better. That he would surpass them all. That bunch of failures knew they could never reach him. The principal, the teachers, the students, they were all against him. They wanted to see him humiliated, brought low. And Izuku, that bastard. He should have been dead. He should never have existed. How did a quirkless loser like him become a hero? It didn't make sense. It was an insult to everything Bakugo believed in. He had spent his whole life proving that the weak should never rise to the top. But then suddenly Izuku was there, receiving praise, becoming a hero? And Ryuji, that damn guy, had always been there to stop him, always laughing, always taunting. As if he were above it all. He should be erased too. Bakugo stood up from the bed, his eyes red, insane. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. A twisted smirk formed on his chapped lips. If the world wants to stop me, then I'll destroy the world first. The air around him grew hot, his palms trembling with pent-up energy. He wasn't going to wait. He wasn't going to ask for permission. He was going to crush every single one of them. The city of Mizutefu was a reflection of human evolution and progress, with its avenues crowded with people and vehicles, modern buildings, and skyscrapers that rose imposingly against the sky. The heart of this economic and technological advancement stood the RF Corporation, one of the largest and most influential companies in the world. Its 3 buildings dominated the urban landscape like colossi of glass and steel. 2 side buildings, each 25 floors tall, served as administrative and development centers, while the central building with 35 floors was the heart of the company, housing the executives' offices and the most critical operations. RF was not just any company. It had revolutionized the global market with products that didn't even exist before. From advanced technologies to innovative consumer goods, its patents had transformed society in unimaginable ways. It was natural that thousands of people competed daily for a position in its offices, as working at RF meant not only a hefty salary but also status and financial security. Inside the main building, the environment buzzed with activity. Executives hurried through luxurious corridors, analysts discussed real-time data, and million-dollar deals were closed every moment. On the 30th floor, a meeting room was filled with a heated discussion. If we don't close this deal by Friday, the competition will swallow this opportunity, one of the directors exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. We've already made the offer, they're hesitating. We could try an additional bonus in distribution to lure them in, suggested a woman with glasses, analyzing the numbers on the screen in front of her. Do whatever it takes. RF doesn't lose to anyone. The firm voice of the head of the marketing division ended the discussion. Meanwhile, 2 female figures drew attention as they crossed the main lobby. Even dressed in formal attire, their presence was magnetic, attracting glances from employees and visitors alike. As usual, people can't stop staring, Morgan commented with a mischievous smile, adjusting a strand of her green hair. It's not our fault we were made perfect, Lilith replied with a chuckle. They proceeded to the upper floor, where Lucifer awaited them in his luxurious office. Seated in his lavish leather chair, he sipped freshly brewed tea while enjoying the panoramic view of the city through the glass wall. "I hope you enjoyed your rest," Lucifer greeted them, interlacing his fingers in front of his face. "It was wonderful. The time at the Nine and Tails Inn was so much fun," Lilith replied excitedly. "The food, the massages, the hot springs, it was all great." "I agree," Morgan added, but then sighed. "Though spending time with Tsunami was exhausting." Lucifer let out a light laugh. "I can imagine. Our master was incredibly generous in granting you this time to relax. However, now that the break is over, we have an urgent matter to address." Lilith and Morgan's eyes narrowed as they noticed the more serious tone in Lucifer's voice. "The reincarnated have stopped appearing," he began, resting his elbows on the table. "The last month recorded exactly 0 appearances. Something extremely suspicious. As you know, our surveillance network covers all of Japan, and yet we haven't detected any new reincarnated. This means our information network has somehow been compromised." Morgan crossed her arms, thoughtful. "So someone managed to bypass our surveillance or is already infiltrated in our network?" Lucifer nodded slowly. "Whatever the case, it's unacceptable. How did the number of reincarnated suddenly drop to 0? Someone is somehow diverting them before they reach us. And that means our security has been breached in some way." Lilith rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "We've dealt with many reincarnated, especially in the US. Most of them had brainwashing quirks, and most of them were first-class perverts. But thankfully, the Master gave us total resistance against that kind of influence. We must act without risking being compromised. We don't know how powerful or intelligent this reincarnated might be," Morgan added with a sharp smile. Lucifer tilted his head, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. "Exactly. That's why I'm entrusting this mission to you. Investigation and elimination if necessary." Lilith and Morgan exchanged glances before nodding. "Leave it to us. We'll find out who's pulling the strings behind the scenes and make sure the ants are eliminated." Lucifer smiled, satisfied. "Excellent. After all, no matter how much they try to hide, in the end they all meet the same fate when they cross paths with our master." The UA cafeteria was bustling as always, with students coming and going, chatting excitedly about the upcoming sports festival. But at one particular table, Ryuji was completely oblivious to the commotion, immersed in the divine experience of savoring his beloved coffee jelly. Sitting beside him, Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka were enthusiastically discussing the event. "If we consider the most likely contenders to win," Ida began, adjusting his glasses with a stiff gesture. "Ryuji," Izuku interrupted without hesitation. "Can't argue with that," Uraraka laughed. "Without even looking up from his jelly," Ryuji shrugged. "If we face each other at the festival, I'll kick your ass without mercy, Izuku." Izuku laughed awkwardly. "You're always so hard on me." "Because you're annoying," Ryuji shot back, taking another spoonful of his dessert. "Hey." The group laughed at the little banter, while under the table, Rice Cake happily chewed on a piece of meat, still hiding from the crowd of girls who had tried to catch her earlier. Hagakure, who was also at the table, leaned toward them. "By the way, how did you two become friends?" Izuku smiled. "We're childhood friends." "His babysitter," Ryuji corrected bluntly. Izuku choked. "Hey, I'm not a kid. How many times did I stop you from getting beaten up by Bakugo? How many times did I walk you home after school? How many times did I have to make sure you didn't forget your lunch?" Izuku blushed in embarrassment as Hagakure laughed. "So, basically, you were Midoriya's caretaker?" "More than his own mom, I'd say," Ryuji teased. "You're such a jerk, you know that?" Izuku retorted, but couldn't help smiling. The conversation was abruptly interrupted when Ryuji felt fingers pinching his cheeks from behind. "Oh." So soft, an excited voice rang out. Nijire, you shouldn't, another voice tried to warn. The intruder let go of Ryuji's cheeks, and he turned his head to find Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki, the big three of UA, standing behind him. Sorry about my friend, Mirio laughed, scratching the back of his head. I wanted to see the golden boy up close, Nijire replied cheerfully. Ryuji raised an eyebrow. Golden boy, Mirio smiled. Long story. Huh, okay. Mirio composed himself and introduced himself. I'm Togata Mirio, and these are my friends Heido Nidir and Emajiki Tamaki. We're third-year hero course students. Hi. Nijire waved enthusiastically. Tamaki sighed. I want to go home. Nijire quickly cut off any attempt at conversation, looking at Ryuji with sparkling eyes. You're pretty famous, you know? Teachers are calling you a prodigy. You became elite in no time. Ida, Uraraka, and Hagakure looked at Ryuji in surprise. Wait, he's already considered an elite student? Izuku widened his eyes. It makes sense, he stood out a lot during the entrance exam and the USJ incident. Ida analyzed, crossing his arms. Hey, that doesn't explain the nickname. Ryuji pointed out, confused. Nijire smiled. Because you turn gold every time you use your quirk. Ryuji blinked. Oh. The group laughed, and Mirio smiled as he watched the interaction. I think you'll have to get used to this. You're already on a lot of people's radar. And it's going to be very evident at the sports festival. Mirio crossed his arms, adopting a slightly more serious tone. With all this attention on you, Ryuji, it's inevitable that you'll become a target at the sports festival. Other students will want to take you down to prove themselves. Nijire added, nodding energetically. If you're defeated, then whoever beats you automatically becomes the new top. And it's not just hero course students. This festival is a chance for students from other courses to switch careers. Izuku, who was listening intently, went into analysis mode. That means it won't just be students from Class 1A and 1B trying to stand out. Poor and general studies students might also see Ryuji as a stepping stone to impress the teachers and switch courses. If we consider the structure of past events and the weight of individual rankings, then the most efficient way to stand out would be... I don't care, Ryuji interrupted without looking up from his coffee jelly. Izuku stopped abruptly, blinking a few times before letting out a defeated sigh. Hagakure, on the other hand, looked worried. But isn't that unfair? I mean, he just started and they're already trying to pull the rug out from under him? Tamaki, who had been quiet and looking down since the start of the conversation, finally spoke, his voice low but carrying a strange seriousness. The weak will do anything to bring down those who are strong or have potential. They'll weaken you until you can't stand anymore. And then they'll fight among themselves for the empty spot. The group fell silent, processing the somber words. Even Nijire, always cheerful, blinked in surprise. Tamaki noticed the stares and immediately shrank, turning away. I want to go home. Ryuji just watched the whole exchange with a neutral expression before sighing. He put his coffee jelly spoon down on the table. I don't care if everyone comes after me during the festival. Ryuji raised his right fist toward the big three. If they try to stop me, I'll crush anyone who gets in my way. Mirio smiled, his expression returning to its usual enthusiasm. That's the spirit. Nijire tilted her head, intrigued. Very straightforward. But don't disappoint us, okay? Tamaki, on the other hand, seemed a bit doubtful. How arrogant. Anyway, Mirio said, relaxing his shoulders. Sorry for interrupting your lunch, Ryuji. We'll see you at the festival. The big three turned to leave, but as they took a few steps, a white ball of fur emerged from under the table. Nijire's eyes sparkled. Kya! What an adorable little thing! Nijire practically vibrated on the spot, her eyes shining with pure adoration. Rice cake froze. Ryuji looked at the little wolf. Oh no. Nijire was already bending down to grab her, but the pup, with reflexes worthy of an animal blessed by the speed of the wind, dodged in the blink of an eye. She ran under another table, her fluffy white tail wagging in the air as she disappeared into the cafeteria. "Wait!" Nijire dashed after her with a determined gleam in her eyes. Mirio and Tamaki just watched as the situation spiraled out of control. "I think this is going to be a problem," Mirio commented, placing a hand on his chin. Tamaki sighed. "I just want to go home." However, the chase only got worse when others realized that the living legend, the embodiment of cuteness, the divine creature known as Rice Cake, was on the loose. Some students, declared fans of the little one, dropped their trays and joined the hunt. "Rice Cake-sama, come to me. I just want to pet you, I promise. Look at that white fur, she's a dream." Rice Cake began using her quirk to survive the chaos. She jumped onto a table, narrowly missed a flying plate of curry, and with a nimble spin landed on the back of a distracted student, using him as a platform for an even bigger leap. Her trail was just a white blur, an unreachable tornado of cuteness. One of the general studies students, who didn't even know what was happening, looked at the scene and muttered, "Is that a dog or a missile?" Hagakure, who was also watching the chaos, commented, "She's definitely the hardest creature to catch at UA. Only second to Aizawa when he doesn't want to teach," Ryuji added, taking another spoonful of his coffee jelly. By this point, half the cafeteria was involved in the chase. Some tried to block her by forming human barricades, but Rice Cake was clever. When a group of students thought they had her cornered, she used her wind quirk to give herself a little boost and jumped over them, leaving everyone stunned. "Can she fly?" someone shouted. "Was that a double jump?" another asked, perplexed. With great precision, she gracefully landed on a nearby table, right in front of a student holding a spoonful of coffee jelly. Her eyes sparkled. In one precise and determined motion, the wolf simply snatched the dessert right off the student's tray and bolted to the other side of the cafeteria. "Hey, that was mine," the student protested, but it was already too late. "Rice Cake-sama, come back here. We just want to love you. Let me make a scarf with your fur." The last comment made Rice Cake run even faster. She climbed onto a table, slid across a tray like it was a sled, and jumped at just the right moment to avoid the desperate arms trying to grab her. Upon landing again, she spun perfectly and disappeared between the legs of an unsuspecting student, who was immediately knocked over by the pursuing crowd. Ryuji just sighed, watching the absurd scene unfold before his eyes. "Yeah, maybe it's better to leave Rice Cake at home for a few days." Rosa's market was relatively quiet that morning. After the incident with the robbers a week ago, Rosa decided to enhance security by installing new cameras and even an emergency button under the counter. Josi, on the other hand, seemed more alert. Not that she was scared, but the attack had made her reflect deeply on her vulnerability. She still felt a chill down her spine whenever someone approached the counter too quickly. She was arranging the shelves, organizing bags of rice, while her thoughts wandered. Since that day, something inside her seemed different. It wasn't just gratitude for being saved, but something harder to describe. She had always known Ryuji was different. Anyone who saw him up close could tell he wasn't an ordinary teenager, but the way he had worried about her, the way he had looked at her after she was injured, that wouldn't leave her mind. "Hey, Josi." "Earth to Josi." She blinked, snapping back to the present and staring at Rosa, who was looking at her with an amused smile while holding a box of imported goods. The manager placed the box on the counter and rested her hands on her hips. "You've been daydreaming a lot these days, chica. Something on your mind?" Josi opened her mouth to deny it but hesitated for a moment. "Nothing much, just thinking about everything that happened." Rosa nodded, picking up one of the products from the box and examining the label. "Tindo, it was quite a scare. But it's over now. Anyway, we've got something more interesting to think about." Josi raised an eyebrow. "What?" "The UA Sports Festival is coming up." Rosa smiled, showing her sharp teeth. "And I'm seriously thinking about closing the market that day to go cheer for Nuestro Pequeño Milagro." Josi blinked in surprise. You're going to cheer for Ryuji? Of course. Did you see what he did for you? And he's my favorite customer. Siempre ten educado, even though he's a frighteningly strong niño. How could I not support him? Josi looked down for a moment, biting her lip. The sports festival had always been something she watched on TV. Seeing it live would be different. But the strangest thing was the knot in her stomach she felt when she thought about Ryuji competing and her cheering for him. Rosa, of course, noticed right away. The manager leaned her elbows on the counter and smiled mischievously. You're thinking about him, aren't you? Josi felt the heat rise to her face. What? No. It's not that. I've never been to an event like that before. Sure. Rosa laughed, leaning back against the counter. Bueno, you should come with me. Let's cheer for Ryuji, watch him crush the competition. I know that Chico is way stronger than he looks. Josi averted her gaze, trying to ignore the blush on her cheeks. Maybe. The manager just chuckled, clearly enjoying herself. Esto va a ser divertido. On a cloudy morning, a seemingly abandoned building stood in the middle of a decaying industrial district. The worn-out facade and dirty windows gave the impression of a place that had been vacant for years, but inside, the environment was far from deserted. Wide corridors and halls were filled with people in frenetic activity, carrying sealed boxes, checking merchandise, and obeying the shouts of supervisors who demanded absolute efficiency. The smell of oil and metal permeated the air, mixed with the constant murmur of voices and machinery operating without rest. On the top floor, isolated from the chaos below, a private office served as the stage for a tense discussion among three singular-looking figures. Sitting behind a dark mahogany desk, a man with spiky black hair maintained a calm yet stern expression. Above his head, an 8-spoked wheel floated in a fixed position. Leaning against a nearby wall, a woman with short red hair and amber eyes crossed her arms, an impatient look on her face. Her nervous tick, tapping her fingers on her forearm, betrayed her growing frustration. The third figure, a towering beast-like being, stood by the desk, arms crossed over his muscular chest. With dense white fur covering his entire body, French braids on both sides of his head, sharp fangs visible even with his mouth closed, and eyes glowing with a fierce tone, he exuded an aura of brutality ready to be unleashed. The man with black hair was the first to break the silence. The other two will take a while to get to Japan. It seems they had urgent matters to attend to elsewhere. The redhead sighed audibly, rolling her eyes. Great. My work in getting us here was completely wasted. Now it's just the three of us when we were supposed to have a full group of 5. She crossed her legs, irritated. This is a complete disaster. The beastly being chuckled low, a guttural and menacing sound. What difference does it make? While the others aren't here, we can handle the target on our own. His deep voice carried a tone of wild excitement. The man with black hair showed no visible reaction, but his analytical gaze settled on the beast. That would be reckless. We still don't know how strong he really is. The monster merely growled in disdain. That just makes fighting him more interesting. The woman, already irritated, exploded in frustration. That Ryuji guy has ruined all my plans with the couple. She clenched her fists and punched the wall hard, clearly frustrated. How the hell did Bakugo get expelled from UA? Now my ship has turned to dust. The beast let out a sarcastic laugh. You're completely insane. The redhead turned to him immediately, her killer gaze accompanying the hand she raised in a gun-like gesture. Care to repeat that? Her voice was a venomous whisper. The man with black hair intervened before the tension escalated. Before anything else, you need to understand the gravity of the situation. Ryuji is strong. Very strong. We have records of 3 Kryptonians who worked for us and disappeared as soon as they set foot in Japan. His voice was cold and objective. The woman widened her eyes in surprise, while the beast grinned from fang to fang, intrigued. Is that true? The beast licked his teeth, excited. Yes. Additionally, there are records of disappearances of Viltrumites and Scions, but no case compares to that of the Kryptonians. He leaned forward. Not even I can say if my abilities and system can handle someone who has dealt with extremely powerful reincarnated beings. The redhead growled in irritation and muttered something inaudible, her expression growing even darker. I need to vent this stress by torturing someone later. I think that cleaning bitch who stared at me downstairs will do. The beast laughed again, his eyes shining with excitement. This Ryuji is starting to interest me more and more. The man with black hair raised his hand, interrupting. Control yourself. You're not going to do anything yet. We first need to identify exactly what his powers are. The UA Sports Festival will give us that opportunity. The beast snorted but didn't argue. The redhead, still sulking, just shook her head, still absorbing the information. My power copying system will be activated during the event. Even if he shows only a fraction of his strength, the system will analyze his hidden abilities and determine the conditions for copying. The beast laughed in response. Your copying system is shit. It's been 3 years, and you still haven't figured out how to copy each of our abilities. The man with black hair frowned, sighed, and rested his chin on his hand. I won't deny it, this damn thing gives the worst methods. But that doesn't matter now. What really matters is finding out exactly what we're dealing with. The three fell silent for a few moments, each immersed in their own thoughts. The redhead still seemed furious, the beast could barely contain his excitement, and the man with black hair just gazed out the window. One thing was certain, the UA Sports Festival would be more than just a student tournament. It would be the stage for something much bigger and much more dangerous. As soon as Aizawa announced the practical lesson on damage control, the classroom filled with the sounds of chairs scraping and hurried footsteps. Everyone was heading to the locker rooms when I decided to call Hagakure. She stopped, clearly surprised. Hagakure, come here for a moment. She looked around, pointing at herself as if I could be talking to someone else in the room besides her. I shook my head and gestured for her to come over. Mina and Tsuyu, still in the room, also approached, curious. With a casual motion, I created a small, flat, square box, white as snow. The golden light emanating from my hands dissipated as soon as the box landed in them. Here. A gift for you. She froze. G-gift? Hagakure asked, her voice wavering between excitement and shyness. Mina, on the other hand, was thrilled and took the opportunity to tease. Hagakure, look at that. Ryuji giving you a gift. You're lucky, huh? Tsuyu also chimed in. Ribbit. This is quite unexpected. He doesn't seem like the type to do this kind of thing. Hey, I'm right here, you know? I rolled my eyes. It's nothing big. Just something I wanted to give her. Hagakure took the box with her invisible hands and, reluctantly, opened it. Inside was a UA gym uniform and a pair of sneakers. She stared at the items, confused. The others behind her also furrowed their brows. Thank you, Hagakure said, uncertain. But why exactly? I already have a uniform like this. I stepped closer and plucked a strand of her hair with a simple hand motion. She widened her eyes, getting a little scared. Relax, it's not a voodoo ritual or anything. Chill. I focused and let my golden energy envelop the strand of hair before infusing it into the uniform and sneakers. The change wasn't visible, which only added to the general confusion. All right. Now touch the uniform. Hagakure looked at me, then at the box, then at Mina and Tsuyu, who just encouraged her with their eyes. Okay. She touched the fabric. For the first 3 seconds, nothing happened. But then, the clothes began to turn translucent before disappearing completely before our eyes. Wait, what? Mina shouted. Hagakure was also shocked. The uniform disappeared. Nope. It's just syncing with your invisibility. If you wear it, it'll become invisible with you. The realization hit her like a meteor. Wait, this is about my hero costume, isn't it? I nodded. Yep. Since I'm the only one who can actually see you, I noticed your costume was compromised because of that. So I decided to make this outfit that turns invisible along with you every time you touch it. That way, you can cover your body and stay invisible to everyone else without worrying about me, because I'll see you dressed. The silence that followed was broken by Hagakura's euphoric scream. Ryuji, this is amazing. Before I could react, I felt my field of vision filled by a pair of arms hugging me tightly. Hey, calm down. But she wasn't the least bit concerned about my discomfort. Kids are so carefree. Mina laughed. This is so cute. I didn't know you could be this thoughtful, Ryuji. Tsu nodded. Ribbit. He acts like a tough guy, but he's actually a good person. Stop it before you label me as the protagonist of a shoujo anime. I just gave her some regular clothes, I don't get all the fuss, I replied indifferently, but that only made Mina laugh more. Hagakure finally let go of me, but her energy was still palpable. Ryuji, I don't know how to thank you. This is serious, it changed my life. She looked at the uniform, which was becoming visible again, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Hagakure took the uniform and smiled at me one last time. Thank you, really. Just don't cry and make me look like the hero of this romance, please. And with that, they left, leaving me with the strange feeling that something much bigger than just a gift had just happened. I hope I don't have to deal with any drama in the future. Car made its way through the bustling streets of the city, while the silence inside the vehicle was broken only by the faint sound of the engine and the tense breathing of All Might at the wheel. Izuku, sitting next to Ryuji in the back seat, fidgeted with the cuffs of his school uniform, his expression slightly uneasy. I really wish I had changed clothes before coming. Going to a hospital in a UA uniform feels so weird, Izuku muttered, sighing and leaning his head against the window. Relax, man. The old man picked us up straight from school. And honestly, he seems so nervous that I doubt he even noticed what we're wearing, Ryuji replied, shrugging. All Might, focused on the road, cleared his throat without looking at the boys. I indeed didn't notice. I apologize for that, young ones. I just wanted to get you there as quickly as possible. See? Even he admits it. Ryuji lightly punched Izuku's shoulder, who just huffed and crossed his arms. Shortly after, they arrived at the hospital. The building was colossal, with a modern facade and an impeccably clean interior. The hallways were wide and well lit, with the faint smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. The reception area was organized, with nurses and doctors walking briskly while attendants kept the flow of visitors under control. All Might walked up to the receptionist and spoke to her about the scheduled visit. Through a few moments, the woman confirmed their entry and directed them to the upper floor. They followed the cold, white hallways until they reached the room where Nana Shimura was hospitalized. The sight of the woman on the bed even made Ryuji raise his eyebrows slightly. She was covered in wires and tubes connected to machines monitoring her vitals, her pale and wrinkled skin contrasting with the old scars that ran across her body. Her fragility was evident, making it hard to believe that she had once been a legendary heroine. Inside the room, Sorahiko Torino was waiting for them, seated by the bed. His eyes fell on the newcomers, lingering especially on Ryuji. He sighed and then asked All Might, "Is this the boy? Do you really think he can do something?" His tone was skeptical but carried a hint of hope. All Might opened his mouth to respond but was cut off by Ryuji, who simply put his hands in his pockets and said bluntly, "Ryuji Fujimoto. And yes, I can save her." Silence filled the room. Sorahiko furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical, but deep down, his hesitation was overshadowed by the desire to try one more time. He nodded slowly, stepping back to give Ryuji space. Ryuji approached the bed, observing Nana Shimura for a moment. So, this is how you ended up after the fight with that bastard, he thought, analyzing her condition. Not wanting to waste any more time, he extended his hand toward her. His body began to emit a golden aura, the light enveloping not only Ryuji but also Nana Shimura. Gradually, the scars began to fade, the atrophied muscles returned to normal, her skin regained its vitality, and even the arm she had lost was restored. To everyone's surprise, her appearance reverted to that of a young woman in her early 20s. Sorahiko and All Might were frozen, unable to look away from what they were witnessing. Izuku, on the other hand, watched the scene with wide eyes, unable to hide his shock. Then, Nana Shimura's eyes slowly opened. She blinked a few times, trying to focus her vision as her gaze wandered across the ceiling before finally landing on Ryuji, confused. Where am I?" Her voice sounded muffled from disuse. It was then that she noticed the machines around her, the wires that had been connected to her body, and finally Toshinori Yagi. Her eyes widened as she saw him in tears, unable to contain his emotions. Sorahiko Torino beside him also had moist eyes, a small smile forming on his tired face. "Sensei," Toshinori murmured, his voice breaking as he tried to speak. The confusion on Nana Shimura's face grew as she looked at the two, her heart racing as she realized the intensity of the situation. Meanwhile, Ryuji glanced to the side and saw Izuku discreetly wiping away a tear. "Ah, for heaven's sake, don't tell me you're crying, princess." Ryuji pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it dramatically to Izuku. "Stop being so insensitive." Izuku shot back immediately, taking the tissue anyway to dry his eyes. Ryuji just laughed, while All Might and Sorahiko were still processing the miracle that had just unfolded before them. The big day had finally arrived, UA's sports festival. The area around the arena was packed with people and stalls, each selling different kinds of delicacies and products. Rosa couldn't contain her excitement, looking around at everything with a sparkle in her eyes. "Dios mío! Look at this. This too. So much good food," Rosa exclaimed, jumping from one stall to another. Josi sighed and glanced at Aiko with a silent apology. "Sorry, she gets a little too excited." Aiko smiled gently. "Don't worry, it's fine. In fact, I'm glad she invited me. If it weren't for her, I would have stayed home watching it on TV." Rosa turned dramatically, placing a hand on her chest. "And how could I not invite La Mamacita of my miraculous client?" She winked at Aiko before grabbing a skewer of takoyaki. "Here, try this." Josi hesitantly accepted, while Aiko took one with a soft smile. "Ah, thank you." Josi still felt a bit surprised. When Rosa introduced Aiko to her an hour ago, she was almost startled. But now, walking beside the woman, she noticed that mother and son shared the same calm aura. Although, in terms of personality, they were complete opposites. Plus, Aiko seemed to get along well with Josi and Rosa, even though they were mutants, which made Josi feel a bit more at ease. The trio walked through the stalls when they came across a group of heroes standing in front of one of the stands: Kemui Woods, Empty Lady, and Death Arms. The stall owner looked at Empty Lady with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Wow! Empty Lady, what an honor! What would you like?" The heroine smiled, placing a hand on her hip. "Give me some takoyaki. I'm starving." "Of course. That'll be 500 yen. Her smile faltered for a moment before she regained her confident posture. You know how it is. I'm a bit short on cash right now." She winked at the vendor, leaning slightly. "Couldn't you give me a little discount?" Kemui Woods and Death Arms rolled their eyes simultaneously, already foreseeing the scene unfolding. The stall owner blushed. "Oh, well, maybe we can work something out." Before he could give in, a gentle but firm voice interrupted. "I'll pay for you." The lady blinked, confused, as she saw Aiko calmly approach, opening her bag and taking out the money. She handed the coins to the vendor with a kind smile before turning to the heroine. "Next time, remember to bring money." There was a moment of absolute silence. Kemi Woods coughed to hide his laughter, while Death Arms couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The lady, now holding the takoyaki handed to her, stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. The vendor, who was already ready to give in to the heroine's charm, now looked at Aiko with admiration and respect. "He thanked you?" the lady finally murmured, blushing slightly. Ko simply nodded and returned to Rosa and Josi, who were watching the scene with amused expressions. "Well, that was interesting," Josi commented, glancing sideways at Rosa, who was trying to hold back her laughter. "Mamacita, you're amazing," Rosa said, giving Aiko a light pat on the back. Ko blinked, confused. "Huh? What did I do?" Josi just sighed, smiling. "Nothing. You're just being yourself." In the waiting room designated for Class 1A during the sports festival, the class was quite excited. Class Vice President Momo was trying to organize everything, while Ryuji, the president, simply relaxed in his corner. "Is everyone ready? We don't have much time before we head to the arena," Momo announced, looking around. I think so," Mina said, nervously waving her hands. "Man, I'm so nervous," Kaminari admitted, running his hand over his face. Jiro laughed. "Just try not to fry your brain before the competition even starts, okay?" Meanwhile, Uraraka was calmly chatting with Tsuyu while Ida, with his impeccable posture, caught Tokoyami's attention. "Please, Tokoyami. Get off the table, that's not how we should behave." But the real focus of attention was on a crowd gathered around a table, where Ryuji and Izuku were engaged in an intense card duel. The expressions of the spectators ranged from shock to excitement. Deku has 3 blue eyes white dragons on the field and Ryuji only has 100 life points? Hagakure exclaimed. "Looks like victory is already guaranteed," Siro commented, crossing his arms. Izuku smiled confidently. "Sorry, Ryuji, but I think this time it's my game." Ryuji sighed dramatically, placing his hand on his chest. "Oh, Midoriya. Never doubt the heart of the cards." He revealed 5 specific cards from his hand and placed them on the table simultaneously. "With this treasure, I summon Exodia, the Forbidden One." A silence fell over the room before being broken by an explosion of reactions. "What?" Kirishima said. "He drew Exodia out of nowhere?" "The probability of drawing all the pieces of Exodia is almost 0. "Ryuji, how the hell did you do that?" Jiro asked, shocked. Izuku, with an expression of absolute defeat, simply buried his head in the table. "And oh, not again." Ryuji smiled, satisfied. "That makes 594 wins for me. And you still have 2. Damn, Izuku, you need to improve." Izuku just grumbled before opening his notebook and jotting down his new loss. 594 to 2, okay. Siro gave Izuku a friendly pat on the shoulder. "It's going to be okay, man." "No, it's not," Izuku replied, still with his head down. As everyone recovered from the insane duel, Todoroki approached Ryuji, catching his attention. "Ryuji." Ryuji raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "HM? What's up, Two-Tone?" Todoroki ignored the nickname and got straight to the point. "I know that in terms of raw strength and flexibility, you are superior to me. But maybe I can find a way to deal with this power difference." "Is that a challenge?" Todoroki stared directly into his eyes, his posture firm. "Yes. I will defeat you." The room fell silent for a moment before Ryuji gave a mischievous smile. "Well, I hope you have an excellent plan, half and half. Because if you don't bring your game," he crossed his arms, assuming a carefree stance, "you'll end up like Izuku here." Izuku groaned at the table. "Why me?" Kirishima, Ojiro, Sato, and Shoji praised Ryuji's stance, while Siro tried in vain to comfort Izuku. The arena was packed with people, the media, and even heroes were present. Broadcast cameras captured every detail of the event as President Mike began speaking over the intercom. his amplified voice reverberating throughout the stadium. Welcome, civilians, media, and heroes in attendance. Today is the big day, the moment to witness the rise of the new talents in the world of heroes. His excitement was palpable. They say heroes are forged in adversity, and what is a sports festival if not the arena where future pro heroes show what they're made of? Now tell me, did you come to see the incredible, the new stars who faced mass villains with wills of steel? Crowd erupted in cheers. The energy was electric, the roar of the audience echoing throughout the stadium. Hero Department First Year Class 1A. Present Mike announced enthusiastically. The students began entering the arena. The glare of the spotlights, the sea of spectators, and the weight of the attention directed at them made many nervous. Even the most confident felt a chill run down their spines. Izuku looked around, analyzing the crowd, and muttered to himself, the numbers seem much bigger than last year's festival. It must be getting a lot more coverage this year. Kirishima laughed nervously, tapping Ryuji's shoulder. Dude, the crowd is really hyped for us. It's giving me butterflies. Are you feeling it too? Ryuji glanced around, seeming uninterested, and replied casually, Nope. But all this noise makes me want to bury my head in the ground. Do you think if I dig deep enough, I'll come out on the other side of the planet? Present Mike continued with the introductions, calling out Class 1B with the same enthusiasm. The students entered the stadium, trying to exude confidence. However, when it came to the remaining courses, general studies, support, and business, Present Mike's energy dipped slightly, becoming more subdued. Till he finished with full force. And with that, we present the incredible students who make up the entire first year of UA. The audience applauded, but there was a clear favoritism toward the Hero Course students. It was then that Midnight took the stage. The impact was immediate. Her presence drew eyes, especially from the male audience. Some students also couldn't help but notice. Kaminari leaned toward Tokoyami and whispered, Dude, does she really need to wear that outfit? Tokoyami crossed his arms, his expression impassive. The real question is that even appropriate in a school for minors? Midnight smiled and raised her hand. Silence. Her firm voice made even the most distracted pay attention. My management at this school is perfectly fine, thank you for your concern. But moving on. She looked directly at the students. I will now call the class representative. Fujimoto Ryuji, come to the stage for the pledge speech. Odorosisudinda. Wait, Ryuji is the representative? Izuku, unsurprised, replied. He came in first place in the exam. It was expected. Ryuji walked calmly to the stage, his footsteps echoing on the microphone. His expression was calm, as if he were about to give any ordinary speech. He stopped in front of the crowd, took a deep breath, and began. Today is a special day. It's that time of the year when everyone puts their differences aside, to kick each other's faces in pursuit of glory. Wonderful, isn't it? Some laughter was heard from the audience, but most of the students were waiting for what would come next. But jokes aside, this festival isn't just about winning. It's about showing the world who we are and what we stand for. Since I was little, I've heard that heroes are the embodiment of justice, the pillars of society. But justice shouldn't have a single face. It shouldn't exclude. A true hero protects everyone, regardless of their form, origin, or the number of extra arms they might have. Crowd fell silent for a moment, absorbing his words. And that's exactly what I want to be, a hero who protects everyone. That includes mutants, the quirkless, those who shone early, and those still searching for their place. So, with that in mind, Ryuji raised his right fist and declared confidently, I will win. The silence lasted half a second before a wave of indignation exploded among the students. Hey, don't be so cocky. Oh, it's not going to end like that. Class 1A, however, grew more excited. Hagakura's eyes sparkled as she watched Ryuji leaving the stage. Izuku just sighed, already expecting something like this. I kind of figured he'd end it like that. Izuku commented. Todoroki watched everything in silence, his cold gaze fixed on Ryuji. His look wasn't one of anger, but rather of interest, a careful assessment. In the audience, some heroes were impressed. "That kid has potential," one of them commented. The silence lasted half a second before a wave of indignation exploded among the students. "Hey, don't be so cocky." "Oh, it's not going to end like that." Class 1A, however, grew more excited. Hagakura's eyes sparkled as she watched Ryuji leaving the stage. Izuku just sighed, already expecting something like this. "I kind of figured he'd end it like that," Izuku commented. Todoroki watched everything in silence, his cold gaze fixed on Ryuji. His look wasn't one of anger, but rather of interest, a careful assessment. In the audience, some heroes were impressed. "That kid has potential," one of them commented. "He has conviction, now we will have to see if he has the potential to make his dreams come true," said another, crossing his arms. Present Mike took the opportunity to praise him. "Whoa, what a speech. Provocative with that ending. I liked the boldness." The festival had just begun, and Ryuji had already made his mark. All eyes were on him. And he knew it. Rosa clapped enthusiastically after hearing Ryuji's speech. "Ese chico sabe cómo hacer un discurso," she said with a proud smile. Translation: This kid knows how to give a good speech. Josi, on the other hand, looked surprised, especially when Ryuji mentioned protecting even mutants like her and Rosa. A sincere smile appeared on her face, something rare when it came to her own appearance. Ko, however, sighed and crossed her arms, seeming more worried than pleased. "I think after that, he's going to become a target for the other students," she commented, letting out a concerned sigh. Rosa laughed, shaking her head. "Relax, Mamacita, he's stronger than he looks." Ko sighed again and shook her head. "I'm not worried about him getting hurt. I'm worried about the chaos he's going to make." Josi and Rosa exchanged confused glances, but before they could ask, they were interrupted by Midnight's voice echoing through the stadium. "All right, students. Now that the introduction is done, we can finally kick off the first round of the sports festival." The heroine smiled mischievously. "As always, we start with the preliminaries. And as always, this phase brings tears every year." The students gulped, already expecting the worst. "The first round will be..." Midnight paused dramatically. "An obstacle race." She pointed to the huge screen in the arena showing the course that circled the stadium. The course is approximately 4 kilometers long, and all students must complete it to cross the finish line. Only the fastest will move on to the next round. Ko, Rosa, and Josi watched as the students headed to the starting line. Rosa leaned forward, excited. "Let's go, Ryuji." "Ensenels como se," she cheered. Translation: Come on, Ryuji. Teach them how it's done. Ko smiled and joined in. "Ryuji, do your best. Mama's rooting for you." Josi hesitated, feeling her ears droop slightly. She wanted to cheer for Ryuji but felt awkward shouting in the middle of so many people. However, as midnight began the countdown, her nervousness grew. 3. Rosa and Aiko shouted together. "Let's go, Ryuji." 2. Josi clenched her hands and bit her lip. 1. Before she realized it, she gave in and on impulse shouted, "Go, Ryuji. Do your best." In the arena, Midnight raised her whip and enthusiastically announced, "Let the preliminaries begin." Crack of the whip echoed through the stadium, and in an instant a flood of students surged through the course, running through the narrow tunnel that quickly turned into chaos of shoving and stumbling. "Arg! Who was the jerk that stepped on my foot?" Kaminari exclaimed, nearly falling. "Look on the bright side, at least you still have a foot," Siro joked, trying to slip through the commotion. "Dude, I swear someone just elbowed me in the spleen," Mina complained, holding herself steady to avoid being knocked over. Amid the chaos, Todoroki advanced with ease. As soon as he entered the tunnel with a subtle movement of his foot, a wave of ice spread across the ground. In an instant, dozens of students felt their feet being trapped by the ice, causing many to slip or become completely stuck. "What the hell?" a student from Class 1B exclaimed, trying to break free. "Hey, that's dirty play," another voice grumbled. "It's a competition. React faster next time," Todoroki replied coldly without looking back. Class 1A, however, had already escaped the initial trap. Izuku slid skillfully across the ice as if he were on a skateboard, using the momentum to quickly reach solid ground. "Wow, Midoriya! Where did you learn to slide like that?" Kirishima asked, impressed. Izuku just smiled and kept running. Todoroki noticed that Izuku was quickly catching up, so he picked up the pace. However, his focus was quickly diverted when the group exited the tunnel and came face to face with a colossal obstacle, villain bots, including several massive zero-pointers, blocking the path. "Oh no!" someone muttered, panic evident in their voice. "This has to be a joke," a student exclaimed, nearly stumbling backward. Present Mike made his announcement with excitement. "And there it is, guys. The first major obstacle, the Hellbots. Can you feel the tension? This is the magic of the sports festival." The students hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Todoroki, however, was already preparing to unleash a powerful frost and freeze the giant robots. But before he could even move his hand, a golden blur shot through the sky. Todoroki's eyes widened. "What the?" In the next instant, one of the massive zero-pointers exploded into pieces. The force of the impact created a shockwave so powerful that it made several students stumble. Shortly after, the sound barrier breaking reverberated through the area, causing a momentary delay in the sound barrier's rupture. Izuku, still running, covered his ears. "And here we go again." Meanwhile, the golden blur, recognized by everyone as Ryuji, flew through the course at an absurd speed. In a matter of seconds, he had already crossed all the obstacles, passed through the tunnel again, and emerged in the arena. The moment he crossed the finish line, he stopped in the air just a few meters above the ground. A violent gust of wind swept through the tunnel and the arena, a side effect of his insane speed. The dust raised by the impact still hung in the air as silence fell over the crowd. For a few seconds, no one knew how to react. The entire stadium fell completely silent until... "That was insane!" a spectator shouted, breaking the silence. "He finished the race in just a few seconds," another exclaimed, completely incredulous. "My God! How did he do that?" someone in the stands questioned in shock. Present Mike, still trying to process what had just happened, grabbed the microphone and announced, "Weah! Ryuji Fujimoto from Class 1A has just crossed the finish line in record time. Tell me, does that seem fair to you? Because I'm starting to doubt the rules." Ryuji, now standing on the ground, stuffed one hand in his pocket while scratching his head with the other. He looked back at the tunnel, where the others were still struggling to get past the first obstacle. "Well, at least now I have some peace and quiet until everyone else gets here." In the audience, Rosa let out a loud laugh, hitting Josi's shoulder with excitement. "Madre de Dios! That boy is a monster! Look at that, Mija!" "He didn't even sweat!" exclaimed Rosa, completely thrilled. Josi, still wide-eyed, blinked a few times before turning to Aiko, who was watching everything with a tired but unsurprised expression. "Has he always been like this?" Josi asked, trying to process what had just happened. Aiko sighed and looked at her with a small smile. "Ever since he awakened his quirk, Ryuji has always been different." She chuckled softly. "I remember the day he started flying. I almost had a heart attack. I thought he was going to float into space. And that was just the beginning. He would accidentally rip doors off, could create things with his power, and even transform his toys into something else. Once, he lifted the neighbor's car while looking for his toy. And he always found a way to play it off as if it were an accident." Aiko sighed. But I know he did it on purpose, just to show me a little of what he could do without scaring me too much. Josi was silent for a moment, taking it all in. Then she looked back at Ryuji in the arena and murmured, "Ryuji is truly amazing." Rosa laughed and clapped her hands. "Yes, and I love it." A red-haired woman stared at the screen broadcasting the sports festival, her eyes wide with surprise as she watched Ryuji Fujimoto cross the finish line with absurd speed. The crowd was going wild, but she just clenched her teeth, annoyed by the ease with which the boy humiliated the other competitors. "He's holding back," the beast said with a fierce smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The red-haired woman huffed, crossing her arms. "Of course I noticed." She turned to the black-haired man, who was frozen, staring into nothingness with a glazed look. A wheel of 8 glowing tomes hovered above his head. "Well? Did the system activate? We need to know what this kid can do." No response. The black-haired man remained motionless, sweat dripping down his forehead, his breathing uneven. His eyes were fixed on the void, but in reality, he wasn't seeing the world around him. He was only seeing the window that had opened before him. Transcendental ultra-honest system of power and ability copying. Analyzing target. Name Ryuji Fujimoto. Status active. Potential infinite. Ability power of 1,000,000 suns. Error glitch detected. Information compromised. Reanalyzing. New ability data detected. Ability power of 1,000,000 suns, power of 1,000,000,000 suns. Copy method. How do you mean run? The screen flickered again, now with a more irritated tone as if it were about to roll its eyes. "Oh, I don't know, what else could I say? Do you want me to invest something another amazing way to save you? How about just take a deep breath and gain this fucking power from a 1,000,000,000 suns? Wanna try? No? Then fucking run away." The man's eyes widened, a shiver running down his spine. "Why, you gotta be kidding me." "No, I'm being honest. To tell you the truth, kill yourself. Reincarnate, try again in the next life, you may have more luck." The screen kept flickering, now with a tone of pure mockery and exhaustion. "My recommendation to escape was just to not traumatize you. But do you want the raw truth? There is no way to copy this shit. This skill is above my limit. Above your limit. Over the whole fucking limit. If you want to try it, go for it. But remember I warned you." The man swallowed hard. He closed the interface with a sharp hand motion, his face as pale as a corpse. "Moldave." The redhead's voice cut through the silence, laden with worry and irritation. He didn't respond. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his mind racing. "Moldave," she called again, this time quickly closing the distance. "What the hell is going on?" He blinked a few times before staring at the redhead with a completely paranoid look. "Going on? I'll tell you what's going on, Keela." He laughed, but there was no humor in his voice, only panic. "We're cooked. Literally cooked." The beast, who had been watching everything with a bored smile, finally showed interest. "Ha. So he's really holding power, huh? This is getting better and better. It was already interesting that he's stronger than a Kryptonian, but now I'm genuinely excited." Moldave turned to him with fury in his eyes, pointing a trembling finger at the TV screen. "Shut up, Thok. You don't understand what we're dealing with. This guy is a monster among monsters." Keela furrowed her brow, crossing her arms as she analyzed Moldave. "Okay, what does that mean? Are you going to freak out and run away?" Moldave ran his hand over his face, agitated, and tried to stand up. "I can't stay here. I have to figure out how to. He shook his head as if trying to shake off a horrible thought. Before he could take another step, a skittering noise filled the room. Tiny claws scratched the floor, and the doorway was overtaken by a swarm of dark rats, piling on top of each other, forming a living barrier. Keela smirked. Going somewhere, Moldave? He growled in frustration and shot her a murderous look, but Keela didn't flinch. I want details. You seem to know more than we do about this Ryuji Fujimoto guy. So tell me, what is he? Moldave averted his gaze, restless, his lips tightening. He wanted to scream that running was the only rational option, but they'd never leave him alone if he didn't explain. He took a deep breath and muttered a single word. Sentry. Keela and Thok exchanged glances. Who the hell is Sentry? Keela asked, confused. Moldave scoffed, rubbing his face. My God, I'm surrounded by idiots who know nothing about comics. Screw this, I'm out of here. Keela narrowed her eyes, about to press the question, but before she could say anything, Moldave disappeared. His silhouette dissolved into the shadows, vanishing completely from the room. Silence reigned for a few moments, until Keela took a deep breath and clenched her fists in irritation. Damn idiot, my plans for my ship are ruined! Her eyes turned back to the TV screen, where the sports festival was still being broadcast. Her expression twisted in frustration. Meanwhile, Thok simply smiled. He slowly licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He may be a monster among monsters, he murmured to himself. But that just makes me want to fight him even more. And to him, Moldave's warnings meant nothing. Through a good while, other students began to cross the finish line. Izuku came in second and Todoroki came in third. Izuku arrived tired and sweating profusely, heading toward Ryuji while panting heavily before collapsing to the ground. You? Izuku tried to speak between heavy breaths. You didn't have to finish so quickly. Ryuji smirked and shrugged. I needed to secure my spot. Besides, it was a good warm-up, wasn't it? He said, looking down at Izuku on the ground. Izuku just groaned in response, still catching his breath. Meanwhile, Todoroki stared intently at Ryuji. His gaze was cold and serious. For a moment, it seemed like he was going to say something, but he just looked away, clenching his fists discreetly. Through a few more minutes, more students crossed the finish line, each with expressions of exhaustion and relief. Gradually, the 42 competitors who advanced to the next round gathered, and Midnight cracked her whip in the air to get everyone's attention. Now that the preliminaries are over, let's move on to the final selection. Even the press will be thrilled by this stage, she announced, her seductive and excited tone echoing through the stadium. The next event is Human Cavalry Battle. Kirishima furrowed his brow, confused. Human what? Ryuji crossed his arms. A group of 3 or 4 people forms a horse and protects the rider they carry. The team needs to keep their rider up while trying to knock down the other teams. Simple and chaotic. Midnight continued the explanation. Each student will receive a band with points based on their placement in the obstacle race. Total points for each team will be the sum of the individual points of its members. And the highest value goes to the first-place finisher. She paused dramatically before dropping the bombshell. First place is worth 10 million points. The stadium fell silent for a moment, but soon tension filled the air. All eyes turned to Ryuji at the same time, as if they were staring at a walking treasure trove. Oh, great. Ryuji sighed, putting his hands in his pockets. This is exactly the kind of attention I love. Izuku, standing beside him, simply nodded, not seeming surprised. Pretty predictable, to be honest. Ryuji raised an eyebrow and glanced at him sideways. You still want to be on my team? Izuku shrugged. Of course. Choosing you is clearly the smartest move. Meanwhile, the students from Class 1B and other classes whispered among themselves. This is perfect. He's an easy target now, one of them murmured. We just need to take him down and secure the points, another whispered, their eyes gleaming with ambition. He might be fast, but against multiple teams at once, it'll be impossible to escape, a third argued confidently. Midnight, watching the growing tension, smiled amusedly and swung her whip. Those who reach the top only face new challenges. But you've heard that countless times. Plus ultra. After Midnight's speech, everyone present began to talk among themselves and form their teams. The sound of mixed voices filled the stadium as students ran back and forth, trying to secure strategic allies. Izuku watched as people grouped up, forming alliances quickly. He looked at Ryuji and sighed. "It's going to be tough finding someone to complement our team," Izuku commented, crossing his arms. "With those 10 million points on your forehead, anyone with a shred of common sense will avoid associating with us. Besides, I'm sure some of them don't even want to win, they just want to take you down." Ryuji just shrugged, a small sarcastic smile forming on his face. "So what? You think I'm just someone with a big number on my forehead?" Izuku nodded, his gaze determined. "I know. That's exactly why I said earlier that staying on your team is the smartest choice. I'd rather bet on strength than luck." Before Ryuji could respond, a feminine voice interrupted them. "Can I join you?" asked Uraraka, appearing beside them with a cheerful smile. Izuku was surprised for a moment but soon smiled. "Of course. You'd be a great help, Uraraka." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Great. I'll do my best. I promise to be as useful as possible," she said, clenching her fists in determination. Ryuji just shrugged. "Welcome to the suicide team, I guess." But before they could continue talking, Ryuji felt something strange on his back. Something soft and warm rubbing against him. He turned around only to find a pair of black cat ears and silky black hair. "Eh." Soft purr came along with a feminine voice. "Ah, this feeling, yes, this is the feeling of safety." Nyan. Izuku and Uraraka froze in place, watching the scene with bewildered expressions. An unknown girl was literally rubbing her head against Ryuji's back, as if he were a giant, comfortable pillow. "Okay, this is new," murmured Izuku, exchanging a glance with Uraraka. "Air." "Ryuji," Uraraka called hesitantly. Ryuji sighed and looked at the cat girl over his shoulder. "Look, I get that I'm an irresistible guy and all, but could you not rub your head on me like I'm a scratching post?" The girl chuckled softly, not moving away. "N.O.P.," she said in a playful tone. Izuku and Uraraka exchanged glances before trying to intervene. Could you let him go?" Izuku asked uncertainly. "Please," Uraraka added with a nervous smile. Catgirl finally sighed dramatically and stepped back with a sad whine. "Fine. But only because you asked nicely, Naya," she said, crossing her arms and swaying her tail from side to side. Ryuji rubbed the back of his neck, finally having room to breathe. "All right. Now that I can think, who the hell are you?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. The girl smiled broadly, her black eyes shining with amusement. "Kurahana Namiri, General Studies." She struck an exaggerated pose as if expecting applause. "But you can just call me Namiri, Nyan." "Right, Namiri," Ryuji repeated the name slowly. "Any particular reason for this sudden approach, or do you just like ambushing innocent people?" Namiri laughed and took a step closer, tilting her head slightly. "I want to join your team, Nyan." The three of them fell silent for a moment. Ryuji blinked. "And why exactly?" She smiled even wider. "Because you're strong, and by being on your team, I can advance without having to put in much effort." Naya, her expression was one of pure lazy satisfaction. "Seems like a great plan, right?" Ryuji crossed his arms and looked at Izuku, who shrugged. "Well, at least she's honest," Izuku commented. Uraraka laughed nervously. "Ahaha. That's a valid reason, I guess." Ryuji sighed. Fine. If you don't use me as a pillow again, I guess I can consider it." Namiri smiled broadly, her eyes shining with satisfaction. "Nyan, deal!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands. As soon as the team was formed, Izuku looked at Ryuji expectantly. "So, will you be the knight?" he asked, adjusting his gloves. Ryuji brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful, but before he could answer, Namiri raised her hand with a mischievous smile. I want to be the knight, she said, wagging her tail excitedly. That way I can rest while you guys do the heavy lifting, Nyan. Izuku and Uraraka exchanged uncertain glances, but Ryuji just shrugged. Fine, but if you fall, don't come complaining, he replied. Me? Fall? You guys are the ones who have to hold me properly, Namiri retorted, crossing her arms with a pout. They quickly organized their positions, Namiri on top, Ryuji in front, Izuku and Uraraka holding the rear. Izuku still looked worried. Ryuji, what's your plan? He asked, glancing at the other teams organizing themselves. My plan. Ryuji smirked mischievously. Simple. Leave it to me. Izuku sighed. That doesn't reassure me at all. When the 15 minutes for team formation were running out, Present Mike grabbed the microphone and prepared to hype up the audience. Are you ready, my dear spectators? He shouted, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Get ready for the second most insane event of the festival. A true team battle, a fight for power, a showcase of strategy, endurance, and pure survival instinct. Crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Present Mike raised his arm dramatically. Get ready, because the Cavalry Battle is about to begin. Countdown. The screen began to display the numbers. 10, 9, 8, 7. The students took their positions, eyes locked on their opponents. 6, 5, 4. Sweat dripped down some faces, the tension in the air was palpable. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the signal was given, chaos ensued. All the teams charged at the same time straight toward Ryuji's team. Uraraka's eyes widened. They're all coming for us, she said nervously. Namiri, who was holding the point bands on her head, broke into a cold sweat. I think I'm starting to reconsider my decision, Nyan. Izuku looked at Ryuji. What now? Ryuji raised his hand and smiled. Room. A golden aura emanated from him. His eyes glowed and suddenly a translucent golden bubble expanded around the team. All the opponents charging toward them collided with the barrier, stopping dead in their tracks. What the hell is this? One student shouted, trying to push the barrier in vain. A barrier? Izuku sighed and crossed his arms. You could have done this from the start, huh? He said, glancing sideways at Ryuji. Ryuji shrugged with a teasing smile. But then I would have missed the chance to see their faces hitting the wall. He pointed to a boy from Class 1B rubbing his nose, clearly in pain. You're a sadist, Nyan. Then, a wave of ice advanced toward the barrier. Teams around quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the attack. Todoroki stood there, observing the barrier with a serious expression. That guy, he murmured, clenching his fists. Namiri shivered slightly and let out a relieved sigh when she saw the ice didn't penetrate the barrier. The two-tone guy is scary, Nyan, she said. There's nothing they can do against this barrier. It's just a matter of time before they focus on other targets, Ryuji said dismissively. Uraraka blinked, processing the information. So, we're just going to stand here until time runs out? We have the win guaranteed. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Looks like it. The other team shouldn't have underestimated Ryuji from the start. While the other teams struggled to find a way to break the barrier, Ryuji noticed a specific group approaching, Nito Monoma's team. The coffee jelly killer, he murmured, a malicious glint in his eyes. Using his telekinesis, he quickly pulled the band from Monoma's group, making it fly straight into Namiri's hands. Ha! What? Monoma exclaimed, watching the band pass through the barrier. Before they could react, Ryuji used his telekinesis again to pull the feet of everyone on the team, knocking them to the ground. Aya! Monoma and his team fell face first, automatically disqualified. Namiri held the floating bands and laughed. That was cruel and fun, Nyan. Izuku and Uraraka, however, knew the real reason behind Ryuji's actions. Ryuji smiled contentedly. Rest in peace, my sweet coffee jelly, your death has been avenged. Moldave emerged from the shadows of the ground, his body rising to its full height. He gasped, as if he had just escaped from a nightmare. His paranoid gaze scanned the surroundings of the dark alley, his eyes fixed on every shadow, every dark corner, as if he expected something to emerge from there to devour him. He still felt his skin crawling, sweat dripping down his forehead. This doesn't make sense. His voice came out trembling, and he clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. How is this possible? He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Sentry. I know he has the powers of the Sentry. But 1,000,000,000 suns? He punched the wall beside him, frustrated. That doesn't even make sense. Wasn't it supposed to be 1,000,000 suns? How did he end up with all that? He huffed, rubbing his face with his hands. No matter how or why, that was a clear warning. He needed to get out of Japan. He began to walk through the alley, the shadows of the night making each of his steps more silent. It's over, he murmured to himself. My dream, my goal, my harem of Lolas, all gone down the drain. He made a bitter face. He wanted to stay in Japan, he wanted to achieve his goal there, but with a monster like that on the loose? It wasn't even worth trying. Maybe another country, yes, maybe I can start somewhere else, he whispered, trying to convince himself. But then the sound of footsteps echoed through the alley. Moldave froze. Soon after, a rhythmic sound of clapping was heard. A voice echoed through the dark alley. Ah, there you are. Moldave spun on his heels, his heart racing. A graceful figure walked towards him, carefree, almost lazy. His posture was impeccable, his face displayed a confident smile, and his demeanor exuded absolute power. Lucifer. He stopped a few meters from Moldave, his blue eyes shining with a mix of amusement and calculated coldness. You guys gave me quite some trouble, you know? He shook his head with a theatrical sigh. I was already wondering when one of you would come out of your hiding place. Moldave swallowed hard, his expression tense. Who are you? Lucifer smiled wider, crossing his arms. I'm just someone looking for some answers. He tilted his head slightly. Like, for example. He narrowed his eyes. How the hell did rats like you infiltrate Japan without being detected by my security network? Cavalry Battle finally came to an end. As expected, Ryuji's team remained untouched from start to finish, letting the other teams fight among themselves until time ran out. As soon as the event concluded, the audience erupted into applause and excited comments, marveling at the display of strategy and power Ryuji had demonstrated. In the stands, Rosa stood up excitedly, clapping enthusiastically. Dios mío! He's so strong. I already knew he was impressive, but eso? Rosa looked at Josi beside her, her eyes shining with excitement. Ese chico es un monstruo. Josi, equally surprised, crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly. I didn't expect his quirk to be so strong. I mean, it's not that I doubted him, but that? He made it look like he was playing around. The two then looked at Aiko, who was watching the arena with a calm but proud smile. Josi raised an eyebrow before asking, You don't seem too surprised. Has he done something like this before? Ko glanced at them, chuckling softly. To be honest, even I'm a little surprised. I've never seen my son use his powers in combat. I know he can do a lot of things, but seeing him like this, it's a different feeling. Rosa smiled and nodded. I imagine he must have inherited a really powerful quirk from you guys, right? His dad must have been amazing too. Hearing this, Aiko smiled, but there was something more in her expression, a hint of contained melancholy. Josi and Rosa noticed the shift in tone and exchanged confused glances. Then, Aiko finally replied, her voice soft but filled with emotion. Actually, I'm quirkless. And my late husband was too. Her words hung in the air for a few seconds before Rosa widened her eyes in shock. Espera que? Josi blinked a few times before reacting. Wait, so how does Ryuji have a quirk like that? If both parents are quirkless, the chances of a child manifesting a power are practically zero. Rosa immediately felt guilty, bringing her hands to her mouth. Perdón, mamacita. I didn't mean to bring up a sensitive topic. And I'm so sorry about your husband. Ko smiled gently, shaking her head. It's okay. It's been many years. I've moved on. As for Ryuji, well, he's always been different. Even as a baby, I felt there was something special about him. So, at 4 years old, when the doctors said he had a quirk, it was like he defied all odds. She looked at the arena once more, watching her son down below, relaxed and showing no signs of strain after dominating the event. Her gaze softened. I've always wondered how it was possible. How he achieved something neither I nor his father had. But in the end, I realized that maybe Ryuji was born to make a difference. Since he was little, he's always had this determination, this drive to change things around him. Maybe that's it. Maybe he simply decided he wouldn't accept the world's rules. Josi and Rosa remained silent for a moment, absorbing her words. Rosa, always energetic, was the first to break the silence with a smile. So he didn't just defy the odds, he completely shattered them. That was a milagro, Aiko. And you're the one who raised him. Ko let out a small laugh, her expression brightening a little. Yes, and I couldn't be prouder. Climbing the stairs, I was quietly enjoying a rare moment of peace. Well, I had to avoid a deadly ambush, also known as a conversation with Todoroki. Yes, the emo kid with the two-toned hair who carries more emotional baggage than a Mexican soap opera. I didn't even need to hear him to know what he wanted to talk to me about, that same spiel about his dad, his troubled childhood, how he doesn't want to use the left side of his body, blah blah blah. Honestly, I'm not here to give free therapy sessions. The Todoroki family drama is the only thing really well crafted in this world, so I'd rather not meddle. As I continue on my way, who appears in front of me? Yes, the man himself. The deep web arsonist, the terror of children, the homie who never went to the barber, Endeavor. And here we go. The guy stares at me with that look of someone who's had unresolved issues since the 90s. I pretend not to see him and try to walk right past, but of course he doesn't make it easy. A strong hand grabs my shoulder, forcing me to stop. Where do you think you're going? He asks, with the subtlety of a brick. I force a smile. Cafeteria. Planning to stuff myself with food and pretend this moment never happened. Any problem? He frowns. I already know what's coming next, and honestly, I don't have the patience to listen to this speech. Seriously, have these people never heard of sending an email instead of ambushing teenagers in dark hallways? Not that I'm technically one, of course. I want to have a word with you, he says, cutting off my response. Okay, he asked for it. I activate my super speed. The world around me slows down as if everything were submerged in coffee jelly, which would be a huge waste, but whatever. I walk up to Endeavor, raise my hand, and aim right there at his cheek. I feel a tingle of anticipation. This is the moment. The moment I've been waiting for without even knowing I was waiting. And then, tefak smack. The sound of the slap echoes for eternity. His little flame mustache shakes from the force of the blow, and in the next instant, time returns to normal. Endeavor flies backward, crashing into the wall like a sack of flaming potatoes. He slides to the floor, knocked out. I stand there, admiring my handiwork. He's still breathing. Excellent. Satisfied, I give a half smile and finally continue on my way to the cafeteria, feeling lighter than ever. Thank you, slap therapy. Chapter 24, I am moving. Nana Shimura observed the sports festival arena through the VIP room window, her arms crossed and her expression serene yet attentive. Beside her, Tashinori was visibly excited, following every detail of the competition. He's been doing well so far, Tashinori commented, a small smile appearing on his face. His performance in the race and the cavalry battle was impressive. The tournament will undoubtedly be something to watch. Nana smiled, nodding slightly. He really is interesting, she said, her eyes momentarily gleaming with a mix of admiration and curiosity. Through all, it was Ryuji who had healed her and brought her back from a state many would consider impossible. But then her expression grew more serious, her mind wandering to a distant past. The city was in ruins. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and destruction. The battle against All for One had been a true nightmare. Nana felt her body throbbing, every muscle screaming in pain. Gran Torino was panting beside her, his uniform torn and dirty, but his eyes were determined. Her comrade, an old friend, was further ahead, facing the villain with calm and seriousness. They had saved as many as they could, evacuated as many civilians as possible, but now they faced the real challenge, taking down All for One. He stood there, imposing, with a sadistic smile visible in every word. "Nana Shimura," he murmured, his deep voice resonating across the destroyed battlefield. "Do you really think you can defeat me? Do you know how many times others have tried before you? How many have failed? Will you try and fail like them too?" She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, ignoring the searing pain in her abdomen. "As many times as it takes," she replied, clenching her fists, the energy of one for all crackling around her body. "Because heroes don't fight just for themselves. We fight for everyone." She charged forward, the air around her trembling with her speed. Every exchanged blow was a storm of force and impact. Gran Torino attacked from the flanks, agile as ever, while her comrade found openings to intervene. But All for One was a monster. He seemed to predict their every move. His strength was overwhelming. Then came the blow. A single brutal attack that hit her squarely in the torso. Pain was immediate and suffocating. Her body was thrown back, her vision blurring. She heard Gran Torino shout her name before she saw him furiously charging at All for One. But what came next was a sensation of being pulled, carried. Her friend, despite his own injuries, held her firmly as he ran. He took her to Recovery Girl, gently laying her on the ground, his breathing heavy but his gaze unwavering. She tried to keep her eyes open, but the darkness pulled her in. "One day you will meet the golden boy," he murmured, his tone full of certainty. "When the time comes, look for me." Darkness took over. Back in reality, Nana brought her hand to her chin, thoughtful. The golden boy. She remembered the moment she opened her eyes for the first time after years in a coma. And he was there. Ryuji, shining in gold, with his blonde hair and intense blue eyes. Couldn't be a coincidence. She would have to see her old friend again. 'Cause if there was someone who always seemed to know things before everyone else, it was him. The UA Sports Festival monopolized the city's attention. Heroes, police officers, and ordinary citizens were all focused on that event, ensuring that no new invasion would occur. But while the spotlight was on the arena, in the shadows, a battle of catastrophic proportions was unfolding. An explosion echoed, shaking the empty buildings. Shattered glass flew through the streets as a figure shot out of the wreckage at high speed, their silhouette torn by smoke and the reddish glow of wounds still regenerating. Moldave. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in cuts that were rapidly closing as the black wheel above his head spun incessantly. He breathed heavily, his eyes burning with a mix of irritation and caution. Right behind him, emerging from the ashes like a herald of destruction, Lucifer appeared. His golden wings beat with a deafening roar, dispersing the smoke around him. His gaze was calm, calculating, but carried an intensity that made Moldave break into a cold sweat. Before he could react, Lucifer made a quick motion with his hand as if slicing through the air itself. Tsefak's schooling. Moldave's body was torn apart by multiple cuts, his already destroyed clothes being shredded even further. But his body didn't give in. He just gave a crooked smile, cracking his neck. "I don't know what you know, but this isn't the first time I've faced some guys with this ability. I've already adapted to this shit. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting. Before Lucifer could move, Moldave charged forward. His body propelled through the air like a projectile, his muscles tensing for a spinning kick. Lucifer raised his arm indifferently, blocking the blow. SFX bam. The shockwave that followed caused the windows of nearby buildings to explode. Moldave gritted his teeth, focusing his energy before activating his heat vision. His eyes glowed with an intense scarlet hue before firing destructive beams directly at Lucifer. But in a fluid motion, Lucifer grabbed Moldave's leg and, with an elegant spin, threw him away. However, his stray attack wasn't in vain. The heat beams struck several buildings below, slicing through them like blades and causing mass destruction. The structures began to collapse, debris raining down on the deserted streets. Lucifer observed the chaos with a bored sigh. Lucifer watched the scene with boredom, running his fingers through his hair. "Huh?" he sighed. "The RF will have a lot of community service to clean up this mess." He paused, adjusting his suit collar. "Who knows, maybe we'll gain some reputation by helping the affected." But before he could continue his thought, a shadow formed above his head. A gigantic, glowing green anvil was plummeting toward him. SFX boom! The impact shook the entire block, cracks spreading across the ground as dust rose like a suffocating fog. Moldave landed softly on the ground, his sharp eyes observing the scene. He raised his hand, and an emerald glow emanated from a ring on his finger. The Green Lantern ring. "I've always wanted to test this." But then, TFX crack. Cracks in the anvil widened before it shattered into a rain of green light. And from within it, unharmed, emerged Lucifer. He adjusted his suit with disdain, brushing the dust off his shoulders. "TSK. Filthy rat, you've dirted me." But then his body was engulfed in black flames. Next came the rocks. As if the earth itself had responded to a command, debris began to gather around him, forming a colossal sphere in the sky. Buildings, poles, asphalt, everything was ripped from its foundations and compressed into a gigantic mass of destruction. The black sphere pulsed with black flames, spinning in a chaotic whirl above the city. Moldave, still standing on the ground, his eyes replaced by a Mangekyo Sharingan and a Rinnegan. He was analyzing the colossal formation with focus. He sighed. "It's over," he murmured. "No one has survived this shit so far." But then, cracks in the sphere began to glow. An intense golden light began to replace the black flames. Then, in a blinding flash, the sphere exploded. And from the flames rose a titanic phoenix of golden fire. Moldave froze. "You've got to be kidding me." The phoenix spread its wings and dove straight at him, colliding with the ground. The impact generated a wave of flames that spread like a tsunami of fire, engulfing entire streets in seconds. Moldave screamed as he was swallowed by the fire. His body burned, but his accelerated adaptation made his wheel spin, regenerating him rapidly. And then Lucifer emerged from the flames. He lifted Moldave by the neck, his hands slowly tightening as the man's body burned incessantly. The wheel on his head spun non-stop, regenerating him as he adapted to the flames, but he couldn't break free. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "You?" He tightened his grip on Moldave's neck, lifting him even higher. "Ruined my favorite suit." The fire around them roared louder, and Moldave felt his regeneration momentarily fail as the concrete melted beneath Lucifer's feet. "I could kill a rat like you right now. But first, I have questions that need answering." He tilted his head slightly, his voice taking on an almost friendly tone but filled with pure threat. "How the hell did you infiltrate Japan without my information network noticing?" Moldave barely had time to react before an absurd heat struck him. He felt his flesh disintegrating faster than he could regenerate it. His mind began to panic, his senses screaming in alarm. He did the only thing he could think of at that moment. He raised his middle finger and whispered hoarsely, Go fuck yourself, Lucifer sighed. As you wish. And then the intensity of the flames increased. Moldave's body burned instantly. His skin, muscles, and even bones evaporated in seconds. All that remained was a clump of ash, sustained by the absurd force of regeneration. But he was sinking. The adaptation couldn't keep up. If this continued for a few more seconds, it would be the end. But before the worst could happen, SFX, boom! An invisible force brutally collided with Lucifer, launching him away like a projectile through several buildings. The impact caused a chain reaction. Buildings collapsed, vehicles flew through the air, and the already fragile debris from the previous fight was pulverized by the shockwave. On the charred ground, Moldave fell to his knees, gasping. His body began to rebuild itself from the ashes, but his clothes had been completely consumed. He groaned in pain, feeling his flesh grow back. Then he looked to the side, exhausted. Keela was there. Her crimson eyes glowed with a sickly hue, a sinister smile curling her lips. Her red hair was slightly disheveled, and her posture was lazy but filled with pure menace. Moldave opened his mouth to thank her, but before he could, bang! His body was thrown backward, his chest caved in by another invisible shockwave. He collided with a ruined building, cracks spreading through the structure as he coughed up blood. What the fuck was that? Moldave snarled. Keela rolled her eyes. The bastard ran off without saying a word and still thinks I'm doing charity? Moldave, groaning in pain, raised a greenish protective bubble created by the Green Lantern ring. The shield blocked Keela's second strike, causing the impact to reverberate through the barrier. Protection dissolved shortly after, but it was enough for him to recover. His ring created a new suit, and he finally managed to breathe properly. Don't stress me out, you fanatic. I already have someone stressing me out, and that one's a tough one. Keela smirked. She approached, stopping beside Moldave. Her eyes glowed, analyzing the trail of destruction she had left with her last attack. On the horizon, a long path of destruction sliced through the city as if a titan had swept everything away with a single invisible blow. She raised an eyebrow. Is this the so-called sentry that scared you? Doesn't seem that strong. Moldave grimaced, gritting his teeth. That one's different. If it were a sentry. He swallowed hard, sweat dripping down his temple. I'd be dead before I even realized it. Quickly changing the subject, he looked at Keela and asked, Where's Thok? We're going to need him. Before she could answer, something fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground beside them. The impact opened a giant crater, cracks spreading through the concrete as dust rose like a fog. When the dust settled, Thok was revealed. The large feline humanoid growled, his wild eyes glowing as he stood up. Keela pointed at him emotionlessly. The kitty's here. Thok snarled, his sharp teeth gleaming. I'm not a pet bitch. Moldave just sighed, massaging his temples. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Lucifer rose from the rubble. He was unharmed, without a single injury. His golden gaze shone, piercing through the destruction around him as if he could see everything and everyone. He smirked, muttering, Ha, so it's 3 rats after all. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something. His eyes glowed even brighter. My master really wants to handle this personally? I could finish off the 3 of them without any trouble. A silence followed. Through a few seconds, he sighed, running his hand through his blonde hair. I see. I see. A wide, dangerous smile curved his lips. Very well. Then I'll do a good job standing in for you at the sports festival. Back on the other side of the city, Moldave was explaining the situation to Keela. I'm telling you, the guy might be a reincarnate. He has multiple abilities and hit me with a dismantle. Keela stretched her arms, cracking her bones. Then it looks like I'll have to go all out. It's been a while since I used the abilities of the other reincarnates I have contracts with. I barely remember most of them and what they do. Thok snorted. He didn't care about the conversation or the plans. Without saying anything else, he charged forward. Moldave muttered something, but then his body flashed brightly. Shazam! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. The electricity coursed through his body, the Green Lantern suit merging with the Shazam uniform, creating a new outfit. His muscles expanded, energy surging through him. He shot after Thok. The feline humanoid beast raised his spiked mace, which gleamed as he leaped into the air, descending with all his might onto the rubble where Lucifer had been buried. Tefx, boom! The explosion was overwhelming. Dust and debris spread like a hurricane, shrouding everything in a gray veil. Moldave, who was flying right behind, muttered irritably. This bastard's going to attract a lot of attention if this keeps up. Maybe it's my chance to take advantage and escape. But then, something passed by him. Fast. Very fast. So fast that Moldave felt the shockwave on his back before he heard the boom. He froze. His mind refused to process. In the thick smoke of the debris, something emerged. A winged, golden figure. His long hair shone like molten gold. His eyes carried a divine, intense glow. His cape fluttered in the wind, and his toned body was clad in an impeccable golden suit. Moldave trembled. That moment, he realized. Everyone after the small extra activities for the audience and the students who didn't manage to qualify, the long-awaited mano-a-mano tournament phase was finally announced. Crowd erupted in excited cheers, and the main screen began displaying the matchups. Subgroup A. Ryuji Fujimoto vs. Ibra Shiosaki. Izuku Midoriya vs. Yuga Aoyama. Subgroup B. Kurahana Namiri vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Toru Hagakure. Subgroup C. Shoto Todoroki vs. Hanta Siro. Tenya Ida vs. Mina Shido. Subgroup D. Denki Kaminari vs. Tetsu Tetsu. Tiko Uraraka vs. Sugiro Kirishima. As the names flashed on the screen, the buzz from the stands grew louder, with everyone placing bets on their favorites. In the reserved audience area, 3 women watched the scene with different reactions. Josi blinked a few times, surprised. Ryuji's match is already the first one, she murmured, her blue eyes fixed on his name. Rosa, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. Perfect. Now I'll finally get to see my miraculous client in action. She leaned forward, her short triceratops tail wagging slightly with excitement. Ko, however, had a more worried look. I hope he can keep himself in check, she said, sighing. He's going up against a girl. Josi crossed her arms and nodded. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Rosa just huffed and patted the two on the shoulder. Oh, you two need to relax. If it were me in his place, I wouldn't hold back at all. Josi gave a crooked, awkward smile. That doesn't reassure me at all, Rosa. Ko let out another tired sigh, but with a small smile. Well, if that's the case, Ryuji, give it your all. After Cementos set up the combat arena, Present Mike took his place to enthusiastically announce the first battle of the tournament. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Present Mick's energetic voice echoed through the stadium. The first battle of the tournament. He's been an impenetrable wall so far. Will he fulfill his promise to win the festival? Let me introduce you to Ryuji Fujimoto. Crowd erupted into cheers as Ryuji stepped into the arena with his hands in his pockets and an unusual smile on his face, something out of character for him. His calm gaze swept over the audience before settling on the figure of his opponent. On the other side, Present Mike then turned his attention to her. And on the other side, we have a rose with thorns. From Class 1B, the fiery follower of faith, who isn't afraid to hurt to protect her beliefs. Ibra Shiosaki. Her announcement was met with less enthusiasm, but there were still cheers of support from Class 1B. Ibra maintained her calm demeanor, but upon seeing Ryuji's relaxed smile, her expression hardened. To her, it was a clear sign of disrespect. Clasping her hands together, she murmured to herself, "Lord, forgive the arrogance and insolence of this poor boy. I will teach him myself to never underestimate his opponents." Ryuji raised an eyebrow, letting out an "oh" before Midnight raised her whip and signaled the start of the match. Without hesitation, Ibra extended her vines to the ground. Like spears, they shattered the concrete and surged toward Ryuji at high speed. In a matter of seconds, he was completely engulfed in a dense cocoon of vines. The audience held their breath. "That was way too fast," exclaimed Kaminari, breaking into a cold sweat. "Ryuji!" Hagakure expressed her concern, though no one could see her expression. Ida adjusted his glasses. "This could be problematic. She's extremely skilled with her quirk." Nito Monoma, who was nearby, seized the opportunity to mock. "Haha. See that? And you thought Class 1A was superior. This is the price of arrogance. Now your ace is out of the game because of it." Izuku, who had been silent until now, simply wrote calmly in his notebook before murmuring, "He's still in the game." Back in the arena, Midnight was already preparing to declare Ibra's victory, but then something began to happen. Cocoon of vines trembled. Small flowers began to sprout and spread rapidly across the vines. The once dense structure began to open into a rounded shape, resembling a flower bud. A golden glow began to emanate from within, illuminating the entire stadium. The murmurs ceased. The entire stadium fell silent as the vines blossomed like rose petals, revealing Ryuji's figure floating gently out of the cocoon. His massive, radiant golden wings spread behind him, some feathers drifting and spinning through the air like cherry blossom petals in the wind. Ibra fell to her knees, her eyes wide and shining with devotion. "The Lord has called me. I was blind, but now I see. The Lord has sent me an angel to guide me. Hallelujah." Class 1A watched in a mix of confusion and awe. Izuku furrowed his brows. "I knew he liked to show off, but this?" Ida was dumbfounded. "He looks like a divine being." Momo blinked a few times. "Where did those wings come from?" Sato scratched his head. "This looks like something out of a fairy tale." Hagakure, on the other hand, was completely silent. If anyone could see her, they'd notice her eyes were completely lifeless. Ryuji landed in front of Ibra, his wings fluttering gently, creating a soft breeze around her. He extended his hand to help her up. "That was a great match," he said with a sweet smile. Ibra, still stunned, accepted his hand, her face completely red. Without any effort, Ryuji lifted her into his arms and began calmly walking to carry her out of the arena. The audience erupted into mixed reactions. Some were enchanted, others shocked, and some even moved to tears. Midnight, finally snapping back to reality, cleared his throat before announcing, "Victory to Ryuji Fujimoto." As the explosion of celebration echoed through the stadium, everything around Aiko seemed muffled. Her eyes were fixed on the arena, analyzing every detail of Ryuji with a clinical and suspicious gaze. Rosa and Josi beside her were still thrilled with the outcome of the fight, but Aiko couldn't shake the strange feeling growing inside her. Rosa, as always, was the first to break the silence. "Bueno, at least he didn't hurt the girl at all, right? That was a real spectacle." She smiled, excited, while waving her hands in the air, still feeling the thrill of the moment. Josi, distracted and late to the conversation, nodded vaguely. "Yeah, true." Her ears lowered slightly as her eyes drifted away from the arena for a brief moment. Her chest felt strangely heavy, but she decided to ignore it. Ko, on the other hand, was more focused than ever. Her gaze was sharp, almost analytical. "He never acts like this," she murmured to herself, but loud enough for Rosa to hear. "What?" Rosa tilted her head to the side, confused. Ko blinked a few times before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Ah, that's it." Her excitement took over, making Rosa and Josi look at her with even more confusion. "What?" What is it, mamacita? Rosa insisted, leaning closer. Aiko turned completely to them, grabbing Rosa's shoulders with excitement. My son has never shown interest in girls before. Since he was little, he always ignored any kind of flirtation or romantic interaction. I even started to think he played for the other team. But now I get it. Rosa's eyes widened before she broke into a big smile. Wait, are you saying he did all this for the girl? Her tone was a mix of shock and excitement. Of course he did, Aiko confirmed, pointing directly at Ibra, who was still standing in the arena, seeming lost in her own thoughts. He's never put on a show like this before. But today, with this girl, he decided to go all out. This can only mean one thing: he likes her. Rosa let out an excited squeal, holding her face with her hands. Ay, Dios mío. How adorable. He did all that to impress her. That must have been a dream for the girl. Her whole body trembled with excitement, as if she were witnessing the beginning of an epic romance. Josi, on the other hand, just smiled wryly at the two and their romantic fantasies. You guys really love making up stories, huh? She said, trying to keep her tone light. However, when she turned her gaze back to the arena, that discomfort in her chest returned. Something felt off about her, but she quickly pushed the thought away, ignoring the bad feeling.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.